Hello. I didn't share a community post. I just went live. Felt like it for a minute or two. Well, if there's any replay watchers, which there probably will be tomorrow because this is a late one. And first of all, I wanted to say that I heard that one of the, and by the way, anything that I speak about in my videos or my live streams is, my opinion only, and the opinions of anybody in the room or anything is not necessarily the opinions of mine. So, and I do try to, monitor the room. Uh, Hopefully, people can, share their political views or their views on current events or whatever. But if you could do so without the disrespect of, I mean, uh, like, okay, when you screenshot, say I was putting up my hand, I was going, yeah, he was this high. So someone snaps a picture and says, oh, look, there's SG doing the salute. Or somebody's, turning to, one side of the audience and putting their hand up, waving, the other side waving. Someone snaps a picture. Oh, look, they're doing the salute. So to share out a meme of things like that, when what was witnessed was a video in completion and a person who is, promoting the far right extremists of old times, who has had issues before the other day of putting up things, pertaining to Hitler and his family. They were, down with apartheid. I mean, like, you need to, like, facts are facts, but trying to hurt people by, you know, not taking their feelings seriously and thinking that a meme of, people, was that trying to prove your point? Because that's not a really good point. That's really not a good point. Um, and it's pretty disappointing too, because, with the 80th anniversary coming up of the liberation of, you know, the concentration camps, I think it's pretty disgusting what's going on right now. High crime scene, Louis. Not too much. I just wanted to come on, say a couple of things about, like, current events. And I don't know if you know that one of the January 6th people that was pardoned was killed. Um, I guess they had gotten pulled over. There's more, investigation to be done. And that his name was Eric Huddle, and his maybe uncle was Dale, and they had gone and there was like pictures of the uncle, like using his flagpole as a weapon and stuff. And then the other one, Eric, I think his name was Eric Huddle. I know I have the last name right, but and I know the other one was Dale. Uh, but live streaming from being in there. But the thing is that basically the whole Capitol building was, shut down because of the COVID restrictions, and so they weren't allowing Huddle, Huttle, and so they really shouldn't have breached it in the first place. So, um, but there really needs to be more of an investigation done pertaining to what happened with this shooting, because he had gotten pulled over for something, and they claim he resisted arrest and got shot, and that there was a guy. But there might be a possible suspicious activity going on, because they need to say why this officer pulled him over, why he was going to arrest him. I mean, he could have just known who he was and done that as a personal attack. But then again, I mean, there's a lot of them that are coming out saying they're going to get revenge and stuff, and they're buying guns and they're doing this. So I feel like, the whole thing is, uh, I don't think that it was really thought through the way it should have been. Well, the guy was already out. It wasn't, I mean, to get pardoned means, I guess, it's cleared off your record. If you're not in jail and you're already out, uh, I mean, I think, on both sides, the blue and the militias, at this point now, they're going to have some kind of axe to grind with each other. And just wasn't you know, I don't know that he was doing his research. Now, on another note, um, they're saying that Trump is saying, they want to clear everyone out of Gaza Strip and clean it up, and he wants this in Egypt, and then this one to take some of them and put then I mean, so they're calling it he wants it as an ethnic cleansing, but they're blaming it on Israel, where Trump is the one yelling and screaming. So I went back and I found a video where Donald Jr. was saying that Gaza is prime waterfront real estate. And I'm wondering if there's, a hidden agenda behind there that I'm saying, Louis, I don't know what your um, stance is on everything that's going on right now in the world, but I think there's some bullshit going on. And there used to be a time when there was a cap on how much someone could donate to someone's campaign. When did that get overturned? I don't remember that getting overturned. It's really crazy to me. That this guy Elon can just almost be playing. It seems like he's, playing some kind of game with. Yeah, but they've skipped the little things. These guys went right into this guy. I mean, what a conflict of interest to have contracts with the U.S. and then be in charge of, monetary decisions. Like, I can't even imagine that the video that I watched the other night, watching Trump and his friends when he was leaving the White House the first time, actually leaving with a bust of Abraham Lincoln that wasn't theirs, some pictures, top secret files. I'm curious how Elon got his money to begin with. Was his family rich? Yeah, I mean, guy pops up out of nowhere. Is I mean, is he even a U.S. citizen? I mean, Canada, South Africa. Uh, shouldn't he be looked into to see if he's a U.S. citizen? I mean, like, it's just to me, I and another thing is, so, you know, when people, or a certain person or, when others have been on, the campaign trail and then, somebody makes an attempt at their life, and then you got Elon up there with his little kid on his shoulders. I mean, to me, that's really odd to me. Like, oh yeah, they already, took a couple of shots at this guy. Get up on my shoulders. Let's go up there. I, I, I find the entire, uh, and I'm not trying to be any kind of way, but it, the entire, it's not like it used to be like a time where, oh, it was, Republicans and Democrats and then independents. But this isn't like that. This isn't like that anymore. Like, you can't even say, like, okay, I don't think it's right for a bunch of people to have, issue with. I watched different videos of how Hitler would do that, and it is exactly put hand to the heart and then out. Exactly. And the guy has been there, done that before. Things like, writing distasteful things and supporting I mean, I don't think it's right for others who probably wouldn't have been offended by that in the first place, obviously, to lose themselves so much in the defense of that they would hurt their, friends' feelings. That I mean, or even try to say, "No, it wasn't that." I mean, it's like, come on, his history says he's not a very nice. And, okay, well, sure, maybe, okay, so you wanna say that didn't happen from him, alright, but are you down with, torturing monkeys, for his fucking continuous lab experiments that cause so much fucking pain of those animals? He doesn't even care about them. I mean, he has no problem. Is that something that, perhaps people should know about? I mean, if you're gonna defend everything that the guy does, I mean, first of all, he's not even the president, so why you wanna sit there and defend Elon so much is really baffling to me. That's not your fucking president. That's not your politician, dude. That so why you would prefer to make yourself look like someone who's down with animal cruelty. No, but I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about regular people that, walk amongst us that, you think would have enough, mindset to be like, well, maybe I don't think it's that, but, others who have gone through it and, I don't, but at that point, then they may as well say, "Oh, and I believe in torturing animals, and I believe in doing this." I mean, seriously, you may as well just, come right out and say it. And if I'm gonna defend that kind of behavior, I just may as well come right out and say, "Yeah, I'm an anti-Semite," right? Is that what they'd wanna say? Say? Because I mean, to say, but at this day and age, people should just get over it and then be mad when I say, "Well, are you a card-holding carrier of the white supremacist groups that he just pardoned? I mean, you down with them?" "Oh, how dare you say something like that?" "Well, how dare you fucking say to get over it? It's the Holocaust." There's people who don't exist anymore and may have done what I don't even understand how these people are like, it's cool that he, stopped cancer research. That's cool. No, hey, that's cool that he stopped cancer research. No, it's dude, I'm fine with no more, like, notices of recalls coming out and stuff. It's so disappointing to know that are they doing this because they're Republican and they think they're supposed to? Or do they really have such little regard for humans? I haven't seen one picture of Trump that's decent. Not one. There's not even a time he's in a video where the man looks personable. Not one. Nobody likes him. And I don't care what they say. Before he was doing this whole political shit, nobody liked Donald Trump. I don't even care. Nobody did. Oh, the art of the deal. Then what? You just claim bankruptcy? Guy's a fucking idiot. He can't read. He can't read. That's why all of his speeches are off the chain. Because pointless in having a speechwriter when you can't fucking read it anyway. Bunch of people saying Biden's too old for office, but Trump's what, 2 years younger than him? Now this idiot literally is trying to push something through for a third term for himself, but but it includes that Obama can't run again. Have you ever heard any such ridiculousness? There's not one person that at some point I might have, if I thought that they were smart at some point, that as they, share memes of, screenshot of people when they're probably waving or something or saying this hi, uh, to try to, undermine a person whose actions and words and just past behavior He's definitely not a good guy. Elon's not a good guy. But, it's getting around that 80th anniversary of the liberation of the concentration camp, so you guys may as well go after Jews, right? Might as well show your disrespect. What better time? That's- And yes, Janelle, you are the whore I spoke of. Because, well, for one, I find it really odd that Swiss says she works. Ebags claims to work. Janelle claims to work. Shit, I go live at middle of the afternoon on a Monday, and those fuckers watch the whole thing. I thought they worked. I guarantee you that's some bullshit. They could just drop everything at work and start watching me. And Janelle, yeah, you should keep your mouth shut when I'm sitting. Well, thank you, crime scene. Yeah, you should keep your fucking mouth shut about things like this because you're dirty. What do you care about what I care about? You don't, you know. You don't. You left comments saying, heat up the ovens, fire up the ovens. You're disgusting. E-bangers, you're a piece of trash. You've been a piece of trash for, I don't know, however long you've been on social media. You're a piece of trash. You run around anonymous and you harass women. Well, that's nice of you. But her mouth makes it very difficult for me to give 2.5 fucks about, I've done that. I've been there, done that, and wished her well and said nice things. And, you know, but I fucking share a picture of a new t shirt I got, and Swiss Miss has to share it and say, oh, that must be what you do when you have crack and meth. Like, you fucking piss smelling, lying, skanky whore bitch, Swiss. The fuck is wrong with you? What you gotta clock every move I make? Why don't you get a fucking life and talk about your own life? Make a post about yourself and your life. Janelle, don't be the first to fucking have to be a nasty bitch somewhere on someone's fucking nasty community post or nasty videos. E-beggars, you don't have to fucking share every community post I make thinking that your fucking clip and paste bullshit is gonna be any eye-opening experience for me. You're a douchebag. I don't think you're smart. I'm sorry, dude. I don't. Is that okay? Can you accept that? Can you accept that, buddy? I don't think you're smart, and I don't think you're talented, and your videos suck, and your music sucks, and your personality sucks. Just stop. Let me fucking post something in my community post that has nothing to do with you without you fucking sharing it and writing paragraph after paragraph after paragraph about it. But for some reason, these douchebags seem to think it's me. I'm doing something. But yeah, I'm just staying in my fucking lane. If I want to have an opinion about current events, have your own fucking opinion. I'm not talking about you in my community post. And hi, Nat Nat. He's in love with you. You're funny, Grimes. He's in love with you. It is, and he's been doing it for 15 years, online harassment. Not to me, but that's his gig, man. This guy's been walking around in society before computers and social media came around, dying to harass women. And he was all like, "Yeah!" Fucking social media came around. I mean, the guy has a fucking personality of a stump. Ugh. None of them are funny. They're not. Crystal Love, the fucking bitch, thinks she's talented. It's like, oh my god. Does she listen to herself when she's playing music and singing? Oh, really? Not. I was telling Crime Scene Louis that one of those guys, but it really does deserve a lot of investigating into that. So, they really do need to. But one of the guys that was pardoned and ended up getting killed. But I really think that there needs to be. But even if it is somebody taking some kind of revenge or something out. The guy's been out already, so it wouldn't be because he got out just and got you know what I'm saying? If it's something to do with something, then that's probably to do with something that's going on between them, you know? But you know what? They'll fucking try to blame it on that. But I guarantee you that's got because he was already out. He was already out. He had been. And then e-bagger is just like, "Oh, in your videos where you were against the cops, blah, blah, blah." Dude, no, I wasn't. Sometimes in some of the cases, I thought they were in the wrong, and then in other cases, I didn't think they were in the wrong. I learned a lot doing those videos. I did a lot of research, but there was one, case I was gonna do, and every time I'd watch the stuff for it, the videos for it and everything, I felt like throwing up because it was so bad. And clearly they killed this guy, the cops did. Clearly they did. And, in front of his kid too, and you could hear her, "Dad, Dad!" And it was too much. I had to put it down then. And that whole, Pontarac Synthon I can't say it. I feel like I'm getting another cold, but, so sorry if I sound a little congested. But, yeah, that the whole Jeffrey Dahmer and the kid that got away and the cops brought him back. I mean, that was bad, that was bad. They should have gone to jail, those cops. So so e-beggars, when you sit there and you bring up stuff and go, "I don't hear you talking about this. Hi, old lady," or "I haven't heard you talk about this," or "I haven't heard you talk about this." Yes, you have, e-beggars, and chances are you've put me down about it, or you've tried to pick it apart and call me racist, or I mean, you were calling me racist because of yarn. I mean, like, come on, dude, you're psycho. You're certifiable, but you probably play it off well in public, but I do not believe for a minute that you work. Not for a fucking minute. When you guys can drop everything right in the middle of the day, like he does and Janelle does and Swiss. I mean, I don't care about other people doing it, but when you got fucking people like that who sit there and act like they're better than everybody, or like Janelle deserves some kind of fucking medal of honor because, gee, at 40, she's, living at home with her parents and got a job, so-called, rather than giving them. And we're all supposed to, like, bow to her or something, and the bitch, she got so cocky, she wants to run around and be the first one commenting places. It's like, come on. I've tried to be nice to people. And it's not that I couldn't continue to try to be nice to you, but shut your fucking mouth, man. When one of your dumbass fucking loser friends puts some stupid, not funny post up, uh, don't say nothing. When somebody puts fire up the ovens on your community page, have the fucking decency. That's not about me. That's about you. You who wants to run around and say you got the shit covered. Yeah, when you ran a little scam for it, though. "Oh, yeah, yeah, I'll take the money for cover it. Oh, yeah, I'll take the money. Oh, yeah, they." Yeah, I got about 5 or 6 people sending you money for it. I like to think it's about half and half, net, net. I don't like to think I'm truly hated. E-baggers is funny, though, because e-bags, you got a lot of people who blew smoke up your ass in these years on social media, right, e-baggers? There's no smart person who thinks you're smart, e-bag. There isn't. Nobody thinks somebody else is smart and capable of having a conversation when all they ever do is give unsolicited advice that is made up of cut and pasted or incorrect shit. You're just There's nothing about you that would say a full-on conversation with you would not be so fucking annoying because you'd think you knew everything. It wouldn't be so bad if you did, but you don't. Nobody does. But your shit is like, dude, dum-dum. Nobody really cares about your weather reports either, dude. Another cut and paste thing. He does. He comes off to smart people, he comes off really, like, pretty ridiculous. He must be so happy about the internet. He can fool himself into thinking he's smart, and then he can fool stupid people into thinking he's smart, and then people who know he's not smart, but they don't wanna be mean to him, will be like, "You're so smart." But I'm gonna just, say whatever. MAGA Chaz, Chemist Chaz, whatever the fuck, right? Okay. I took a look at your community posts and you were sharing some videos out. And, I do like to look at the other side's videos about what's going on current events too. Man, you some dumb motherfuckers. Because even your own, like, you guys' is motivated YouTube channels are stupid. Like the people I've looked at a couple, I'm like, holy moly, holy. Like this one guy is fucking like out straight up lying, saying they refuse to hand over power to Trump, blah blah blah. And it's like, holy crap, dude, that didn't even happen. We wish. See, the thing is that not law abiding citizens wouldn't storm the Capitol because they're poor losers. We didn't get out of the way. That would be like, so then every time they don't like something, they storm in. Nah, nah, no. Like it's insane. We might, protest in the street, but that will definitely be a peaceful protest. But the ones that would come on the sides are the ones that would be there to fight. Like as if we're protesting them or something. No, we're just, but we don't. I couldn't believe. Now I know you guys are probably thinking that I'm kidding when I'm saying that it really was Donald Trump Jr. stating that Gaza is a prime piece of real estate. I mean, this motherfucker's looking to build a hotel or something on there. I can't even. Well, see, that's what I'm thinking. Like something might happen because of that guy getting killed. They really needed to fully investigate that so they could put out the full story because they won't think for a minute that the guy had already been out. And so, you know, I really doubt it has anything to do with the pardons. He would have died anyway, it seems, because he's already been out. It's probably some town, small town in Indiana. But I really don't think attacking a police officer with an American flag is patriotic, which his uncle was doing. I'm sure that there's a few out there, like, I don't know, maybe Chemist Chaz would run around attacking cops with an American flag, trying to spear them with it. I don't know. I mean, if there's okay. Just as an example, we'll use this as an example. If there's 10 people in the room that aren't anti-Semite, and then there's one that is, like, full-blown, you know, Nazi, characteristics, and those 10 people accept them, then there's 11 anti-Semites in the room. So none of the things that are, kinda being said is really kinda surprising to me because of the fact that even when this, you know, person was like about her Nazi tattoos, it was like, "Yeah, but, blah, 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 blah," making all kinds of fucking excuses for it when I don't know, I was just raised that Nazis bad, you know? Sorry if I'm boring you guys because I've been talking about current events and stuff, but, I think it's so much more important than, uh, e-beggars, but, apparently, every time I make you know, I don't know, he thinks they're all about him, is what he said. They're all about him. Oh, no, okay, so let me correct myself. It was not Don Jr. It was not Don Jr. Not Don Jr. who said it. I'm glad I went back and looked because it was his son-in-law, that Kushner guy. Okay? So I apologize for that. It was Jared, is it his name Jared Kushner? So, disclaimer, I do not own all of the audio contained within this video, but I am using it within the Fair Act guidelines. It's been altered in speed, commentary, educational, entertainment purposes only. I slowed the audio down because, she's got a heavy accent, so I slowed it down. And by the way, e-beggars, in my live stream, I had the audio slowed down. Okay, so when you want to sit there going, she was hitting the sauce. I mean, you need to shut the fuck up, buddy, because you got some issues. Anyway,
Good question. What do you imagine?
wait, hold on, guys. Hold on.
When I say the word Gaza, war, airstrikes, buildings in rubble, dying citizens, those would be the common answers. But if you ask this to Jared Kushner,
Okay, so once again, I want to apologize because I had said it was Don Jr. My bad.
he'll say a valuable waterfront. Now, for those who do not know, Jared Kushner is a former property dealer. He's Donald Trump's son-in-law. He was a senior foreign policy advisor for Donald Trump when he was president. He was charged with making the peace plan for West Asia. And this is what he had to say about Gaza. I will quote. Gaza's waterfront property could be very valuable if people would focus on building up livelihoods. It's a little bit of an unfortunate situation there, but from Israel's
So now he's trying to get it on Israel here.
perspective, I would do my best to move the people out and then clean it up. Clean it up. Those were his words. Basically, Kushner wants Israel to expel civilians from Gaza.
I really hope Israel doesn't go along with that plan. Because now it appears that Trump is saying the same plan.
Push them into the Negev desert, clean up the war-torn strip, and make beach bungalows there. The comments have not gone down well, but Kushner stands by his remarks, and he says they were taken out
They
of
rejected the
context.
plan before they saw it. They thought
Either
it
way,
was-
this idea is not
So I
new.
think they looked at it.
Israeli settlers have long pushed for it.
No. That is a lie. That's a lie. Israel was not pushing for that. And but I'm hearing I'm just they're just trying to create so much more strife in the world. It's really bad.
While taking questions from reporters on Air Force One. This is on Saturday. Let's take a look.
Can you tell us about your tour with the King of Jordans? Jordan's done an amazing job of housing largely military house.
Now, isn't that I don't know.
He's done it in a very successful. So what was the subject of discussion? Was there pretty much I said to him, I'd love you to take on more because I'm looking at the whole Gaza Strip right now and it's a mess. It's a real mess.
He doesn't even care about the people.
Jordan's a house people I'd like him to take people. I'd like Egypt to take people. I'm meeting with, I'm talking to General.
That's exactly what they were doing with the Jews. He had a meeting. Hitler had a meeting. He wanted to get rid of them. He asked other countries to take them. Very few said okay. So his next solution was just get rid of them.
Tomorrow sometime and I'd I'd like Egypt to take people, and I'd like Jordan to take people. You're talking about probably 1.5 million people, and we just clean out that whole Vegas.
We just clean out that whole thing. What the fuck? This guy just is. Hi, Angel Baby. Is that the chick?
Who has been
This is the thing I was talking about of one of the, but recently pardoned, but not recently released. He's already been out.
state of Indiana, but let me walk you through a quick thought experiment first. Take a man who has been prone to radicalization throughout their life, who has a history of violently attacking police officers, and imagine that they get arrested for attacking police officers. They get thrown in jail, and then, stay with me for 1 second, you pardon them, and you tell them that
Yeah, but he was already out. So if there was something going to go down, it would have gone down.
their actions were patriotic. They were amazing. They helped save the nation. Do you think that they'll, one, reflect on their actions and chill the hell out, or two, continue attacking police officers because they were just emboldened by the message that what they did was...
Well, I do see what he's saying. He's saying that because of the, excusing of it, they became emboldened. Okay.
Good. Well, we have this story right here. It's not even that funny. It's kind of just tragic. January 6th rioter, recently pardoned by Trump, was killed by Indiana sheriff's deputy while resisting arrest. And he did the exact...
They really need to go more into that. Hi, Angel Baby. I know it's you.
exact same thing he did on the Capitol at January 6th. He had a history of committing crimes. Keep in mind, Donald Trump, Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, they've been claiming that other countries are emptying their prisons. Meanwhile, Trump, on day one, emptied prisons across the country. And...
Well, that's true. But some of them were already out.
and let a bunch of proven criminals out. Let's break down this story and some other stories. Make sure you drop a like, subscribe for more breaking news content, and watch this clip of Trump. It's only about 20 seconds, proving that he doesn't even know anything about the people that he pardoned.
You would agree that it's never acceptable to assault a police officer, right? So then if I can, among those who pardoned DJ Rodriguez, he drove a stun gun into the neck of a DC police officer who was abducted by the mob that day. He later confessed on video to the FBI and pleaded guilty for his crimes. Why does he deserve a pardon?
Well, I don't know. Is
He doesn't know.
it a pardon because we're looking at commutes and we're looking at pardons? Okay, well, we'll take a look at everything, but I can say this. Murderers today.
This $39 TV antenna is taking...
That's a whataboutism. And a lot of them use that. They really do. They go right to something
the world
else.
by storm. And here are 5 reasons why this TV antenna
Are not even charged.
You would
But this dude did not
Murderers are not even charged. I mean,
even know who he had pardoned. And then he pivoted to saying murderers aren't charged. Like that's some sort of defense. Number one, that's not true. But also it's not a defense. Before we jump into what happened literally this morning, you guys remember like 5 days ago when the same thing happened? Man pardoned for role in January 6th attack, rearrested on federal gun charges. It's
so I mean, what? I mean, to me, that's seeming like some kind of proof that we got some homegrown criminals that were poured out onto the street.
almost like these people aren't actually patriotic heroes unless patriotism equals getting arrested for attacking police officers and getting arrested for gun charges over and over, which I guess it could. But I never want to hear Republicans claim they back the blue ever again. I never want to hear Republicans say they're the party of...
I think it's terrible. Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah. Yeah, something's going down in Indiana, huh? It's a shame though, knowing all that went on, that the cops gave him his vote. That's crazy.
Of law and order. I won't even talk about Trump himself being a felon, but what about all of the people he pardoned? Like, have you guys seen this awkward video that's going incredibly viral saying a dad finally returns home after being pardoned by Trump? It's got like 20 million views because it's supposed to be this almost. Let me play this clip. The kid literally does not give a shit at the end. And really quickly, if you're like me and you've been locked into politics nonstop, especially after the stressful year that was 2024, then you need to chill out a bit in this new year. And it's been intense. So in this new year, I've been leaning on Via's premium hemp products to help.
Premium hemp products.
You're looking for THC-free options in a
Wow.
variety of strengths, a variety of indoors for that natural aroma. It's a perfect way to chill. And here's the best part. They ship legally 25 with a little less stress. Use code Blue Heart and check out Via Premium Hemp Products. Thank you to Via for making this video possible. And thank you guys. Back to the video. It's honestly incredibly awkward. But let's go to the main story. January 6th rioter recently pardoned by Trump, shot and killed by Indiana sheriff's deputy while resisting arrest. Surprise, surprise, resisting arrest. An Indiana man recently pardoned by Trump for storming the Capitol.
Right, but they really need to explain more about why he was being arrested. Like, that's what I think.
Is dead after being shot by a sheriff's deputy while allegedly resisting arrest. Matthew Hustle, 42, of Hobart, was shot and killed during a traffic stop near the Jasper-Pulaski County lines on Sunday afternoon. A deputy with the Jasper County Sheriff's Department pulled him over at approximately 4:15 p.m. The traffic stop led to the deputy attempting to
I want to know why you pulled him over.
arrest Huddle, but Huddle allegedly resisted and struggled with the officer. This altercation led to the deputy firing his gun and killing Huddle. Putting aside the irony of what happened here and that Trump pardoned this guy, it is a really tragic event. It's tragic.
Well, yeah, because they need to show the body cam footage, and it better have been on with audio. I mean, really, for real. I think before the story even came out, that to have body cam footage needed to be seen and the whole story be available, because yeah,
That somebody died, somebody likely with kids died after resisting arrest when this guy could have been getting help or some sort of rehabilitation. And he's obviously easily prone to radicalization. I mean, look at these photos.
right. But I did see, even though he wasn't well, yeah, I feel the same way, Nat. I do, I feel the same way. But he really wasn't yes, he did go into the Capitol. Yes, he was, like filming himself, but he wasn't really doing anything. Yeah, it is bad. Like, he's not supposed to be in there. Right. That's why I think he only got like 6 months, and then I think a year's probation or something. And he was already out. His uncle, though, he was physically attacking the cops. Whereas this guy, whatever, wasn't. But there is laws against, doing what they did. Even if you weren't, like taking a crap on a desk or whatever, just being there. A lot of it was closed anyway because of the COVID. Like, it wasn't closed to the people who work there, but to the public. But yeah. So, I mean, as for like resisting arrest, I mean, if he got pulled over for a traffic stop, they can't go from, he got pulled over for a traffic stop to resisting arrest and gets shot and releasing the story out there, leaving such a gray area that's, now prone to be filled with whatever somebody wants to insert there. Because this is such a sensitive subject, they really truly should have handled this with kid gloves and been very transparent.
Photos of him on January 6th. He'd been to multiple Trump events, but federal sources confirm that Huddle was recently pardoned by Trump. Huddle and his uncle, Dale Huddle of Crown Point, were arrested for taking part in the J6 Capitol riots. Matthew Huddle ended up being tracked down and arrested in Boise, Idaho. The FBI said Huddle was inside the Capitol for roughly 10 minutes, but remained on the Capitol grounds for several hours. Quote, "I have no regrets. I will not say sorry," Dale Huddle said about him and his nephew, Matthew, taking part in the riot. These were the comments after that happened. Both Huddles were
Right, but there was a big difference between what the guy Dale was doing to what that guy was doing.
sentenced for storming the Capitol, but were spared from the full consequences after Trump issued a pardon to all of the rioters. U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham, a key ally of Trump, spoke out against the pardons and said, quote, "I have always said that I think when you pardon people who attack police officers, you're sending the wrong signal."
He didn't attack a police officer. His uncle did. But seriously, they need to show the body cam footage of whatever occurred during this traffic stop. And if they don't, then something's fucked up there. Because this could have been personal. I mean, that guy could have been dating the other guy's ex or somebody he wanted to date, or he might have seen something he wasn't supposed to see. There's probably more to that story. If it's right over when he crossed the state line, that guy could have been waiting for him.
To the public at large. And as much as we disagree with Lindsey Graham, he's absolutely right here. When you pardon somebody who attacked police officers, you can't be surprised when they do it again, and it leads to stuff like this. Matthew Huddle isn't the first Capitol rioter to quickly face trouble after his pardon.
I don't agree with this till I see the body cam footage, because the guy wasn't violent, and he was breaking the law by being in there, but he was not violent. He in the Capitol building.
Last week, a Florida man who took part in the January 6th riot was arrested on federal gun charges one day after being pardoned. We already covered that. You know, I've heard a lot of experts say that a second Trump era could lead to a
Now that guy, that other guy there, he was an asshole.
renaissance for right-wing militias as they feel more and more emboldened. And this is honestly just step one. I read an article a while back about some dude who went undercover into a right-wing militia, and he said they were filled with doctors. They were filled with lawyers. They were filled with sheriffs. I mean, there are a bunch of people who were participating.
Some of them are cops too.
In these militias, and they hold a lot of structural power. So when Trump pardons people, as long as they do his dirty work, as long as they do stuff for him, it could get scary, especially with the Schedule F executive order.
Well, look, now he wants Israel to do his dirty work so he can redevelop Gaza Strip.
That he just put into place, saying that he doesn't have to hire or fire people based on skill, like I said earlier, but only based on loyalty. Now, if they commit any crimes for him, they can be pardoned in a similar way that the January 6th insurrectionists were. Because that's the message it sends. That's the message it sends to people in right-wing militias. If you commit a crime for Trump, you can be pardoned. And I'll leave it at that. Make sure you drop a like. Subscribe if you...
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's more to that story. I feel.
This bulletproof vest is the same type used by...
Wow.
No paperwork needed, just buy and use. Made with 2.5
Really?
centimeters.
Has there? And that's in Illinois now?
The proposal was introduced
it's very sad. There's a lot of, because it seems to be like somebody who's trying to instill fear in people. He's like that. His presidential portrait is terrifying.
Can't use for myself, but I'm not 100% sure because that I assume I can't use for myself, but I'm not 100% sure because I don't know. I think I'm not.
Hold on. I gotta start this.
I've raised a lot of money for the next race that I assume I can't use for myself, but I'm not 100% sure because I don't know. I think I'm not allowed to run again. I'm not sure. Am I allowed?
This guy's off the chain, man. This was on C-SPAN like a couple of hours ago. This guy is off the chain.
To run again, Mike? I better not get you involved in that argument.
All right, so all of the Trump supporters who claim that he's just joking when he talks about running for a third term, can you explain to me why a MAGA representative recently introduced
This is fucked.
a bill to rewrite the Constitution, giving Donald Trump a third term? On top of that, you know what the better article is? Donald Trump's third term proposal by the same representative has a clause to stop Barack Obama from running. It's not a
Isn't that ridiculous? And do you know that there's people who will support that? And they'll reason in their head that it's normal. And they'll argue the shit out of it.
joke. They've thought this all the way through. And every time they claim that Trump is joking about something, whether it's Greenland and Denmark or the Panama Canal, he ends up doubling down and showing us that he's
I mean, like how he lied and said he had nothing to do with Project 2025. Okay, buddy.
not joking. Remember, he had a fiery phone call with the PM of Denmark the other day because he said, I actually want Greenland. I'm not joking. You better give it to me. He's tariffed other countries. He is not joking when he says this. And that's really
He's making all the other countries hate us. I mean, seriously.
read this article, then break down a few more clips of Donald Trump talking about J6, Donald Trump talking about prices. We have a lot to break down. Make sure you drop a like. Double check to make sure you're subscribed to the Adam Mockler channel.
Guy's off the chain.
Want to get to 1 million subscribers. This reads, a House Republican has introduced a joint resolution in Congress designed to allow President Trump to, quote, serve a third term, while including a caveat that would prevent Barack Obama from running again for the White House. The proposal
Can you fucking believe that? Yeah, 187 minutes. Yeah.
was introduced on Thursday by Representative Andy Ogles, and why it matters is because Trump has joked about running for a third term repeatedly, but mainly during an address to White House Republicans shortly after his November election win. He's not joking. He went to DC and he spoke to White House Republicans and said, quote, I suspect I won't be running again unless you do something. And then in that clip I just played, he tries to pull Speaker of the House Mike Johnson into the debate. What to know? Ogle's resolution would alter the Constitution's 22nd Amendment to say no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than 3 times, nor be
Obama was better than this guy.
elected to any additional term after being elected to 2 consecutive terms. So right there you can see the slippery wording that would say because Obama has been elected to 2 consecutive terms, he can't run again, even though the Constitution is very clear that in total you can't have more than 2 terms. All right, let's jump on to this next clip where
Guy's not even qualified, though.
Donald Trump talks about emptying prisons out into our country. You guys see where I'm going with this, right?
I think, frankly, half of them are totally crazy, but they do stick together. They stick together on stuff that nobody can. I mean, how can you want prisons emptied out into our country? They stick together.
Nope.
Who wants prisons emptying out into the country? Who said that?
Nobody wants that except for you, man. Brian Tyler Cohen even quote tweeted this and said, Trump pardons roughly 1,500 defendants charged in the January 6th criminal attack, literally emptying out the prisons. And if you saw my video from earlier today, one of these January 6th criminals.
I don't understand, like, who is saying they want that?
Got shot and killed in my home state of Indiana. Go check out my last video if you don't believe me. This guy got into a fight with a police officer. Exactly what he did on January 6th. It is beyond parody. And what Trump is doing here, I think that
isn't exactly what he did on January 6th. The guy didn't get in a fight with a police officer.
action and deflection, that honestly, those are too nice of terms. What he's doing is he's flooding the zone with bullshit and trying to confuse and overwhelm the public at large and mainly his enemies. So he's claiming here the
He
Democrats
kind of pretty much is, right? Only because he hates to lose. He can't stand losing.
stick together too much. We're almost like a cult because we want to empty the criminals into the streets or empty the prisons into the streets. Sorry, when they are the ones that stick together, stick behind each other no matter what. I mean, this dude tried to coup the Capitol after losing, and they thought, hey, let's run the same guy again after his historic loss, 7 million votes. So they stick together. Honestly, if anything, I wish the Democrats would stick together a little bit more. Before I play this next clip of Trump, watch this clip of Caitlin Collins grilling JD Vance that's just going viral. It's from a few
I do wish the Democrats would too.
months back.
But you can't police people for being anti-Israel or pro-Israel. You can't police people for violating the law. We have seen some of that with some of these protests.
Okay, so you agree that people who break in and vandalize a building should be prosecuted?
Exactly.
If you're here in Massachusetts or Connecticut and you have an
Yeah, probably.
old crack stained garage floor like this one, we can transform your garage.
Okay, I'm just checking because you did help raise money for people who did so on January 6th, which was, you know, impeding an official proceeding, breaking into a building that they weren't allowed to be in.
I'll finish the clip. But number one, got him. Number two, these people are never held accountable. People like JD Vance and Donald Trump. So we need to make sure we're holding them accountable over the next 4 years using the platforms we have at our disposal.
And vandalizing the Capitol.
Well, Caitlin, I know that this is the obsession of the national media to talk about what happened 2 years ago, 3 years ago on January.
The obsession? It just happened. He just pardoned them.
January 6th.
It's not an obsession, just seeing if it's a double standard.
No, let me answer the question, Caitlin. I mean, look, here's been my basic argument about January the 6th. If you beat up a cop, of course you deserve to go to prison. If you violated the law, you should suffer the consequences. But there are people who protested on January the 6th who have had the complete.
All right. I'm going to shut it down right there because he's already.
There's laws against trying to impede government process.
He's already just beginning to veer into lies that people who stormed the Capitol have been treated unfairly. They haven't. But also, this dude just said, if you beat up a police officer, you should remain in jail. Well, look what he's supporting now. He's supporting Donald Trump as they literally.
Yeah, he just switched right over. But he wants to blame it on that, you know, we're all focused on it. It's crazy.
The prisons out into our streets. This is a really important clip because this really shows Trump's mindset. So today, if you haven't heard, the stock market has been down pretty badly, mainly because of the tech sector. The tech sector.
Like we all can fucking worry about stocks. We're fucking worried about paying our rent that none of these fuckers seem concerned with. Like,
is being killed. Mainly Nvidia is being killed in the stock market, down 17% the last time I checked, which is dragging the rest of the indices down with it. But the reason it's down is because of a new Chinese tech project named DeepSeek. DeepSeek it's supposed to be so incredibly transformative that it's killing the US stock market 1 week into Trump's second term, which now we can say the line, you know, my 401k is down, egg prices are up, everything.
what the fuck? Why don't they just do away with all this shit, man? Yeah. It's not secure enough. None of it.
Is going poorly under Trump's second term, and you wouldn't be wrong. But when Trump was asked about this, or when he starts to talk about this at a conference, he tries to spin it into a positive. All this dude knows how to do is spin, 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 and try to act like he's winning when he's losing. So just think about this. Zoom out. A foreign adversary is now winning in AI. A foreign adversary who wants to see nothing more than destruction of the United States is pulling ahead in AI. And Trump begins.
That doesn't even make sense.
To praise them and essentially say, oh, that's good for them. I'm happy to see this happening. Now we don't have to invest money, even though a few days back, him and Sam Altman announced a $500 billion AI investment, very likely because they knew what was coming. They knew this was coming with China. Let me just play this clip.
Yeah. Investment to Elon. That's such a conflict of interest.
Notice that Trump is spinning something.
Well, not to mention though, Angel Baby, that bird flu thing was started, remember? And then he said, no more releasing any kind of notices about, you're going to get sick on the eggs or, this guy is off the chain.
Terrible into a positive.
Today and over the last couple of days, I've been reading about China and some of the companies in China, one in particular, coming up with a faster method of AI and much less expensive.
We don't want AI. We want cheaper rents.
Method, and that's good because you don't have to spend this much money. I view that as a positive, as an asset. So,
motherfucker, we want cheaper rent.
This is like saying, sorry to pause it. This is like saying, I just saw that Russia came up with a great new military tank. This military tank is nothing like anybody's ever seen. And that's fine because now we don't have to invent it. No,
what a fucking thing to say, though. This guy's off the chain.
You're missing the point, brother. You're missing the point, Trump. The reason why it's so bad is because our enemy just got a new weapon. AI can be used as a weapon in their hands. And you're saying it's a good thing?
I really think if it's fact and if it's true, and nobody really knows if it is, but I view that as a positive because you'll be doing that too. So you won't be spending as much and you'll get the same result.
Dude, most people care about rent and the price of food. What's wrong with this disconnected fuck?
Result, hopefully. The release of DeepSeek AI from a Chinese company should be a wake-up call for our industries that we need to be laser focused on competing to win because we have the greatest.
Wow. China is making us money? Is that what you guys really care about, though? Don't you care more about, like, here on the home front?
Scientists in the world.
Yeah, and having the greatest scientists in the world is reliant on the Department of Education being funded, not absolutely eliminated. Even Ben Meiselas on Twitter just posted, like a miracle, it's all going away because Trump said, I view that as a positive. If it is true, I view that as a positive when talking about DeepSeek. Again, this guy is trying to turn an absolute negative into a positive. Jessica Tarlov went on Fox News and talked about this after and was saying essentially, we are pushing other countries, our allies, into the arms of
Yeah, we're just fucking dying here.
our enemy when we threaten them repeatedly, when we place tariffs on them. And this actually fits right into that. We are allowing China to take the lead because Trump is too lazy and complacent and honestly dumb to realize what's happening.
Also concerned about the signal that this sends to the world vis-a-vis our allies. So no one would dispute that Colombia has been a great ally to America. And when South American countries look around, and we should keep in mind, of course, that China is their #2 biggest trading partner. So are we pushing these countries into the arms of our enemies? If they look at how we're treating Panama, Colombia, Mexico.
No countries like us anymore. My opinion.
Number one, if every vote that was cast and if every person who is registered to vote and wanted to cast a ballot were counted, then Donald Trump would not be president right now. Number one, correct?
He would have.
This has been proven over and over, too.
Harris would have gotten 3,565,000 more votes. That's a pretty exacting.
And she would have won both the Electoral College by 386 votes, and she would have won the popular vote by well over 1 million. Okay, so number one. Yes. And number two, what brought this about was not Elon Musk tinkering with voting machines in Pennsylvania, although frankly, in my
Angel Baby.
mind, the jury's still out on that because Trump is bragging about it. Like I said, I think he's trolling us. But what brought this about is something that the Republicans have been doing since the 1960s, when William Rehnquist, helped organize and worked in Operation Eagle Eye.
I don't know what Operation Eagle Eye is. I'll have to look it up.
Where big burly lawyers like Rehnquist would stand outside Black, Hispanic, and Native American voting places and loudly and threateningly challenge the voting rights of the people standing in line. This goes back a long, long way. And you point out it goes back to Jim Crow. It goes back to the 1870s.
Were they doing that during the voting?
70s, really. And so if you could just recap some of the, in fact, let's just go through as much as we can, all of the specific techniques that Republicans are using in the various states to shut down voters, particularly voters of color.
Well, yeah, and then they had that, like, that's explosive scare.
Who tend to be more Democratic voters, or students, or older people who would be more likely to be Democratic voters because of Social Security. Go ahead.
Yes, well, the big one is, according to, again, this is U.S. government figures. This ain't Greg Palast figures.
U.S. government figures? Then why is he still president?
776 million people were purged from the voter rolls. Overwhelmingly, the Democratic demographic, that is voters of color, young people, poor people. A third of a million voters were challenged. This is brand new. This new vigilante challenge business, bringing back the 1946 Klan challenge plan, where I can say,
they know all this, and it was done. And
Greg Palast State, don't let Tom Hartman vote. You lose your vote. 2.1 million mail-in ballots were tossed out. And again, the chance your ballot will be tossed out is 400% higher if you're black than if you're white. The chance your ballot will be rejected for a technical reason is 900% higher if you're black than if you're white. These, again, are government figures, not Greg Palast figures.
okay, I'm baffled right now. These are government figures. So the government did an investigation. This is what they found. And what the fuck?
Figures. I'm a statistician, but I have to use the data from the government. Provisional ballots, people are shunted to provisional ballots, 1.2 million of these things, 43%, almost half are rejected. The chance you will be shunted to provisional ballot is 300% higher if you are a voter of color than if you're white. Massive attacks on voters. The Republicans figured this out. They went after the mail-in ballot. And in fact, the one thing I should add—
that's what I was saying to people, to not fucking mail the ballot. Oh my God.
Story that's very important that you'll see in the film is in Texas. During COVID, they were going to mail out 2 million ballots to the voters of Houston, the number one that has the largest number of black voters in America. And the Republican Attorney General said if he hadn't stopped the mail-in balloting in Texas, Trump would have lost Texas. That's Texas. Okay, they know what they're doing. But you know, again. So we had very much a Jim Crow election with new techniques. Brennan Center identified 30 states which had passed new laws making it harder for voters of color and young people to vote or register or keep their names on the ballots. This is what's happening in America, and it's rarely covered. We had some coverage in—
That's fucked up.
The mainstream press, like NPR, found that calculated that 1 in 7 mail-in ballots were thrown in the garbage, were rejected. But they never say, and this is what I'm doing, they never say, well, what is the effect of these things after the election? Did these laws in 30 states, did the 4.7 million voters purged, did that change the outcome of the election? And the answer is overwhelmingly, unquestionably.
I'm in shock.
Immeasurably, yes. And that's why I did the measurement, so we would actually know. What is the number? And I'm shocked that there are no other data journalists. I'm what's known as a data journalist. I'm surprised that other data journalists have not come up with this number. I think that it's a very uncomfortable thing. In America, we've decided that if you question an election after it occurred, you're an election denier. You're attacking democracy. That's wrong. I'm trying to boost democracy, save democracy from the new Jim Crow laws and actions which are being ignored. We have to calculate what happened here. And that's why it's a pretty good number, 3,565,000 votes lost to Kamala Harris.
Well, not only that, you have SB 202, I think it was, in Georgia,
yes,
which pioneered this.
That's fucked up.
New practice of individual random citizens being able to challenge tens of thousands of voters in one fell swoop. I mean, I could, if that was legal here in Oregon, presumably I could get a list of all the registered Republicans in the state and challenge them. I mean, have any of these laws, to the best of your knowledge, Greg, been used against Republicans by Democrats?
No, and I talk.
That's good that you voted in person. See, that's fucked up, man. That is so crazy.
to every civil rights leader from Jesse Jackson to Latasha Brown of Black Voters Matter, where we're running campaigns to save voters who've been challenged, contacted them. They all to a one say, we will never challenge someone else's vote. We will never agree to purges. We will never do this game of challenging.
Okay, but will they fight that their vote got suppressed?
Signatures on a mail-in ballot, none of this stuff, because it happened to us and you would never want it to happen to you.
And I think we need the equivalent of the Satanic Temple. I mean, the Satanic Temple says right up front, we're not about Satan, but they're doing a brilliant job of I mean, they've got two Republican states now to back down on having religious ornaments in their, on their state capitals or in their.
Get the fuck out. The Satanic Temple? What the fuck?
In their legislatures. I think that we should create a group, Concerned Citizens of America or something. And I think that's used, but and in every, because this is going to metastasize. I mean, this happened in Georgia this year to over 300,000 people. I guarantee you by 2 years from now, the midterms, this is going to be happening in pretty much every red state.
Well, we now have 20 states where there were challenges. In fact, you mentioned Eagle AI from the 50s,
right?
60s.
So my point. Let me just finish my point, and then I get your response. So my point is, if we were to challenge millions of Republican voters in a bunch of states, they'll start squealing, and all of a sudden, this thing won't be viable anymore.
Well, you might be right, but I have to tell you, what we're doing.
I never heard of half the stuff.
Trying to go on a positive route. But by the way, remember Biden won by 11,000 some votes in Georgia in 2020, and you had 2 progressive Democrats win in 2022. That's because we got the purge lists, names and addresses, and we got phone numbers too. And with the Latino group, Southwest Voter Registration Education Project, they called 150,000 people. Black Voters Matter sent postcards and contacted others. We had billboards at Rosario Dawson and got most of those people back on the voter rolls, even though we couldn't get the courts to order it. And that's how Biden won and Senators Warnock and Ossoff won. Again, I'm not here to be partisan. I wasn't.
And then they did another purge, right?
But then, so this time we were overwhelmed. You know, the state of Georgia targeted, are you ready? 875,000 people. We're just overwhelmed. We couldn't respond to this.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't give us the list as they've always, we had to go to court. I had to win a federal case against the governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp. He had to pay my lawyers from the NAACP.
I'm in shock.
To get this data and these names.
Right.
But we're running campaigns also to reverse these laws. We've done it before.
Hey, folks, you won't believe this. This Glock 26, anyone can legally own without a license.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump commits to leaving hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes uncollected because they would have been collected from his billionaire buddies.
I'm just in shock.
We're no longer going to investigate billionaires for their taxes. Now, he didn't say exactly that. What he said was, on day one, I immediately halted the hiring of any new IRS agents. They hired or tried to hire 80,000 workers to go after you, and we're in the process of developing a plan to either terminate all of them or maybe we'll move them to the border. Then he goes on about, these are people with guns.
Holy fuck.
Well, these are all lies. It's a long debunked lie, in fact. The 80,000 new IRS agents is just complete BS. Where that came from was back in August of 2022, Brian Kilmeade, sitting in for Tucker Carlson, told the tale of Joe Biden's new army that will hunt down and kill middle-class taxpayers.
These motherfuckers lie all the time.
It's a death sentence. U.S. health insurance system is failing, say doctors. This is a remarkable piece of investigative reporting over at The Guardian by Michael Sainato, S-A-I-N-A-T-O.
I'm just picking random things here.
He writes, American doctors are accusing U.S. health insurance giants of causing deadly delays to vital medical procedures and care and putting profits ahead of their patients' health. He quotes the former chief medical officer for Express Scripts, which is one of the largest prescription benefit managers in the U.S. His name is Dr. Ed Weisbart. He writes, there's good evidence that these kinds of delays literally kill people. For some people, this isn't just an inconvenience and an annoyance and an aggravation. It's a death sentence. And the only reason the insurance companies do this is to maximize their profits. The fact that they might be killing you is not in the equation of what they care about. We spend more.
And you're right, though, Nat, because I find that a lot of the people that they're not peaceful seeming people that are supporting all that.
More on healthcare in the United States than any other country in the world, both absolute numbers and per capita. And we have the worst health outcomes in the entire developed world.
Yeah, and now he's just halted cancer research.
And this is something we should pay attention to, right? Dr. Cheryl Kunis is a board member at PNHP, the Physicians for National Health program, and a nephrologist in New York City. And she had some specific thoughts about that. She talks about one of her patients had a tumor, and before they decided on how to treat it, they needed to know if it had spread, and so they needed a PET scan. And this is what she says, and I quote, "The surgeon was very honest that he only wanted to operate if the tumor was localized, and without the PET scan, he really would not be able to make that decision. The surgeon and his office, as well as my office, spent hours on the phone. We were speaking to somebody who was sitting at United Healthcare in front of a computer screen who was really not knowledgeable on the underlying medical problem or the test that we were asking for the patient to have." And then the reporter notes, after an initial denial, the patient's appeal for the scan was ultimately approved 6 months later.
Wow, 6 months later.
And by that time, the patient had died.
Wow.
Kunis says, we assume that if he had been diagnosed earlier, he might have been able to do better. Do you think? This is a healthcare society. I shared the story with you last week.
They don't care about people.
The doctor who was in the middle of cancer surgery, breast cancer surgery, on a patient who was unconscious on the table, in the ER, the OR, the operating room, and they had her all cut open, and we're cutting into her breast to remove the tumor. And a nurse runs in and says, "Doctor, United Healthcare is on the phone. You got to talk to them." And so he leaves the operating theater, takes the call, and they're like, "Well, we're not sure we want to pay for this. And does she really need an overnight stay in the hospital after the surgery?" And the doctor's like, I'm in the middle of surgery. I had to scrub out for.
I can't believe he even went and talked to him.
Because I'm going to have to spend 20 minutes scrubbing back, before I can even go back. Are you crazy? And they're like, well, and the person at United Healthcare was like, well, I'm not the person who has the medical knowledge. I'm just.
What the fuck? Why would he even fucking talk to them?
Jermaine struggled for years with dental issues before finally finding Nuvia. Listen to what he wanted most after his smile makeover.
Even though Donald Trump has already started his second term as president, we're still learning about horrible and stupid things that happened during his first term as president of the United States. A new report from Politico has indicated that back when Trump was president from 2017 to the beginning of 2021, pretty much every phone call he had with the prime ministers of the UK at the time, Theresa May and Boris Johnson, would leave the staff of these prime ministers, quote, crying with laughter.
Wow.
The reason for that, of course, is because Donald Trump is painfully stupid and completely incapable of talking about anything real or anything that actually matters. Now, the question I have is, why are we just now learning about this? You would have thought that maybe a report like this could have come out, in the last 4 years when Donald Trump wasn't president of the United States, but we're only just now learning that basically the entire rest of the world, because it wasn't just the UK, we're laughing.
We're not just learning that. Come on.
At us for 4 straight years. Let me read you this. And basically, just to give you an idea, here's what happened. When the president of the United States would call over to the prime minister of the UK, they do so in a secured room, but the staffers, because the law's in Britain, they're there and they are present. They get to hear the entire conversation. Not a bad, way to do.
That's crazy.
This is probably illegal, but once again, I think it's my duty to share these calls between Mr. Trump and President Obama with you right now. Let's go.
Hello, there. What are the nuke codes? Well, it's a very complicated series of protocols. I'm going to make it 7. That's it.
See, while the other countries were laughing at us, we're sitting over here laughing at ourselves over fake phone calls.
7. That way I can remember it. Iran acts up, 7. Boom. Iraq, I need your name. Of course, shoot. How does it sound? Jackie Chan as the Secretary of Self-Defense. Donald, that's not even a real person.
Jackie Chan is the Secretary of Self-Defense.
It's already done. And I have to say, you're one of the good ones. That's incredibly condescending and racist to tell a black person they're one of the good ones. Black person? No, I meant Muslim. Hey, Melania, you want to sleep in my room tonight? Donald, this is Barack. Barack? Obama. I think you dialed the wrong number. Oh, sorry, Barack. You want to sleep in my room tonight? Goodbye. Hello? Barack, stay on the line. What are you doing? I'm calling Kim Jong-un. I'm conferencing you in. No, that's a bad idea. Come on. I'm going to do a funny Asian voice.
See, we just laugh. And it's just...
Do this sooner. Over 10,000 women have already lifted and tightened saggy skin, redefining.
I was invited in mid-November to participate in a debate at the Oxford Union. It's one of the oldest free speech institutions in the world. It was an honor and an incredible experience. Now, when you watch the video, I'm wearing a tuxedo, not because I thought it was the right thing to wear, but because the rule.
21st century? The answer to that question is yes.
And so I look to Steve Schmidt to continue the case for the proposition.
Air Commander-in-Chief. And by the way, when we make the argument about the primacy of a free media in the United States and the inherent protections, let it be known that Jeff Bezos, the billionaire owner of the Washington Post, intervened in his paper's editorial process to say that you will not write an endorsement against Donald Trump. And we
See, that is not right.
learned today that one of the 5th biggest national newspaper in the country, the Los Angeles Times editor and owner, are fighting with each other. The owner declared after an opposition attacking Elon Musk that from now on, every headline that is critical of Donald Trump must be presented to the owner of the newspaper. Now, tonight.
Wow, that's just not right.
The largest cable news station in America, earned by that cancer of democracy, Rupert Murdoch, is honoring Donald Trump as all news organizations do with their Patriot Award.
Aren't the Murdochs like involved in like murders and stuff like that? Isn't that done? I could be wrong.
And this morning, on the #1 public affairs show, Mika Brzezinski, wife of Joe Scarborough, apologized to Fox News because they had a guest on the air who made the point that the drunk who Donald Trump has nominated to sit atop the National Command Authority at the head of a chain of command with 4,519 nuclear weapons is unfit.
I tend to agree with that.
A failing democracy? Please. Now, do not vote for this proposition because of the shoddy and sloppy and enthusiastic anti-Americanism of some of the speakers, or many of them. The failing of American democracy is a tragedy, and it will be felt deeply, deeply in the world. But let's talk about this failure, because it's not about any of the things.
I'm sorry if people aren't interested in this stuff, but I am, so it's late at night and I figure I could share something
that we've talked about. It's not about whether people have been discriminated against or about the unquestionable progress. It is about this moment. Now, at the beginning, Dr. Franklin emerged from Independence Hall, and Elizabeth Willing Browning, a Philadelphia Society hostess, said,
I want to see when this was. One day ago. So it's a few weeks after the election.
Dr. Franklin, what have you given us? It's a republic if you can keep it. And she said, and why not keep it, Dr. Franklin? And he said, because the people, upon eating the meal, are inclined to eat more of it than does them good. My friends, the Electoral College was not designed to aid the slave states. It was designed to complicate the choosing of a leader so that there would not be a demagogue in America. There would not be a Cleon in America. No, democracy is not mentioned in the Constitution, and no, democracy as a word is barely mentioned in the Federalist Papers, but the word demagogue is mentioned throughout. And the man they feared was the Roman demagogue Cleon, whose American name is Trump.
Really? Huh.
And he has come to power telling 35,000 lies. Documented. Democracy cannot survive, cannot breathe without truth, because without it, there is no accountability. Please.
Was Trump not elected in the past and then lost an election? And in fact, on January 20th, a different president was sworn in. It seems as though the demagogue was unable to overcome the institutions that were there to prevent his recession.
The question, is the country failing? Is the democracy failing?
Yes, I think so.
The American people elected with 49% of the vote the man who tried to overthrow the government. And so let's go back to the beginning. George Washington
Well, he goes way back to the beginning.
man, petulant, arrogant in his youth, but seasoned by the time he leads the Continental Army to victory. And in the Capitol, desecrated by Trump's mob, where they urinated on the walls and...
Oh my God. Holy crap. Unreal.
Shat on the floors. There is a painting.
They were shitting on the floor. Oh my God.
And that painting was described in the moment as the most noble act in history. And it shows George Washington In an act of humility and submission before the Congress, Washington is bowing. There is one chair bigger than all the rest, a throne not sat on, his military cape draped over it. George Washington will not be a Caesar. George Washington will not be a king. And His Britannic Majesty George III asks, what of Washington? Will he be a king? Will his empire be even greater than mine, upon which the sun never sets?
Imagine slashing your energy bills or even eliminating them altogether by crafting a simple device in the comfort of your own home.
Washington will go home. Washington will retire. Washington will walk away from power. American democracy, my friends, is sustained by the spirit of restraint.
I would have to agree.
And faith. And the American people don't believe in it anymore. 56% of America's young people believe that democracy is a poor form of government, not knowing any other alternatives. We talk about a Congress of 435 seats. 92% of them are already reelected because in America, the Congress picks its voters, not the other way around, with redistricting and gerrymandering. There's a word, by the way, for the system of governance where the richest man in the world can spend 153 million of his own dollars to elect the most powerful man in the world, see his net worth rise by 5 million in a day.
That's true. Elon's wealth went up. Like, oh my God, an incredible amount since Trump was elected.
It's called oligarchy. But there's another reason. And it's the only reason that matters. For my entire lifetime, we would say, in America, no one is above the law. It is objectively not true, ruled by the Supreme Court, who has made Donald Trump king.
That's really sad.
The Caesar, unrestrained. And who validated it? His opponent, Joe Biden. Because Joe Biden affirmed Trump's proposition. Said there's one set of rules for everyone here and a different set of rules for everyone here. And if my son is a crack addict, and if my son does the thing that would have locked up the black kid on a mandatory minimum and enhanced his sentence with guns, no problem, I'll sign my signature, get out of jail card. Democracy.
That's fucked up. And that's what they've been doing. Like, all of them. Like, Democrat, Republican, just fucking excusing themselves from their what they originally came to, you know, as politicians, as people who are supposed to love the country, but they're just like,
I think not. So it is offensive to delude what is real, what is happening. The desecration, the destruction, the unraveling of the last best hope for mankind. When America was
right, Angel Baby, yeah. I mean, it's just gross. They're using, like, their power for their own.
was born in the instant the Marquis de Lafayette said, humanity has its victory. Liberty has its country. When Martin Luther King marched to the Lincoln Memorial, the man who said, government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this earth in civil war. He did it under the American flag to collect a promissory note. He said, we just want you to live up to the things you say you believe in, America. And he had a prophecy, a vision, the most optimistic speech in American history on the eve of.
Yeah, and then all that stuff happened on Martin Luther King Day.
His death. Foreseeing it. Dr. King said, longevity has a purpose. I want to have a long life at 39 years old. I want to grow old. But he said, none of that matters now. He's up into the mountaintop. And he sees the just society. But he doesn't tell us when we get there.
Never. We're regressing.
So the question tonight is not America a bad country or a hypocritical country. I ask you to reject the nonsense of America's never been a democracy or it's the source of all the evil in the world. Silly. Beneath the.
No, I didn't see. Where was that at? Like on the inauguration or something?
Union. Question you have. Is the greatest democracy in the world failing in the third decade of the 21st century? The answer to that question is yes, because Donald Trump is a demigod, and he has arrived, and he has dominated the American culture for 10 long years.
That's true.
And at this hour tonight, let's be clear. Nobody in their right mind can say, from this vantage point, our country's best days lie ahead of us, which could have been said in that moment, even when we were an apartheid state. When Dr. King climbed those steps in the shadow of Abraham Lincoln and said, I have a dream. Even then, when there was less freedom, our democracy was succeeding. But in this moment of relative peace and prosperity and richness and strength, it is indisputably fair.
I agree. So much stuff is being like pushed through and oh, now they want to make it a 3-term and
There's no
stuff is off the chain.
It is January 27th, 2025. This is a monumental day in world history. This is the morning. At slightly past the midnight hour, 80 years ago, Soviet scouts penetrated the first subcamp. By 3 p.m., they stood in the middle of Auschwitz, dumbfounded. This past weekend, Elon Musk appeared before Germany.
This is true.
Far-right party. And he was there to offer not just encouragement, but absolution.
I think there's frankly too much of a focus on past guilt, and we need to move beyond that. Children should not be guilty of the sins of their parents, or even let alone their parents, their great-grandparents, maybe even.
I don't think that people think that they're guilty of what their grandparents did and stuff, but I think it's about learning about history so that it doesn't repeat itself.
And we should be optimistic and excited about a future for Germany. That's really my message, is be optimistic, excited, and
I don't think they weren't optimistic and excited about a future for Germany until this extreme right group came back around and got in power, and it hasn't been in power since the days of Hitler. And now they got this guy promoting them and donating.
And preserve German culture and protect the German people.
Elon Musk has declared that it is time for Germany to put the guilt down, to move forward into the brave new world. But Elon Musk has called for forgetting, my friend.
on like on the cusp of the 80th anniversary.
Elon Musk did not call for forgiveness. He called for the absolution of the crimes by amnesia. And this is another hearkening of evil. And make no doubt about it, it is precisely what it is. Donald Trump, on his first weekend, sparked diplomatic crises with Mexico, with Colombia, with Brazil, with Egypt, with Jordan, with Saudi Arabia. He talked about depopulating completely millions of Palestinians, sending them off into permanent exile in Egypt and in Jordan. Meanwhile, he launched the Trump taxi service aboard U.S. Air Force jets, the most expensive commuter flights in world history. Here, defenseless people, unarmed, harmless, unless there is something that we have not been told, chained and herded onto airplanes by.
Wow, that sounds very much like when they were herding the Jews onto. I'm just like, wow.
Men and women wearing an American flag on their shoulder, without food, without water, in chains, on the order of Trump, on planes commanded by Peter Hegseth. Off the immigrants went. Jared Kushner, when it comes to Gaza, has made clear it's a jewel in his mind's eye. The Trump organization, well, all that waterfront property. It's just like the plot from Superman the movie, except there's no Gene Hackman starring as Lex Luthor. Let us step back a bit. There was a shameful moment in this country.
This is facts, because I go to different, sources, and I look up the same stuff, and this is facts.
Let's be clear about something. The founders of the United States of America created balance in our system of government with a United States Senate, which stands at 100 members, elected directly since the early days of the 20th century. It was called the greatest deliberative body in the world. It
Not anymore.
wasn't just respected all over planet Earth. Every country on Earth sought to emulate it. And then it was wrecked by a nihilist and a vandal who, on that day when he crosses the river, should he make it to heaven's judgment, he might meet George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and Patrick Henry and James Madison and Alexander Hamilton. And my God, will they disdain Mitch McConnell. He is the man who pissed on the genius of what they designed. And what
And they all look like fucking miserable people.
they gave us. Mitch McConnell is the man who wrecked the United States Senate. And in some large measure, he also wrecked the American media by exposing their corruption. How many stories have there been written by how many corrupt political reporters hailing the genius of Mitch McConnell while in fact, they should have been reporting on his consistent, nonstop vandalizing of the institution that he claims to love, but he beat like an abuser does his spouse, stripping her of dignity and agency with a closed, cruel fist of abuse. Mitch McConnell, in the end, voted against the most unfit man ever nominated for a position of responsibility regarding America's national security, a moral position with which comes the trust of the American people for their sons and their daughters that we might send into harm's way. And when Mitch McConnell made that vote, who followed Mitch, the great leader of the Senate, the great Republican icon, the genius so long celebrated? Who followed Mitch McConnell? No fucking buddy. No one. Pathetic. Doesn't begin to describe it. And so
now there's a convicted sex offender leading our military.
So it is on this Monday morning, sitting atop a command structure that involves more than 5,000 nuclear weapons, is this buffoon festooned with white Christian nationalist tattoos, the Secretary of Defense. A
He
man
has white Christian nationalist tattoos. Are you kidding me right now?
and so degenerate that he would be disqualified from setting foot as an enlisted sailor on a ballistic missile submarine. And yet he sits atop a
He
trillion.
was disqualified for that. Oh my God. What the fuck?
Dollar organization, the most lethal in the world, the defense minister of Earth's most powerful nation, when he doesn't have the qualifications to run a lemonade stand. And the people who let this happen, they have the word senator in front of their name. Who is more despicable in this story? Is it this man, Mitch McConnell, or is it this one,
What a bunch of bastards.
Chuck Schumer? Has anyone ever seen a more supine politician, an appeaser of higher caliber, a quiescent man in an hour of crisis, a hollow figure in a momentous hour? What is it that will induce Chuck Schumer to stand up and speak?
What is it that will induce any of us to stand up and speak? Or our past president to stand up and speak? I mean, come on.
Will induce them to stand on the floor of the United States Senate and make an appeal to the American people? What would it take for Chuck Schumer to lay it out for his Republican colleagues that I'll shut this fucking place down and make your lives miserable and raise the cost so high you can't bear it should you dare demand a vote for this unfit imbecile to lead the
This guy's pretty straight out.
American military? None of it happened. Not a peep. And so we have Secretary Hegseth. And on Holocaust weekend, let the transports begin. Donald Trump from the golf course destabilized one of South America's great success stories.
Starts the transports and that.
Fragile young democracy. But who cares? Elon Musk tells us it's time to forget. My friends, let us remember instead, because it is by remembering that we have a possibility to save all of humanity. Let their memory be a blessing. This is The Warning. I'm Steve Schmidt. This is The Warning, and I invite you to subscribe.
Ditch your old gross shower head. Shower with Jolie instead. This isn't just any shower head. It is specifically designed to.
Hey there, folks. Hope you're doing well today. Today, we wanted to look at a video from TikTok. This is a content creator named Beck.1002. I guess she went on some TikTok live stream, and some other content creator really called her out for voting for Trump and called her out because she's a woman and she's of a darker complexion.
I don't know what this is. I'll say.
And I don't really think she gets it, but let's take a look.
This content creator could not get past that my skin was brown, I was a woman, and I voted for Trump. So I am having a hard time making this video. I just feel like people should know that not all content creators on this app are nice or kind.
What, you voted for Trump, didn't you?
I had an experience today with a content creator who has 4 million followers. I was judged for my house. This content creator was looking for somebody to just hop in their live. And so I got live this morning and we got talking about politics. And
I'd like to know why she voted for him, though. Like, what's her reasons?
It's not that I won't talk about them. I obviously will, but I'm super respectful because at the end of the day, I don't pay your bills, you know? I don't make the choices for your children.
Oh, Beck, your face is going to be delicious. Let's begin with how she thinks she's being judged for her house. No, you're not being judged for your house. You're being judged because you voted against your own interests. As a woman, you recently lost rights. And the person who took them away was Donald Trump by putting that Supreme Court in office. Not only that, but because you're a darker complexion, you're going to be caught up in these checkpoints. And you're going to just...
This sounds pretty factual as well.
Fill your passport. And then, yes, your vote does impact other people's children. Like, the ignorance is so thick.
We are all just doing our best. Really hope that this content creator never behaves like that again. Now I know the kind of person you are, and that's super, super unfortunate. It's a small world. And things go
She also thinks that her vote doesn't impact anybody else. So that's...
around whoever we voted for. We should stop talking about people's skin color. It doesn't matter. Okay, sorry. With all those followers, you really should be more mindful of who's watching your content, because you don't know who's on this app. You don't know whose kids are allowed on this app. You don't know how many kids follow you. You shouldn't teach them so much judgment.
Oh my God, who is this lady? Come on. Donald Trump displays judgment in the harshest, most confrontational ways, targeting individuals with ridicule, insults, public shaming. I mean, his approach tends to be self-serving, dismissive of nuance, and focused on undermining perceived opposition and asserting dominance. I mean, the behavior he displays amplifies division and cultivates an atmosphere of
facts.
Fear and hostility among those he criticizes. And now this lady is like, oh, people need to stop with that behavior.
Okay. There's no point, because I could use these rotos and it's still not going to make my eyes better. Just want to get it over with. But content creators, use your platform.
You have a good day too, Angel Baby. Thank you for hanging out.
For good, not bad. And don't be so racist and so judgmental.
I mean, that's what we're doing on this channel. We're teaching other people also to not embrace racist people. Like they're eating the cats and the dogs.
Like I was saying, content creators, be mindful of your audience. One of the first things that this content creator commented on was my house. It was like, look at your ceilings. It's your fucking ceilings. Just be mindful.
I don't know about the ceilings.
Mindful. I would never go on anybody. I don't care if you have millions of followers and be hateful ever. But this has been fun. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk for Trump. So if you want to unfollow me, you can. And just
I just really would like to know, like, what she liked to vote.
want you here if you're going to be nasty. When Daddy Biden was in office, I was not hateful to anybody. Be respectful. If you're a content creator,
well, you just
and
called
you know
him
who
Daddy
you are.
Biden. I mean, like, so you're kind of being a little disrespectful right there.
You know who you are. Do better. There are kids on this app. Be kind.
And this is the craziest part. I really don't think she's going to get it. She really thinks she's being judged for her ceilings. And this is where we start talking about this misinformed voter who's never really going to understand the impact of their misinformed vote.
Yep. Very true.
Nonetheless, that's one tasty face.
The birds are eating my face.
Very sad.
I've raised a lot of money for the next race. would stick together a little bit more. Before I play this next clip of Trump, watch.
About us, we're really great people, and that's what he.
We need him. He saved the country. You love him? Yeah, I think he's a good man. What do you think? Why? When did you decide he was such a good man? 2016. I liked his words, and I like he did everything he said he was going to do. He did it. So, what are some of those things that he said and then he did?
He can't answer. The guy can't answer.
One thing he said and then he did. He caught me off guard there.
You caught me off guard there. That's what he says. Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
Doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Went on Meet the Press with Kristen Walker and told her that he won the election because of grocery prices. I won on groceries. Then he went to Time Magazine and said, yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to bring down grocery prices. It's really hard to do. Did you know?
Once they're that's crazy.
Trump said that he was going to end Russia's war in Ukraine in one day. And he didn't even say he'd do it one day after he was sworn in. He said he
did say that.
Do it one day after he was elected back in November. Well, gee, that didn't happen. This whole January 6th pardon controversy, the vice president-elect, J.D. Vance, says nobody's getting a pardon if they were violent on January 6th. Trump asked the same question, says, yeah, maybe they will.
Jon Stewart described Trump's MO perfectly back in 2018.
Donald Trump is a salesman who changes his pitch depending on who he's in front of.
And that is a fact. When somebody goes into a certain career, they go into it because there's something about it that when they succeed at it, it validates them in their career choice. Somebody who's a salesman wants to make the sale. And when they're not a politician, they're not really validated by making changes, for the country. It's a total different validation that somebody who is not a career politician, there's a total different drive.
What he doesn't realize is it's all being recorded. And so his pitch to that audience is the us versus them. We're all the victims of this liberal media, of these soft journalists who come out here and lie about us. We're really great people. And that's what he pitches to them. And if you ask him about it and you say, do you think that's okay to body slam a reporter? No, of course not. That's, not do that.
But now all these news sources are bending a knee.
I was joking. It was a little joke I was making in front of friends. What would you do if you were out of governing ideas? If you didn't know how to govern a country of this magnitude and a country of this diversity, and you basically are running on government is broken, and then when you get in office, you have to be terrible to prove the original premise. Like, it must be great to be able to do that.
I think it's horrible. Guy had no plan in place, nothing.
Government doesn't work, and by me not funding it and breaking it, see what I told you? Keep me empowered.
What sort of shocks the conscience is the way that it is so explicit. I mean, Trump literally posted on Truth Social, any person or company investing $1 billion or more in the United States of America will receive fully expedited approvals and permits.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? That's illegal. You can't fucking do that. It says any person or company investing $1 billion or more in the United States of America will receive fully expedited approvals and permits, including, but in no way limited to, all environmental approvals. Get ready to rock. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is such a slap in the face to the American people. I can't even. Holy, that he should have. Oh my God. I cannot believe he's so blatant and they do nothing.
But in no way limited to all environmental approvals. Get ready to rock. Literally sacrificing the integrity of our land for corporate profit. I mean, I get
Unbelievable.
guess the Trump argument is that's going to all flow down to the worker. But we know better than that at this point, don't we?
Nobody should think, by the way, that this movement is striking a blow against global elites, which we've heard a lot about today.
Wearing
If you're interested in
on his
that,
head?
you should join
What the fuck is going on here?
our investigation into Donald Trump and Jared Kushner, who brought home $2 billion, not million, $2 billion from Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates for a company he created the day after the Trump administration ended. So don't talk to me about global elites. That's the Trump family business, trafficking in.
See? This is not a country to them. These people, oh my God, I can't, but you can't even like get a logical thought out of some of them because they don't want to admit that they were fucking wrong.
Global elites and their businesses. And he collected millions of dollars in unconstitutional foreign emoluments from Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Indonesia, Egypt, a whole bunch of countries that patronized his hotels and his golf courses. So I don't want to be lectured to by anybody about global elites because I was here for the 4 years of the Trump administration.
Donald Trump relies on his supporters having extremely short memories, but I remember.
Unbelievable.
And Pepperidge Farms remembers that Trump finished his first term with just a 34% approval rating, a record low before Joe Biden's. And the longer that Donald Trump is in office, the more people will see how harmful his policies are to their everyday lives. Some might even pick up that that's kind of by design. And here, Democrats have an opportunity to change course and provide real tangible solutions, and along the way show just how dysfunctional and dystopian Trump's billionaire advisor's vision of America actually is. As Republicans aim to strip vital life-saving protections away, like the ACA, it's not enough for Democrats to pretend that the ACA is perfect. The next 4 years will be traumatic, especially for people who are already marginalized going into this period. The more the left
I don't understand why people are just sitting idly by.
capitulates and co-signs the right's lies, the less credible the resistance, quote unquote, actually looks. When people change their stance to appease the right, they undermine the people who stand to lose the most, and those people are vital to the fight and to our collective future. Trump's term will be easier to survive if there is real, sustainable, and transformative light at the end of the tunnel, and along the way, we can't leave anyone behind.
Sad.
Welcome back to Reflect Politics. Tonight on an episode of Newsnight with Abby Phillips, the panel was discussing Elon Musk's recent Nazi salute, and a Republican, a conservative political strategist, was trying his best to defend Elon Musk by changing the subject, doing all sorts of what about this and what about that. And the only Jewish woman on the panel, Catherine Rampell, who is also a journalist,
Very sad.
Was not letting Scott Jennings, the Republican, get away with his delusional defense of the defenseless.
Look, the first time that Elon Musk decides to declare that globalist Jews are responsible for the great replacement of brown people into the United States, maybe it was a misunderstanding. You know, the second time he said that Jews are pushing hatred against white people, that's a quote, you know, that was a little iffy.
And he was saying those things.
By the second Sieg Heil, I think he kind of loses the benefit of the doubt to be not accused of playing footsie with these Nazis. I'm not saying he's a Nazi. I'm saying the Nazis think he's a Nazi, which they very clearly did at this event. And these words were not said in a vacuum. As you pointed out, the leaders of AfD have embraced, in many cases, the Nazi heritage. They have wanted to take down the Holocaust Memorial in Berlin, saying it is inappropriate to recognize this horrific chapter in German history. And I just think it's horrific. I don't understand why this guy keeps getting the benefit of the doubt, whether or not he believes this stuff
didn't even
personally.
mention the Nazi jokes he was making on
Oh,
Twitter.
Yeah.
Actually got.
He's been given so many chances
about it.
Yeah.
I was hearing a lot of sighing. Scott, what's the deal?
I mean, we've moved on from Trump derangement syndrome to Elon derangement syndrome.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to defend
there's
this saying
there's ample-
the Germans get to
Let him finish, Catherine.
I love this game we play where you talk for 2 minutes, I talk for 3 seconds, and you freak out. So
well, because, you know, dude, obviously you're deranged too.
So he has a long record of supporting the Jewish people, number one. Number two, anybody who's asserting
Where's the long record of him supporting Jewish people? Because I've seen quite the opposite, and I've researched.
this thing he did on the stage the other day was a Sig Heil, which I just heard you say, lawyer up maybe, because absolute ridiculous thing.
Lawyer up? Oh, so you got to make a threat, motherfucker, huh? Got to make a fucking threat, motherfucker. Wow.
Say under no
The
circumstances.
Nazis in Germany thought it was a Sig Heil.
Under no
The Nazis in Germany
under no
thought it was a Sig
circumstances
Heil.
was he doing anything other than expressing enthusiastically.
Why don't you do it on
his
TV right now?
His appreciation.
Why don't you do it on TV right now?
Yeah, go ahead, buddy. Do it.
You think it's so?
Number three.
So, for now.
Number three. I think it is fully appropriate. And I, of course, have been the strongest supporter of the Jewish people on this network for over a year, since October the 7th.
Is that true?
To remember the Holocaust and to remember the atrocities committed against the Jewish people. And I also think it's appropriate to remember the atrocities committed against them right now. And it seems to me.
Well, of course, yeah. That is appropriate.
Let me just finish my point.
No,
it seems to me.
I won't let you change the subject.
It seems to
Let's
me.
address what we're talking
I'm
about.
trying to finish my point.
As the Jew at this table,
I'm trying to finish my
I would
point.
say
The people who are most concerned about, and most all over Elon Musk today, have had nary a word for the Nazis on college campuses who've gone crazy for the last year and a half.
That is bull. That is bull.
Nazis on college campuses that are you fucking? Yeah, there is fucking Nazis on college campuses, but they've had a word for it. There's Nazis been fucking marching around in towns, and there's just not enough backlash for them.
Jew who has criticized the people on college campuses for saying anti-Semitic things. I will go on the record as saying that. I am also criticizing this man who, a day or two before Holocaust Remembrance Day, makes light of this moment, this horrific moment in German history. The reason why Germans remember this
He's
moment.
not. I don't believe he's making light of it. I
He's
disagree with that.
absolutely.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
I want you to address what we are talking about here, because you can talk all day about college campuses, but Elon Musk, 2 days before Holocaust Remembrance Day, went and spoke in front of a far-right party that, as part of their platform, wants to atone. They want to erase the idea that Germany is responsible for this.
A lot of them
terrible
deny the
act
Holocaust even
in
happened.
history.
Look,
They want to deny. Decided the thing I'm going to do today is speak before a bunch of far right people who, in their own country, have been sent to court for using banned Nazi symbols. Really?
Look, I think it is possible to do two things. One, support the Jewish people in the memory of the victims of the Holocaust, and number two, say something that is actually factually correct. Nobody
That is factually correct, you stupid fuck. What are you fucking talking about?
born today is responsible.
Do you know why we
for what happened
remember?
in the
Do you know
Holocaust.
why we remember
Just like
the
nobody being
Holocaust?
born today is
Do you know
responsible
why we
for
remember the
slavery.
Holocaust? Do you know why it's
We
important to
never
teach?
happens again.
It's so that we can
Agreed.
understand
And I
how
totally support
normal
that, and I
seeming
agree with
people. It's so we can understand how normal seeming people can be complicit in horrific acts. I think that is the purpose of understanding and remembering.
This motherfucker said nobody alive today were responsible. What the fuck?
And what horrific act is Elon Musk endorsing today, in your opinion?
I don't know, detention camps.
Come on.
Well, look.
Come on.
What do you mean, come on?
I mean, you are way off the rails.
It's kind of.
I'm off the rails.
Yes.
You're the one who defended Sig Heiling as a normal activity.
This salute trutherism is outrageous.
Salute trutherism. Whoa. What do these fuckers come up with words for everything?
So do it right
this is
now
the
on
biggest-
TV.
This is the biggest
So do
conspiracy.
it right now on
It's
TV.
crazy.
Do you think it's normal? If you think this is a normal way to greet people, do it right now on TV.
Scott,
Why won't you?
I want to redirect us here because I get it. It's easier for you to defend, for whatever reason, the Sieg Heil. Okay, fine.
Is that what you're calling it?
But
Are you saying it's
yes? We don't have a right to, buddy. Oh, we got to get our lawyers? So you're saying that you can say whatever you want, but if they say, Sig Heil, you better get your good attorney? What the fuck?
It's your
No, no,
position
I'm
that
just
he was
saying,
giving
no,
a
no, no,
Nazi salute?
I am saying this,
The
you just,
Nazis
you
thought
just
so.
called it a Sieg
Look
Heil.
at
There's
that
a machine.
face. What a motherfucking smug bastard.
That is the conversation that you want to have. But there's another part of the
She brought it up.
conversation, hold on, that is about Elon Musk has his pattern of behavior that includes giving support to individuals who in their own country are believed to be so far to the right that they are adjacent to the Nazis. That is what's going on.
Yeah. There you go. But they are also stuck on this. It wasn't a salute. Yeah, but there's much more behind him that he's been fucking doing.
In Germany. I mean, I wonder when you hear.
Sorry, that's what the Democrats argued about the Republicans in the last election.
Dude, what about ism again? Oh my God.
United States.
Scott,
They called them fascists and they called them Nazi rallies. That's what they did.
Scott.
That's what. See, you're doing it right now.
I'm
Go
just
ahead and say
saying
it out loud. Say that Republicans are Nazis.
Nobody said Republicans are Nazis. Nobody said that, buddy. You did.
Say it.
So Scott, so are you really putting?
Can I
are you
just
really
say
putting
this?
your,
You're defending
There's
this.
an adult way to handle this
all on the line for the AFD? Like really? Is that what
I'm
you're
not an expert on German politics.
Okay, so then maybe
but
we
I'm
should.
saying,
Then why the fuck are you even talking?
but you're like, oh, these people are Nazi.
maybe-
I heard that same thing at this table for
Maybe
6 months
before
last
you
year.
should defend, before you defend them, maybe I need to read this again. Okay. According to the ADL, there have been leaders of this political party that have been twice fined by a German court for using banned Nazi symbols. They have also called for Germany to stop atoning for Nazi crimes.
There are leaders of
okay?
the Democratic
There are
Party in the United
people.
States who can
What about ism?
go
Okay, leaders,
anti-Semitism today.
the co-founders of this party engaged in extremist speech to the extent that a judge ruled that that leader could be described as fascist. Okay, these are
Literally all the
people
things
who
I heard last year in
within
America.
Germany
All the things.
are viewed to
Oh
be
my God, this fucking guy.
extremists, and I'm
So are you
surprised to
saying,
hear you
like,
defend
you're
them.
saying
Let me
50% of Republicans deny the existence of the Holocaust? Because that's the case for AFD members.
I don't know anything about German politics. I'm
So
not
then
an
maybe
expert
you
on German
shouldn't be
politics.
defending.
I am telling you,
maybe you
I'm
shouldn't
here
defend
I'm
Elon
here
Musk
to
simply
stand up
for this
against
room.
the
Let me let the
defamatory
governor
statements
in,
against
and then
Elon Musk.
and then I
I
think
think
we
he
have
has
to.
I'm just standing up for Elon Musk. Wow.
I love how uncomfortable Jennings was there. You could see in multiple parts of the clip he's rocking back and forth because, yeah, he gets paid to do this, but I mean, you've got to be a slime ball to go onto TV in front of 1 million people.
Wow.
And try to defend a Nazi salute on the day of remembrance. On the day of remembrance,
It's like people who share out things trying to say, oh, yeah, but look at these screenshots of people. They were probably waving or something else, but we're going to try to, act. These are supposed to be smart people that act not smart.
we're talking about for the Holocaust. He also had a bunch of tricks up his sleeve that we see time and time again from Republicans. He threatened a lawsuit against Rampell, also was trying to bait Abby Phillips into, oh, so are you saying that was a Nazi salute? And you could just,
Wow.
you just see the wheels turning in his mind, like, oh, they'll sue you. They're gonna sue you into submission. That's just what Republicans do, and even more so now that Donald Trump, the king of lawsuits, is the leader of their party.
Of course, they've got all the money to do it.
Also trying to claim that he's the biggest supporter of the Jewish people on the network since October 7th, the Hamas attacks, saying this to a Jewish woman. I mean, just mind-numbingly stupid from Jennings here. He tried comparing Elon Musk and the anti-Semitic remarks he made and the salute to kids on college campuses. Right? Right? Like 18 to 24-year-old kids on college campuses who were reacting to essentially a war that was going on between Hamas and Israel, and Israel's reaction to that terrible day. But my only, qualm with that is none of those college students donated $250 million to essentially buy the 2024 presidential election.
Yep. That in itself, just a travesty.
Now, did they, Scott Jennings? So maybe we should hold these two separate groups to kind of a different standard here. But of course, Jennings wants to try to use these poor college kids who, made some obvious mistakes with how they were speaking about people at that time. He wants to compare them to Elon Musk, and that, oh, well, how can you not criticize them when the fact of the matter is, oh, they were highly, highly criticized by everyone. He also then brought up, well, Democrats accused Donald Trump and Republicans of being Nazis during the 2024 presidential campaign. Yeah, Mr. Jennings, my only response to that is, which presidential candidate was quoting Hitler during his campaign rallies? Did Kamala Harris ever talk about immigrants poisoning the blood of America, or was that Donald Trump? Was that? Oh, that's right. Yeah. He was using Nazi slogans during his campaign. Do you need a reminder? Because you seem to easily forget stuff that people do, or you try to bleach it out of your mind.
Yeah, I'll do.
Just like you're trying to bleach Elon Musk's obvious Nazi salute out of the public's mind here. And then, of course, you've got that beautiful moment where Rampell says, "Look, man, if you're going to defend this, why don't you go ahead and do it?" She said that to him twice, and that's when he started rocking back and forth because how uncomfortable he was. And then finally, he says, "Well, I don't really know much about German politics." I mean, come on, man. What are you even?
This is the latest non-invasive blood glucose monitor developed by the Charité University Hospital in Berlin.
So this is a U.S. military aircraft. It's a C-17. These are meant to fly not only U.S. troops around the world, but also tons of cargo. You can see, if you look inside, just how huge, cavernous they are. These carry around 85 tons and can still get off the ground. Wow. Right now, though, the Trump administration is using these same military planes for deportations. The Trump administration used this C-17 last week to deport 80 people from Texas to Guatemala.
Wasting so much money.
Unless each of those people weighs more than 1 ton, it is functionally inexplicable why they needed to be boarded onto a C-17 to make that flight. Maybe they're very dense. I don't know. Deportations, of course, take place under every presidential administration. Typically, the government hires a plane for the day to do deportations. They charter a traditional civilian-style aircraft, costs around $8,000 an hour. So take, for example, that flight last week from Texas to Guatemala, about a 12-hour round-trip flight. If you did it the old way, on a normal non-military plane, that would have cost taxpayers a little over $100,000. But that, of course, is not how the Trump administration is doing it, because look how tough it makes them look to use these big military planes instead. The plane in this picture, this C-17, it is lovely and it can do a lot of amazing things, but it is also wildly expensive compared with normal aircraft. Instead of costing roughly $100,000 for that flight, this flight under the Trump administration cost taxpayers more than $250,000.
This motherfucker. Breaking us.
Just that one flight. And it's not just the C-17. That's actually the cheaper plane they're using. The White House says they're also going to use a second kind of military plane to carry out deportations, one that's even more expensive. A 12-hour round-trip flight on one of these babies, on a C-130E, that costs taxpayers as much as $850,000.
This motherfucker's got to stop. He has got to fucking stop.
And this is not a one-off thing that they just did for like week one to show off how tough they are and look at our great photo op. The Trump administration says they plan to use military planes to deport immigrants every single day of the Trump administration.
Wow.
So 365 days a year times 4 years times roughly, let's say, $800,000.
And fucking real.
Some of Donald Trump's closest allies have slammed his decision to pardon the worst offenders from Jan 6, including those who assaulted police and incited violence. It comes as at least 2 of the pardoned have already reoffended.
They're the images that shocked the world.
Unbelievable. Shocked the world.
They broke the glass.
Nearly 1,600 people charged over the January 6th insurrection, 700 with violent crimes like using a weapon or assaulting police.
I can't believe they're crushing that cop like that between the door. Unfucking real.
They called me a traitor, telling me to remember my oath. I was beaten, crushed, kicked.
E-bangers, I'm sorry, I'm gonna bring you up again because you sat there saying, yeah, but they were all innocents. That's 1,600 people running in there. And it's illegal to do that. I mean, you sit through and I want you to go through every single one of those 1,500 people. Fucking idiot.
Kicked, punched, surrounded. Someone reached underneath my visor, tried to gouge out my eye. All of them.
But what are
free.
you gonna say, E-bags? Are you gonna say, what about you? What about you, SG? What about you?
All but 14 pardoned in an instant by the man they've been writing for.
They've served years in jail, and murderers don't even go to jail in this country.
The 14
Yes, they fucking do, you lying. What the fuck? You gonna back him up on that too, E-beggars? Fucking sick.
convicted of sedition, inciting violence against the government, instead had sentences of up to 22 years in jail commuted. All members of far-right groups, the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers.
The message that these pardons send to these groups, they have to be doubly wary about what they can do.
Come on, man. I don't know how people could. I sat there, I was talking to somebody, and I said to him, I go, did you even watch any of that? And they didn't. So while they were sitting there denying it, they didn't even watch. I can't even.
Do to our society.
Overnight, some of Trump's staunchest supporters slammed his decision to release the most violent offenders.
I do not like it when President Trump pardoned people who beat up cops.
Some are
They need to speak up more then.
already reoffending. One of the pardoned killed by Indiana police while resisting arrest in a traffic stop. Another detained again on gun charges. Others among the pardoned are speaking out, rejecting the president's move.
The message is, if I took a pardon, that what I did that day was okay. They were criminals. They broke the law. I broke the law. Pay the price.
While others rejoice.
It's a wonderful day. It's been a great day for our country and for the healing that's going to come next.
Jenny McCombs, who we just saw there, copped a fine and 2 months probation for her part in the riots, for which she.
Okay, so E-bagger, she wasn't in jail or nothing. She got a fine and 2 months probation. But now she's been told it was okay, I guess, huh?
Has been pardoned, and she's here to tell us more. Jenny, like a lot of people, we watched the Capitol riots from the other side of the world, and some of the pictures were quite confronting. Take us back to that day. What was it like actually being there?
So being there was one of the most beautiful patriotic things that I have ever been a part of.
Wow. Does she know there was nothing patriotic about people taking a crap in there and pissing on the walls? What a fucking nut.
And I don't regret a single part of it. I walked through the West Terrace door, which was opened by police officers, and they were motioning people inside, which is called entrapment. And I wound up being inside the Capitol for 19 minutes.
Yeah, I'd like to know more about that.
Always between the velvet ropes. And I was in the hallway above where Ashley Babbitt was murdered by Capitol Police Officer Lieutenant Michael Byrd. And people were coming out with blood on their hands saying that they killed a girl. And that's when I decided to exit the Capitol through the east side, past police officers on both sides, through an open door, just like I'd come in.
So
People were coming out with blood on their hands.
Jenny, it sounds like you played a pretty minor role, but among those that Donald Trump has pardoned are the most violent offenders on January 6th, some of whom are the leaders of some pretty dangerous groups. Do you think that he was wrong to pardon those people?
I don't think that Donald Trump was wrong to pardon those people because I trust that his legal team reviewed all of the different cases as they said that.
But they didn't. You do know you're a poor loser, though, right? I mean, like, seriously.
They did. I know that the two groups that you're referencing are the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys. And those two organizations have been especially demonized by the media, who has played the same 5 violent clips about them over and over and over for the last 4 years.
How about you just do your research and find more stuff on them, because they're just violent. I mean, attacking historical black churches in DC on December 12th, burning BLM banners. I mean, like, did you do any of your research, lady?
But if you actually take the time to look at the court documents and to read the transcripts of the trials like I have, and to talk to the actual people and to see the body cam footage from the police officers' body cameras, then you see a very different story. And unfortunately,
No. I actually took the time to look back at their records prior to. I mean, this bitch is off the chain.
that information has not gotten out in our country or much less across the world.
So it sounds like what you're saying then is ultimately we can't trust the courts, we can't trust the justice system, but we can trust a politician, we can trust the president to look at it and administer justice on his own. That seems like an unusual message for someone who is suspicious of government. Well, okay, I'd be interested in explaining how it's different to that.
That is not at all what I'm saying. If you look at the difference between people that were charged with violence or assaulting police officers for January 6th compared to people that had the exact same charge, for example, the BLM and the Antifa riots that happened via the Summer of Love with George Floyd and all of that in 2020.
That was no Summer of Love. Trust and fucking believe.
If you look at how those people were prosecuted compared to the people from January 6th for allegedly the exact same crimes, then you can begin to see
Actually,
that
they're really not the exact same crimes, because
disparity of justice in that situation. So I think what January 6th has shown overall,
there's a whole different set of rules for breaking into like a government building and what you guys were trying to do. So.
is that we have a weaponized Department of Injustice in the United States of America that has very clearly gone after conservative Americans and a specific sect of Americans that support President Trump.
No. If you vote and you lose, that's that.
Right, so isn't that exactly what I just said? You can't trust the justice system, but you can trust President Trump to look at all of these cases and decide for himself who deserved to be punished and who didn't.
Actually, no, because the Department of Injustice, as I call it, and President Trump also calls it, is something that's going to be reformed because unfortunately in America, we do not have free and fair and equal justice as we claim to have.
Jenny, so you've started a charity for...
All right, bitch. You don't go storming into the Capitol building with a bunch of people pissing and shitting on a historical building. You're shitting on America, that's it.
January 6th to help them rehabilitate, housing them on your property and finding them jobs. What's compelled you to do that?
Well, as a January 6th defendant and somebody who has experienced death threats for over 2 years and attacks on my previous business and things like that, I feel led
prove that
by God to
prove that. Prove that those things happen to you. Prove that those things happen to you, lady.
Develop something called the J6 Road Home Project, to where we can house and feed and employ the January 6th defendants as they get out of prison and help them rebuild their lives. Because when it comes down to it, I don't believe that any person, regardless of what crime they have been allegedly charged with.
Is that your fucking house, lady? Wow, you're not doing so bad, are you? Wow, holy fuck.
I don't think that any one of them should have their entire life and their entire future dictated by the choices that they made one day. I think everybody...
So you think that the whole of America should have their lives dictated because of their choice. And it wasn't the one that you guys wanted. So, really.
Everybody deserves second chances. And that's what it is that we're providing here.
Yeah, I think just about everyone would agree with that sentiment, Jenny, and it definitely shouldn't be people threatened with violence.
Crazy. I just in shock.
How does home care actually work? Melissa's been caring for her mother at home for 2 years and receives $1,500 per.
Doing the good work of the in different ways, unfortunately, living in Donald Trump's America again. And Donald Trump's America is we are unfortunately, in 1,000 different ways, unfortunately, living in Donald Trump's America again. And Donald Trump's America is an America where there is a hierarchy. And based on the groups you were in when you were born, you might be higher or lower in that hierarchy. It is designed to embolden certain sorts of people. And one of those groups, white supremacists, they want you to know they are feeling really emboldened really fast because a KKK chapter began distributing flyers to immigrants. This was early this week on MLK Day, which I'm sure was not a coincidence, directing them to, quote, leave now and avoid deportation following Trump's announcement that his mass deportation scheme would begin. And somehow that flyer gets worse when you zoom in. You can see that saying, we need your help monitor and track all immigrants, report them all. Of course, regular people have no idea if someone is an immigrant or not. So this is just a call for race-based surveillance and harassment.
That's terrible.
And probably assault and murder. That's what it is. Now, the phone number was blurred in the flyer because I don't want to do advertising for them. But anyway, it's from the Trinity White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, which is a thing.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown. Glenn, we have some serious breaking news here. I'm going to put on the screen right here a Wall Street Journal headline. Trump-appointed prosecutor opens review of Justice Department's January 6 cases. So I looked at this headline and I just assumed this is going to be some post-mortem, some way to kind of help massage Trump's injured ego as it relates to January 6, give him some cover because he's pardoned these January 6 insurrectionists.
Yeah, I am. When I start playing videos, I figure I may as well play as many as I want to.
But then I'm reading on, and it looks like this may very well be the beginnings of Donald Trump's efforts to prosecute the prosecutors who were involved in January 6th. Is what I'm assuming this is going to be? Is what I'm thinking?
See, that's bullshit. That is some bullshit right there.
This is going to be what it looks like?
You know, Brian, if this was a simple review of work that had been done before the new U.S. attorney came in, before the new administration came in, you know, it would almost be run of the mill. When I read this story, and this story pertains to my former professional home, the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia, which is the office that is the arm of DOJ that prosecutes all cases in D.C. I read this headline as somewhere between infuriating and earth-shattering. And here's what
that is crazy. Firing all the prosecutors of January 6th. Man, that's some bullshit. That is some fucking bullshit.
Why? What the Wall Street Journal is reporting is that the new U.S. attorney, this guy, Ed Martin,
who has no business being the United States Attorney for the District of Columbia, in my opinion. He doesn't have a minute of prosecutorial experience, but he sure was one of the Stop the Steal guys supporting Donald.
Get the hell out. Oh my God. No experience as a prosecutor. What the fuck?
Trump's efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. And he represented as a defense counsel J6 defendants. Not that that's disqualifying. Everybody deserves zealous representation. So I'm not complaining or criticizing him for that last piece. But here's the thing. He just came in and he said to the many, many, many prosecutors who have.
That is just that. See, this is where people's civil liberties are being taken, because that's some bullshit.
Been doing the work of the American people, trying to hold accountable the folks who attacked the Capitol. He said, I want your notes, your emails. I want all of your documentation. I want everything about that investigation and that prosecution that you undertook. Brian, if that is not a precursor to launching a full-blown investigation of the investigators and
they've already been pardoned, by the way.
Prosecutors, Donald Trump did a little bit of that in his first term, didn't he? You know, then I don't know what it is. This feels dangerous. It feels nefarious, and it feels like a continued campaign to try to undo the accountability and justice that was done during the 4 years that more than 1,500 Capitol attackers were prosecuted and held accountable. This is a really dangerous and ominous development, in my opinion.
Glenn, we already know what Trump wants to do because he's come out and said it. He wants to prosecute the people who prosecuted those on January 6th. So this is basically a conclusion in search of evidence. If Trump is...
I don't understand, because Biden pardoned them people.
Successful in carrying out the plan that he's seeking to carry out by virtue of his own claims, public claims, and also the people who he's installing, like the Stop the Steal guy, what can the legal exposure be? Is there any precedent for what it would look like to prosecute prosecutors for the crime of doing their jobs?
Okay, check this out. This chocolate literally fragments fat cells into tiny pieces and flushes them out of your body so quickly it went viral.
There will be no successful prosecutions against the FBI agents who investigated and the federal prosecutors who prosecuted the January 6th defendants. The reason I say so confidently, there will be no successful prosecutions, is because
him saying that will probably make something be a success now, because as soon as that idiot hears something like that, then he's determined to prove them wrong. It's like fucking reverse psychology with the fucking guy.
the federal judges in Washington, D.C., and that's where, this is all going to unfold moving forward. These are people who are intensely loyal to the rule of law and their allegiance
to
the Constitution. And they care about things like reliable evidence being brought against people that the Department of Justice is trying to prosecute in their courtroom.
Yeah, and he just pardoned them. I mean, like, come on, man. So fucking crooked shit. Disgusting. Truly is disgusting.
In federal district court in Washington, D.C. They will stand as a bulwark against Donald Trump's baseless, evidence-free, vindictive prosecutions.
Look, if nobody said anything to him when he said, if whoever gives $1 million to the United States of America, you'll get all your permits and environmental stuff. I mean, come on. He don't own this fucking world. But where's he get off thinking he gets to fucking bypass? Fucking what the fuck? This shit's fucked up, man.
Of prosecutors who were simply not just doing their job. They were given this assignment. Here are the cases you are being tasked to investigate together jointly with the FBI. And if there's enough evidence to bring them to trial, then you bring them to trial. And if there's not, you don't. Believe me, they conducted a lot of investigations that did not ripen into prosecution.
Fucking Dr.
We currently live in the most dystopian...
Dr. Phil partaking in the fucking Deportations?
Timeline possible because Dr. Phil is currently in Chicago, where I live and where I'm building my studio, so he can film the routine ICE deportations and then blast it on TV to act like Trump is actually doing the mass deportations he promised.
What the fuck is wrong with this motherfucking weirdo, huh?
He's not. And a lot of Trump supporters are realizing that they're just doing the routine deportations with extra racism sprinkled on top. For example, the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement posted a few days ago, enforcement updates, 538 arrests, 373 detainers lodged. And someone responded, in 2024, ICE deported 271,500 individuals. If you divide that by 365 days, that's about 745 deportations in a day. So what are they really bragging about here? Even Nick Fuentes, like the worst person in the world, tweeted out the other day, ICE deportations under Trump. January 21st, 308. January 22nd, 460, 538, 594. The total was 1,900. This was a few days back. That's an average of 475 per day or 173,000 per year. That is less than what Biden did. ICE only arrested 286 illegal immigrants for deportation today, far below Biden's rate of 742 deportations per day in the fiscal year of 2024. Even someone named middlemaga.com responded, Trump understands it's all about the marketing, not about the action taken. I've liked Tom Homan, but I'm starting to think he's all marketing. So of course, not every single MAGA voter has woken up, but some people on Twitter are like, wait a minute. Are they just recording this, blasting it on TV, sensationalizing it a little bit, sprinkling a little bit more racism on top and acting like they're doing mass deportations? Yes. The answer is clearly yes. Even a US military veteran was detained the other day because he was vaguely brown and they let him go. But they've been profiling a bunch of people only to carry out the average deportation. Someone here said, sorry, but why is Dr. Phil out doing immigration bus? He's not a federal law enforcement agent. He is a talk show host and lapsed psychologist. This is just deeply silly, but there is an explanation, and it's that Donald Trump is good at marketing himself, but he's not good at the actual governing part. We've seen this time and time again. During Trump's first term,
Because he's a fucking salesman.
made all of these crazy promises and he under-delivered, but he still tried to market himself as this genius every single time. And that's why Trump's cabinet picks include a lineup of former fellow TV stars. From MTV reality show contestants to billionaire media moguls, here are the former TV stars Trump has nominated for key positions so far.
You crazy fuckers. Honestly, God, just a bunch of crazy fuckers.
This bulletproof vest is the same type used by the police, and we've rolled out a civilian version just in time to ensure everyone stays safe during.
The AP has reported that career civil servants who work on the White House National Security Council have been questioned by senior Trump admin officials about which candidate they voted for, their political contributions, and whether they have made social media posts that could be considered incriminating by Trump's team. What the hell? On Wednesday, roughly 160 NSC detailees who worked in the Biden admin were told that they were being sent home so Trump's team could conduct a
What the fuck? Oh, they gotta fucking stop this guy. This is not okay.
review to ensure its personnel aligned with Trump's agenda. All right, this is pretty important. We're now getting an exclusive look into the MAGA loyalty tests that are unfolding behind the scenes in Trump's second administration. This reads loyalty tests and MAGA checks. Inside the Trump White House's intense screen.
This is it. This can't be. This is bullshit.
Of job seekers. And before we even jump into that, I just want to tell you about the direct implications of this. Did you guys ever hear about January 3rd, 2021? We all know about January 6th, but what happened on January 3rd is almost equally as important and shocking. On January 3rd, a bunch of former DOJ officials threatened to resign en masse in the Oval Office if Trump did not stop telling lies and stop threatening to fire people.
And yet here he is, back again.
You can see a bunch of incredibly important DOJ officials, Richard Donahue, Jeffrey Rosen, Jeffrey Clark, Stephen Engel, and then Donald Trump. They all sit him down and they all say, we are going to publicly resign and out you. We are going to publicly resign en masse and say that Donald Trump's lies are the reason why. This would have tanked his political career. And honestly,
if they did come out and say it, They did nothing.
They should have just done it. But this ties into what we're going to be talking about today as Trump's trying to avoid this exact situation from happening again. Let's just start here and then we'll break down what's happening now in the Trump White House. Make sure you drop a like. We're trying to hit 1 million subscribers and I can't do it without you guys. This says, witnesses in today's hearing, and this was about 2 years back, revealed the details of a dramatic Oval Office meeting on January Third of 2021, in which top Justice Department officials banded together to prevent Jeffrey Clark, an environmental lawyer at the DOJ, from replacing acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen. This is some serious stuff, and these were some of the last checks available in our institutions. Now,
Yeah, they're just gone and
Trump is replacing DOJ officials. He's replacing inspector generals. He's firing people en masse, and he enacted his Schedule F executive order, which says that he can
because he has Elon behind him.
hire and fire civil servants at his own will, not based on merit, not based on their skill level or their experience in our institutions, but based purely on loyalty. So Trump was keen to install Clark, an ally, in order to wield the powers of the DOJ to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Again, Trump wanted to install a loyalist, an ally, to overturn the results of the election.
Hi, Danger. Just grossing out about this fucking guy again.
Meeting took place a day after Clark had told Rosen and acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue that Trump asked him to consider replacing Rosen. Clark doubled down on claims that there had been fraud in the election, even though there was no proof. There had never been any proof, and acknowledged he had continued discussions with Trump despite assuring a week prior that he wouldn't engage in conversations with the
They gotta be doing something to these people to make them be folding the. Because everything he's fucking doing is, in my opinion, illegal. I don't understand why this is just.
president. It's an overreach. On January 3rd, Clark told Rosen the timeline had moved up, and ahead of this meeting, Donahue assembled a conference call with assistant attorney generals and asked what they would do if Clark was installed, and he said in the meeting they would all resign en masse. Hours later, the tense meeting began, and we can go over this after I read this article about what happened today.
So fucked up. No. Ugh, this guy is just like they're saying that he's trying to like overwhelm everybody.
Steph, you don't cough anymore. Oh my God, I don't. And I haven't changed anything except for the CMOS.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. As of today, it looks as though Donald Trump is in the process of freezing federally funded cancer research in the United States.
I can't get out. I can't even. How the fuck are anybody who supporting this guy? How do they defend that?
You got that? Cancer research. Why? Well, to be totally honest, we're not sure. But on his orders, the National Institutes of Health has frozen everything.
Cancer research.
Cancer research, Alzheimer's, diabetes. There's a lot not to like about the American healthcare
Alzheimer's, diabetes. What the fuck?
system, but health research is one of the things that we do really, really well here in this country. We spend a lot of money on it for good reason. The NIH has a $48 billion budget, which funds 50,000 grants to 300,000 researchers across 2,500 research institutions nationwide, all over the place, studying all kinds of things. Institutions filled with some of the brightest minds from all over the world come here. I know some of them.
How are these people going to defend that? I know they put up their little memes. Oh, that's not a Nazi salute, or this and this and that and this and that. How the fuck are they going to defend that?
Some of them, family members, came to the US so that they could conduct gold standard research in medical innovation to try to cure diseases that bedevil us. It's been woven into the fabric of this country for decades.
Among the buildings of the National Institute of Health to be dedicated here today stands the National Cancer Institute, created through...
Chemist Chaz, didn't you lose a family member to that? How are you defending that?
Provisions of the Act which I signed on August 5th, 1937. The work of this new institute is well underway. It is promoting and stimulating cancer research throughout the nation. It is bringing to the people of the nation a message of hope, because many forms of the disease are not only curable, but even preventable. Beyond this, it is doing research here and in many universities.
And you know what they'll say? Oh, because everybody knows there was a cure for cancer and they just weren't using it. I mean, come on. I mean, if that's how you feel, shouldn't you have felt that way before? And I just probably going to be eating soy and green. That's where all those deportees will end up. Soy and green. Fucking these people.
Universities to unravel the mysteries of cancer.
The NIH is not particularly controversial. I think it's a crown jewel of American governance, and it's doing really important, life-altering work. And again, it's not centralized, right? It's out throughout the country. Folks just spending every day in a lab trying to do things like find a cure for cancer or Alzheimer's.
And in the meantime, they're doing very cruel, painful shit to monkeys and stuff in those fucking Elon's labs.
Or a treatment for a rare illness. And yesterday, I don't think this has gotten nearly of the attention it deserves. That research basically just stopped. I don't mean this like symbolically either. The actual convening of meetings and grant boards to approve funding were just abruptly halted.
Yeah, I don't think this has gotten enough attention myself. I mean, do they mean to say that this? I can't even. This is just insane.
In at least one case, mid-meeting, apparently because of orders from the new Trump administration. And again, I'd like to tell you why they're doing this, but honestly, no one really seems to know what's going on. NPR confirmed with one cancer researcher that a scheduled meeting next week was indeed canceled. And as the academic journal Science reports, yesterday alone, officials halted midstream a training workshop for junior scientists
called off a workshop on adolescent learning, because gosh, we don't want that, right? Minutes before it was to begin, and canceled meetings of 2 advisory councils.
All because of this piece of living prick shit. And all of America doesn't care about this?
Panels that were scheduled to review grant proposals also received 11th hour word they wouldn't be meeting. Staff also got word of an order.
Why wouldn't they protest that? What the fuck?
Directing the immediate and indefinite suspension of all travel for NIH employees. And as NBC News reports, nearly all scientific communication coming from federal health agencies, including the NIH, the Centers for Disease Control Prevention, have been stopped until further notice through multiple directives of the Trump administration. Now, on that last point, communication freezes like
No. This is disgusting. And what? Hillary and Bill and the Bushes, and Obama, they're all just fine with that shit?
that have happened before during the transition to a new administration. But again, to be honest, a lot remains unclear. And that muzzling could be really dangerous if we have like a huge outbreak of something. And right now, it really looks like health research funding, like the channel of health research funding in this country, is shut down.
So, E-Bags, while you're sitting there with your complaint about saline and stuff like that, what do you got to say about this? You're going to say, well, they waste the money. There's really cures for all those things. Like, are some crazy lunatic?
One scientist told a reporter, I have never seen this level of confusion and concern in people that are extremely dedicated to their mission.
Yeah, but this fucking bastard who isn't a politician, he don't care. He don't give a fuck. He's not a doctor. He's not a politician. He don't give two shits. His bottom line is money, 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 money. That's what validates him, in my opinion.
While a senior NIH official said the impact of the collective executive orders and directives appears devastating for the institutes.
Do you know the US solar company's nasty little secret? It turns out if you live in Massachusetts, they have to give you solar.
We're not talking about like controversial stuff here, okay? And I have to ask, who voted for this? Who voted to stop cancer research?
Yeah. Hands up, motherfuckers. Hands up. Who fucking voted for that? You proud?
The answer is nobody. Look, Donald Trump doesn't care about public service or public health. He cares about himself. He wants to go after the people he feels wronged him. And again, I'm sort of trying to make the best case I can understand here, that he thinks everyone in public health wronged him during the COVID pandemic, and he thinks they are his enemies in the deep state. He wants to shut them all down.
What a fucking man. My God.
Assuming this is just a pause, it's going to get unpaused. But again, I don't know. And there's some pretty serious stakes here, because as we learned the first time around Donald Trump, who was, by the way, president for 4 years, infectious diseases do not care about politics, and they don't care about Donald Trump's image management. Remember,
I don't know. Do any of the people who voted for him have any friends that now their life is on pause because of this?
remember when he openly boasted about artificially suppressing the tally of COVID cases?
Frankly, if we didn't test, you wouldn't have all the headlines because we're showing cases. But if we did, think of this, if we didn't do testing, instead of testing over 40 million people, if we did half the testing, we'd have half the cases. If we did another.
Oh my God. This is like having a fucking, in my opinion, dunce running the country.
Other You cut that in half, we'd have yet again half of that. When you do testing to that extent, you're going to find more people, you're going to find more cases.
Oh my God, this guy is just out of his fucking mind, in my opinion. Ugh. I just... I'm in shock. I'm speechless. I'm just... I'm just...
Now Taxes is getting the TurboTax app. And filing your taxes yourself, 100% free if you didn't file.
Hey friends, it's Will Salatan from The Bulwark. And today, we're going to have some fun. I'm going to show you the top 10 stupidest things Donald Trump is saying on the campaign trail. Now, just to be clear,
this was 4 months ago.
This list is confined to things that Trump has actually spoken at rallies or in speeches or interviews. So it doesn't include any of the dumb stuff he's posting on Truth Social, like.
So we can just see what he said 4 months ago, see how he stands now.
I hate Taylor Swift. That's a great way to piss off a lot of people. And I'm also not including gaffes like.
Why does he hate Taylor Swift? What president have you ever heard say something like that?
Last week, when Trump said that Bagram Air Force Base, which is in Afghanistan, was actually in Alaska.
We have Bagram in Alaska. They say it might be as big, might be bigger than all of Saudi Arabia.
For this list, I'm just going to focus on Trump's lies. As we all know, Trump lies all the time, but some of his lies are so ridiculous that they're actually laughable. And today, we're going to laugh at them. So let's get started. We'll begin our countdown with number 10. It's from Trump's debate with Kamala Harris on September.
Probably about cats and dogs.
10th.
What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pet.
I can't believe she took his news from like YouTube or something.
Of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
Kamala's face there was pretty funny.
Eating the pets? I know, it's infuriating that Trump told this disgusting lie about the Haitians in Springfield, Ohio. But what's underappreciated about this lie is just how stupid it is. Trump could have said the Haitians were catching and eating rabbits or squirrels. But no, he had to go.
Yeah, it's constant fear-mongering with him, too.
Go one step further and accuse them of eating other people's pets, which makes no sense at all because, come on, if you wanted to eat an animal, why would you choose an animal that belongs to somebody who loves and feeds that animal every day? Those are the animals that are most likely to be watched and protected. And if they go missing, it's going to be noticed right away. In fact, that's why Trump's lie collapsed immediately. Nobody can find a person in Springfield who actually lost their pet to a Haitian immigrant.
Yeah, and that's pretty crazy. I mean, that right there is just one of the things that people should have said, you know, like, okay, I haven't found any proof of that. Even that town's officials are saying that's not true. And thought about that. That's a guy who will say anything to achieve whatever he wants.
So yeah, the lie is totally gross, but it's also really dumb. And on the theme of eating animals, let's move on to our next clip, number 9. This is from a rally Trump did in Atlanta on August 3rd. He's talking about Harris.
She vowed to ban fracking. She wants the government to stop people from eating red meat. She wants to get rid of your cows. No more cows.
What? What the fuck?
No more cows? Really? I mean, Trump makes up stuff all the time about how Harris is going to ban this or that. No more guns, no more cars. But cows?
No more cows? This guy's off the chain.
How exactly would that work? And by the way, this was a rally in Atlanta, the sixth biggest metro area in the United States. Trump is telling an audience of city dwellers that Harris is going to, quote, get rid of your cows. Smart. Again, this is an example of Trump taking an argument that could be effective, that Harris is a rabid environmentalist, and she's going to ban fracking. But Trump finds a way to push that lie one step further to the point where it's obviously ridiculous.
Obviously ridiculous, and yet look. Obviously, I guess his supporters weren't that concerned with lies.
So let's move on to number 8. This is from a town hall that Trump did on August 29th in La Crosse, Wisconsin. It starts with a question from a Trump supporter, former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard.
Yes, what's going to happen? I think fracking should be as well, but isn't he saying drill, baby, drill?
And if Kamala Harris institutes price controls.
So that's a communist plan. It's never worked. And it's been tried by others. Believe it or not, Richard Nixon tried it. A lot of people tried it.
Okay, first of all, Harris has not, in fact, proposed price controls. What she proposed was a crackdown on price gouging. And there's a legitimate debate about how that would work and whether it's a good.
And that was a good proposal. This motherfucker, he just lied. And then went on there and said, I can't fix that.
Good idea. But Trump always says that Harris is pushing price controls. And he always says that this shows she's a communist, not a liberal, not a progressive.
So it's okay for him to be calling her a communist, but God forbid anybody say something about Elon because he'll get sued.
An outright communist. And that's preposterous. But I don't have to persuade you of that because Trump just showed you how preposterous it is. He says right there that Richard Nixon tried price controls. Richard Nixon, a Republican president of the United States, who was in fact our most avowedly anti-communist president. So congratulations, Donald. You
don't even ever know what the fuck he's even talking about. This guy is not in touch with reality, in my opinion.
Destroyed your own lie about what makes a politician a communist. All right, next up, number 7. This is from a rally Trump did in Wilmington, North Carolina on Saturday. He's going after Harris for saying that she once worked at McDonald's.
Don't buy olive oil in the supermarket before watching this. Italian authorities just confiscated almost $1 million worth of fake.
It was a lie. She never worked at McDonald's. And the fake news doesn't want to mention it.
I don't think the fake news really is that enthralled by it, really.
They had a big thing about her job at McDonald's, and they went there, and the manager's been there a long time. Other people have been there a long time, say, no, she never worked here.
Oh, come on, dude. Shut the fuck up. Fucking stupid motherfucker, this guy, in my opinion.
Never worked here. She lied.
Did you hear that? Trump says that somebody, he can't say who, went and checked to see whether Harris really worked at that McDonald's. In fact, Trump says the investigators went there and spoke to the manager, and the manager says Harris.
Unreal. And now they're just sitting there defending. You know, someone that we like very much actually has been defending the salute thing and really hasn't been here at all. And that's so disappointing. Because, yeah, I thought we were all friends. I didn't know that their loyalty to crap was so strong.
Harris never worked there. And the manager would know because the manager has been there a really long time. Let me tell you, that is one hell of a manager because Harris's story is that she worked at a McDonald's franchise in Alameda, California in 1983. That's
So he's claiming that person's been working there for 41 years. Unreal.
41 years ago. So that manager has apparently been working at the same McDonald's location for more than 4 decades, which I grant you would be a
Like
career.
no real, convictions about the thoughts of what's going on with LGBTQ or Jews or just the world. They'd rather sit and support idiocy and not speak to us. That is so disappointing.
Of commendable persistence and loyalty, if it were actually true. But unfortunately, it's obvious bullshit. So once again, congratulations to Trump for embellishing his story to the point where everyone knows he's making it up.
I mean, I can't even believe they'd be more publicly okay with supporting stopping cancer research and diabetes and all of that. It'd be one thing to still recognize your friends, but to not speak to us like as if we're doing something wrong because we think cancer research is important and that these are real, actual, meaningful issues. It's very disappointing.
Okay, now it's time for number 6. This is from Trump's interview with Phil McGraw, the famous Dr. Phil, which was released on August 27th.
If Jesus came down and was the
Jesus came down, he ain't fucking talking to you, dude.
vote counter, I would win California, okay?
Wow. Now, you and I know that Trump lies all the time about elections and how anytime he loses, it was cheating or fraud. But this claim about California, this is something special.
I'm just really shocked. I mean, really shocked. It's disappointing that somebody would rather appear like anti-Semitical than decent. Really? Really is.
Look, dirty, disgusting, doesn't matter. It's still going to put it out every time. No heat transfer. My hand is sitting right
Really
In
disgusting, in my
2020,
opinion.
Donald Trump got crushed in California
Just
by a ratio
unbelievable.
of nearly 2-1. He lost California by more than 5 million votes. That's more than twice the size of any margin for either candidate in any other state. He literally picked the state in which his loss was most indisputable. So when Trump says that if Jesus did the counting, Trump would have won, that's his way.
Donald Trump left office with the lowest approval rating of any president ever. But some people now seem to be suffering from amnesia. Let me jog your memory. Here are the 10 worst things.
Lowest approval rating. And yet, to hear this fucking guy talk, that's terrible. Sandra, that is so terrible. So terrible. Well, you know, I can't get over the people who are sitting there with just no thought process of thinking it's funny to throw together some fucking meme of, you know, screenshots of people saying, look, they're doing it, when you know damn well they're not. But you just rather hurt people. It's gross.
About the Trump presidency, in no particular order. Number 1, Trump fueled division and sparked a record uptick in hate crimes. Number 2, murder went way up under Trump. He presided over the largest ever
murder way up, but hey, vote him in.
single-year increase in homicides in 2020. Now, a number of factors might have contributed to that, but a big one is number 3. Gun sales broke records under Trump.
That's fucking crazy. This motherfucker
Was bragged about how he did nothing.
We did nothing
to restrict guns as president, in spite of number 4. Under Trump, America suffered more than 1,700 mass shootings.
Wow. You guys voted for this guy. Come on, put your hands together for yourselves.
Number 5, Trump said there were very fine people among the neo-Nazis in Charlottesville.
Very fine people. While they're yelling, Jews will not replace us.
I'm halfway to 10. If you think I'm missing something big, well, just leave it in the comments. Number 6, Trump allied himself with the Proud Boys.
Which means you guys did too. Not you guys, but you know what I mean.
A violent hate group who helped to orchestrate the January 6th Capitol attack.
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by.
Number 7.
What the fuck? That's gross.
Trump's not wrong when he says,
I got rid of Roe v. Wade.
It's entirely because of Trump's judicial appointments that 1 in 3 American women of childbearing age now lives in states with abortion bans. Number 8, one of Trump's Supreme Court justices was Brett Kavanaugh, a man accused of sexual assault by multiple women. Number 9, Trump's White House interfered in the FBI's investigation of Brett Kavanaugh's alleged sexual assault. And now, number 10. Trump has been convicted of committing 34 felonies while in office. The criminally false business filings he got convicted for in New York, all of them were committed while he was president.
Ugh. What a disgrace, in my opinion.
I'm sorry. Did I say the 10 worst things about the Trump presidency? No, I meant 15. Number 11. Trump's failed pandemic response is estimated to have led to hundreds of thousands of needless deaths. By the time Trump left office, roughly 3,000 Americans were dying of COVID every day. That's a 9/11 scale mass casualty event every single day. How did Trump screw up so badly? Number 12, Trump's White House discarded the pandemic response playbook that had been assembled by the Obama administration. Number 13, Trump disbanded the National Security Council's pandemic response team. Number 14, Trump repeatedly lied about the danger of COVID, saying it was no worse than the flu or it would go away on its own.
Because of all we've done, the risk to the American people remains very low. A lot of people think that goes away in April with the heat. It's going to disappear. One day it's like a miracle. It will disappear.
But behind closed doors, Trump admitted he knew COVID was deadly.
This is deadly stuff.
Number 15, Trump promoted fake COVID cures like hydroxychloroquine and even injecting people with disinfectants.
Injection inside or almost a cleaning.
After Trump's disinfectant remarks, poison control centers received a spike in emergency calls.
You know that their response to any of this would be, that's fake. Even though they hear it and they know it and they could look it up, but yeah.
That's 15 things. Should I keep going? Okay, I'll keep going. The 20 worst things about the Trump presidency. Number 16, Trump presided over a net loss of 2.9 million American jobs, the worst recorded jobs numbers of any president in U.S. history.
In U.S. history.
Number 17, Trump profited off the presidency, making an estimated $160 million from foreign countries while he was president. Number 18, Trump also billed the Secret Service over $1 million for the privilege of staying at his golf clubs and other Trump properties while they protected him. That's your money. Number 19.
This is just disgusting.
Trump caused the longest government shutdown in U.S. history when he didn't get funding for his border wall, which he said Mexico was going to pay for.
I'm not going to pay for that wall.
Number 20. Under Trump, the national debt increased by about 40%, more than in any other four-year presidential term, largely because of his tax cuts for the rich and big corporations.
You fuckers voted for him. Ain't that some shit? You were all like, that's good record, man. This guy, he's on the ball, man. Yeah. We need him back. I just can't even imagine. What would possess?
You didn't really think I was stopping at 20, did you? We're going to 25. Number 21. Trump separated more than 5,000 children from their parents at the border with no plan to ever reunite them, putting babies in cages.
Where are they now?
Number 22.
Wow, you guys should be so proud.
The Muslim ban. Yes, Trump really did try to ban Muslims from entering the country. Number 23, Trump sparked international outrage by moving
That's crazy.
the American embassy in Israel to Jerusalem while closing the U.S. Palestine office. Number 24, Trump tasked his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, with drafting a potential Middle East peace plan with zero Palestinian input.
And now they're calling Gaza Strip prime waterfront property.
Number 25, and finally, Trump recognized Israel's occupation of the Golan Heights, which is considered illegal under international law. So,
oh my God, it says Trump Heights. Oh my God.
There you have it, folks. The 25 worst. Wait a minute. Did I mention the impeachments? We've got to do the impeachments. Okay, let's go to 30. Number 26, Trump broke the law by trying to withhold nearly $400 million of U.S. aid for Ukraine in an effort to extort a personal political favor from Ukraine's President Zelensky.
I'm fucking real. This guy's off the chain. What the?
This is a Kizik shoe. It's a hands-free shoe that you just slip right on and stays on. After years of development,
Trump's rhetoric is getting increasingly dark and more explicitly fascistic as we get closer and closer to Election Day. And as a result, some pundits finally feel comfortable enough using the F word to describe him after nearly 10 years. But that now begs the question, since we all mostly agree that he is indeed a fascist, what kind of a fascist is he? And how bad would things get in a Trump second term on a scale from Orban to Hitler?
Well, we know. Yep.
Still understandably scoff at Hitler comparisons because it does feel hyperbolic. But I mean, his own running mate wondered if he'd be America's Hitler. But in reality, Trump isn't identical to Hitler in every single way. But there are certain similarities between him and Hitler, as well as specific conditions that made pre-Nazi Germany fertile ground for the rise of fascism that does feel eerily similar to the conditions in present-day America. And I think it's important and necessary to point that out. So I want to start with a more recent ominous statement from Donald Trump that served as, I think, a wake-up call to some pundits who were still apprehensive about using the F word.
I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within, not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think they're the problem in terms of Election Day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military.
Understand, that is a direct
radical left lunatics? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
direct threat of violence. He is threatening to use the American military to violently go after his radical left political opponents who he views as the enemy within. And one of the first things that fascists always do when they take power is they target their political opponents by getting them to either convert to their fascist orthodoxy or by using state power to crush them violently if they refuse to acquiesce. And unsurprisingly, one of the first things that Hitler did was also target his political opponents in order to
Yep. Bye-bye freedom is right.
consolidate power. The Holocaust Encyclopedia explains the Nazis persecuted non-Jewish German opponents, both real and perceived, whether they were political, communists, social democrats, spiritual, Jehovah's Witnesses, or social, homosexuals opponents. Nazi racial theory held that they were valuable members of the race. These non-Jewish German opponents needed to understand their racial value and then follow their restored natural instinct to do the right thing, accept and internalize the Nazi vision of the world. Given the Nazis' public aims of destroying the Marxist threat in Germany and tearing up the Versailles Treaty, aims that were shared by a majority of the German population, Hitler's political opponents were the first victims of systematic Nazi persecution. And that makes sense because allowing dissent diminishes state power. So this is why so many fascists around the world and throughout history make it their first priority to go after their political opponents first. Now, this is not a one-to-one comparison to Trump and the Republican
Now here he is going after the prosecutors of the January 6th. And just, yeah.
Party, obviously, but the fascistic mindset is very similar. Trump's divisive us versus them rhetoric pits real Americans against the enemies who want to destroy America or who have destroyed America. And if you replace Jehovah's Witnesses with Muslims and add trans people to the social category alongside homosexuals, well, it seems pretty similar to what we're seeing today. Trump has already laid out plans to either banish these opponents or get them to acquiesce. He's talked about banning gender affirming care in all 50 states, which would lead to the forcible detransition of trans Americans, and he's threatened to deport pro-Palestinian protesters. And if you choose to exercise your First Amendment rights and protest this, he's already stated that he intends to use the Insurrection Act to violently shut down these protests, which is something that he would be able to do as commander-in-chief since he'd take control of the military. And using the military for fascistic means is exactly what Hitler did as well during World War II. Both generals and rank-and-file members of the German military were complicit in the Nazi crimes. Now, I'm sure that he'd consider actual leftists like you or myself the enemy within. I want you to understand that he is using this as a catch-all term to describe anyone.
This is just sick. Very frightening.
One who would oppose him if he got elected, including news pundits and media companies that he wants to shut down. Now, this isn't theoretical. He's explicitly said that he wants to revoke the licenses of media companies that he thinks are biased against him.
Yes, he did.
So CBS gets a license, and the license is based on honesty. I think they have to take their license away. 60 Minutes should be taken off the air for what they've done.
This is sick. Just fucking sick.
And you know what else, John? They should lose their license. I think that 60 Minutes should go off the air. I think it's the worst broadcast scandal I've ever heard.
That's not journalism. They don't do journalism over here.
It's also election interference. It also is
election interference was January 6th.
License threatening. You know, they have a license from, that's not cable. Here they have a license from the federal government. And they pay nothing. They pay peanuts. They pay nothing. They should take that license away from CBS.
Him going after
Take the license away from you, in my opinion.
CBS is one of many examples. Trump allies also threatened to revoke the federal contract of a consulting firm for criticizing J.D. Vance. And going after opponents in media or opponents with a lot of influence makes a lot of sense if you're an authoritarian because they pose the biggest threat to legitimacy since they have very large platforms. Now, unsurprisingly,
Shit's good.
Hitler also destroyed free speech in Germany when he came to power. The Holocaust Encyclopedia explains, when the Nazis came to power in 1933, the German constitution guaranteed freedom of speech and freedom of the press. Through decrees and laws, the Nazis abolished these civil rights and destroyed German democracy. Starting in 1934, it was illegal to criticize the Nazi government. Even telling a joke about Hitler was considered treachery. People in Nazi Germany could not say or write whatever they wanted. Examples of censorship under the Nazis included closing down.
These guys know. They know.
We need to talk. It's not you. Well, it is you.
To Washington now, where the Trump administration announced a sweeping freeze on all federal grants, funds already approved by Congress. Chief Washington correspondent John Carl is tracking Trump's executive action. John, the administration says this is just a temporary pause, but it could have major consequences.
George,
What the fuck? This has got to be. This shit can't keep going on, man.
There is a lot of confusion this morning about what exactly this directive means, but it may be the most far-reaching executive action this White House has taken yet. It could potentially halt hundreds of billions of dollars in federal spending on everything from assistance to farmers, to Head Start programs, to disaster relief and public transportation. In a memo describing this, it was obtained by ABC News, the White House Budget Office has ordered all federal agencies to cease any financial assistance if they believe the program might conflict with President Trump's executive orders. The directive...
What the fuck? This is crazy. This is the devil, in my opinion, man.
Is not specific about which programs would have to be suspended, but it's clearly far-reaching. It says, quote, this memorandum requires federal agencies to identify and review all federal financial assistance programs and supporting activities consistent with the president's policies and requirements. The only thing explicitly not included in this is Medicare and Social Security and anything directly given to individuals. But George... This is far-reaching. The Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer responded, one of many responding overnight, saying, Congress approved these investments. They are not optional. They are the law. And you described it as a pause, George. It's important to point out this memo does not say how long the pause will last. There's nothing specified.
I don't think it should last a fucking day. It's not his fucking money.
When the pause is over.
Right, as you said, this could be have such sweeping impact. It also comes on top of a big shakeup at the Justice Department.
Yeah, that's right. The Trump administration has fired over a dozen career prosecutors in the Justice Department's national security and criminal divisions. These are people who were involved in any way in the cases against Donald Trump. These officials received an email from the acting attorney general on Monday telling them, in part, given your significant role in prosecuting the president, I do not believe that the leadership of the department...
Holy shit, man. This shit's bullshit. This is, I can't believe it. Hillary and Bill and all of them, they're just going to fucking sit there and watch this guy rape us. That's disgusting. Just gross.
Can trust you in implementing the president's agenda faithfully. Those fired, George, include some of the Justice Department's most senior prosecutors. These are individuals who have served in Republican and Democratic administrations.
It also comes on top of action taken against some AID, foreign assistance professionals. And we learned about an executive order the president signed Monday that could set in motion a ban on transgender troops.
Yeah, this builds on a previous order he had done last week. It seems to pave the way to...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, why are they not resisting this? This is gross. This is all so fucking gross.
Pushing openly transgender people out of the military, mirroring the order he signed on transgender last week. But this goes further, allowing the Pentagon to possibly bar transgender people if they identify as a gender other than the one assigned at birth. It states expressing a false gender identity divergent from an individual's sex cannot satisfy the rigorous standards necessary for the military service.
This $39 TV antenna is taking the world by storm. And here are 5 reasons why this TV antenna has...
So this is what the Republicans are now going with. Paying high prices is the most patriotic thing you can do. We want to pay high prices. Now, this follows the fact that prices are skyrocketing. The price of eggs skyrocketing if you're even able to find it. The price of gas is going up. The price of groceries is going up. Donald Trump is threatening trade wars against everyone on Monday during the speech he gave in
We're just fucked. We are fucked.
Donald Trump said he wants to tariff Taiwan and their semiconductor industry. This after China unleashed the DeepSeek AI protocol, which significantly harmed the tech corporations in the United States. So saying you're going to tariff the semiconductor
We are so fucked. This guy is.
industry in Taiwan is only going to further harm American tech companies. Donald Trump also acted like the CHIPS Act, bipartisan, which was signed into law by President Biden, investing over $50 billion into America's
What's divergent? Explain it, please.
semiconductor industry. Donald Trump said it was crap, that it makes no sense, and that the best way to deal with it is tariffs. Tariffs here, tariffs there, tariffs everywhere. The thing is, Donald Trump using this language, whether he imposes the tariffs or doesn't impose the tariffs, creates chaos in the markets. So whether
Oh, they're saying like people who are divergent is different from acceptable.
whether or not the tariffs are actually implemented in Colombia, it still causes the market for things like coffee and oil to go up because those are exports from Colombia. Whether Donald Trump imposes the tariff on the semiconductor industry, by the way, a tariff is a tax on the American corporation passed on to the consumers, and in anticipation, you expect retaliatory tariffs by the country you're tariffing. Whether he does it or not, it's still going to impact the markets. I mean, just take a look at these headlines from the Wall Street Journal. Coffee prices hit new high on U.S. Colombia tariff spat. When you're looking at various states, the gas prices are going up, and not by insignificant amounts. People are posting, hey, I try to go to Costco and there were no eggs, yet alone higher egg prices. As this individual goes, so we're 1 week into the Trump administration. We're already in a trade war. Eggs are.
And then you get somebody like e-beggars who will sit there and go, I don't know what they're talking about, and blah, 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 blah. Like, buddy, come on. Everybody's not lying, and you're the only one who knows what's going on. Like, come on.
$10. Gas prices are higher. Russia and Ukraine are still at war. Chinese AI technology has surpassed us. The American stock market is crashing. Hey, but at least we renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. This other account goes, gas prices have risen every day since Trump got in office. I was told by morons that Biden caused high gas prices for 4 years. Our friend Brian Tyler Cohen goes, U.S. public health officials have been ordered to immediately stop working with the World Health Organization after an order from Donald Trump. This comes as the bird flu is spreading nationwide and egg prices are surging. Now,
I don't understand. Why is the public and other people in authority, I don't understand why they're letting this go.
The MAGA Republican influencers and all of their top people are saying, this is what we want. Charge me more, baby. We want to have higher prices. I kid you not. As Andrew, new YouTube channel, goes, the people who cried about high prices for 4 years, as soon as Trump starts a trade war with Colombia, are saying the following. This is Katie Miller, Stephen Miller's wife. Charge me more for flowers and coffee. Thank you. And so
I saw somebody one time write in, this is before he was elected in, grab me by the pussy and make America great again. But they just don't have any normal thought process.
suddenly, MAGA acknowledges that Trump's tariffs will raise prices, and they're all okay with it. So all these MAGA influencers, they're top ones, they're top MAGA influencers, like Gunther Eagleman. He goes, I'd rather have Laken Riley alive than cheap Colombian coffee. The persistence guy, Scott Pressler, he's the guy who registered all the Amish people to vote. He goes, I'm willing to limit my coffee consumption if it means deporting criminal illegal aliens from our country. I voted for safe streets and a secure border. There were less border crossings under Biden than there was under Trump. Biden border crossings at the end of his term were the same as Trump in April 2020. That was during COVID. That's why the border crossings went down under Donald Trump in the last year of his term, because he mishandled COVID. It's the same reason why his gas prices went down. You know, because people weren't driving. There was a mass casualty event in the United States. States where they were driving around mobile morgues to pick up dead bodies while Donald Trump said, like a miracle, it's all going to go away. Remember that? There were food lines. Remember that? There wasn't toilet paper. Remember that?
Why wasn't there toilet paper?
That's what happened in the Trump administration. By the way, when Trump said, like a miracle, it's all going to go away, you know what it reminds me of? That speech he gave at Doral, his resort in Miami, on Monday with all the MAGA Republicans there. He said, you know, this deep seek thing that's from China, I think it's positive. I think it's a really good thing that has that same energy of like a miracle.
Fucking people, man.
Another kitchen find that just makes sense. Toss out that old mandolin that you have that probably cut your fingers or sliced your knuckles.
Well, Trump is back. It's only been about a week, and he's already attacking the Constitution. This time, he wants to end birthright citizenship for children of undocumented immigrants and attack the 14th Amendment.
As part of my plan to secure the border on day one, my new term in office, I will sign an executive order making clear to federal agencies that under the correct interpretation of the law, going forward, the future children of illegal aliens will not receive automatic U.S. citizenship. It's things like this that bring millions of people to our country, and they enter our country.
Well, I don't understand. Why is Elon here then? Why is Melania here then?
Illegally.
This next order relates to the definition of birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment of the United States.
That's a good one. Birthright. That's a big one.
So the 14th Amendment has been around for
doofus. That's a good one. It's a big one.
150 years. And here's the thing. It's not just unconstitutional what Trump is trying to do. It's also very unpopular.
I mean, look, I think Donald Trump is, if by pushing policies like this, are just trying to eliminate his honeymoon period completely, because this is just not a popular policy. End birthright citizenship for children.
53% oppose it. And yet, what? Are they going to do anything about it? I mean, come on.
Born immigrants illegally here. Look at this. Just 35% support. The clear majority, 53% oppose. And I've looked at multiple polls, looked at the question asked multiple different ways. If anything, this undersells the opposition by a little bit. If you don't, in fact, mention for children born to immigrants here legally and just ask about ending birthright citizenship, the opposition shoots all the way up to about 70%. So, but this 53% is clearly indicative of a country that does not want to end.
Country, I don't want any of this shit that this guy's doing.
Birthright citizenship. Simply put, this is not a popular policy. And if Donald Trump pushes policies like this, his honeymoon period will squeeze and be even shorter than it was back in 2017.
There you have it.
And I'm really way more concerned about the freeze on everything and the fucking cancer research. I mean, come on.
He's not just wrong, he's also very unpopular and out of touch with what the American people want. The American people don't want to end birthright citizenship. And thank God there are some leaders who are willing to stand up to Trump.
To undo birthright citizenship. I mean, guys, this is bizarre. This is a
yeah, bizarre. Bizarre. Do something.
bizarre attempt to undermine 150 years
And if he
of
gets away with that, then he'll get away with every other constitutional change he wants to make. I mean, come on.
jurisprudence and the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution.
There you go. Attorney General Chris Mays of Arizona calling it bizarre, which it is. And that's why some attorneys general are actually going to be suing Trump over violating the Constitution. And in case you're wondering why
they should be suing him over loads more stuff than that.
he wants to end birthright citizenship, here's an explanation.
What is being transmitted and said about Latinos in the United States is exactly what the Trump campaign means. He believes that Latinos, as we've seen, are an unimportant, unvalued, and unnecessary part of the United States of America. And when Stephen Miller comes,
It's terrible. Well, yeah, when he's making it like it's a people can't go to school anymore because they're fucking petrified.
Fort Worth, Texas's school district is now investigating a substitute teacher who allegedly encouraged ICE to come and deport a bunch of the students at the school that he teaches at. This is Northside High School, and he posted on Twitter, "Y'all should come to Fort Worth, Texas to Northside High School." This is to ICE.
This is crazy.
I have many students who don't even speak English, and they are in 10th and 11th grade. They have to communicate through their iPhone translator with me.
Hi, Snow.
The U.S. Education Department should totally overhaul our school system in Texas, too. Now, we're going to return to the stuff about ICE in a second. The second part, I think, is funny because he reads like a Trumper, but does he not know that Trump wants to kill the Department of Education? And also, so I love that, like, so if the school system in Texas is such a failure, like, maybe blame the Republicans who control the state and have for decades. Maybe look inward a little bit to, hey, Greg Abbott, perhaps you could have some.
Yeah, Greg Abbott. Absolutely. He's fucking allowed the guns on campus and shit.
Expectations for. But anyway, there's no time for that. We want to see ICE busting down the door, men in black streaming through, locking up people. And so a lot of people are worried about that. Now, the account has gone private, but screenshots of the posts are still going around. And the school district put out a statement saying, "We take this matter very..."
Well, hopefully they're going to fire the guy. It's terrible. I just can't even imagine.
I think in this movement of national conservatism, what we need more than inspiration is we need wisdom. And there was a wisdom in what Richard Nixon said approximately.
Yeah. I mean, wisdom, sure, but look who you're dealing with.
40, 50 years ago. He said, and I quote, "The professors are the enemy."
Richard Nixon said the professors are the enemy. Can you elaborate more on that, though, buddy, before you get that smug look on your face?
Attention. Not only is the Vice President of the United States calling professors the enemy, but he's quoting one of the most corrupt and shameful presidents in history while doing it. It's because the best way to fool people into buying all that snake oil that MAGA has to sell is to make information.
I really don't think that Nixon was one of the most corrupt presidents in history, to be honest with you, because
and knowledge, bad words.
Who pays the tariffs? The Chinese government pays the tariff. No, they don't. Yes, they do.
I'm an importer and exporter for 20 years. When a product comes into the US, there's something called a tariff sheet.
Okay.
I, as the buyer of that product, follow US law and pay the tariff. I'm an American citizen, an American taxpayer. I pay that tariff to the US government. And that increase in the cost, I then sell to you for a higher price because I've got to cut.
See, they don't even
cover that tariff.
And what about,
there is
and
no,
when you say our tariffs are higher when they go overseas as opposed to theirs coming here?
Tariffs are never a zero-sum game. Tariffs are a tool. For example, you might say, you want to sell us your beans.
Yeah.
We are going to give you a low tariff if you buy our corn. But the cost of the tariff is ultimately always borne by the consumer.
Don't you think at the end of the day, there may be more competition within the market of the U.S. government?
You're confusing the question. This is not a question of competition. The point we're discussing is who bears the cost of the tariff.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you if it's good policy for the US government to tax beans and for the Chinese government to tariff corn. But what I can absolutely assure you is that a product that comes into the US is paid for by a US company, and the increased cost of that is borne by all of us. I am an importer and exporter. I do it for a living.
Okay. Then what's the alternative? If at one point in our country's history was tariffs.
And the alternative is that this guy needs to stop fucking around.
That paid for our economy.
Tariffs don't pay for your economy.
But they did. We didn't have income taxes before. That was before we had municipal infrastructure. Correct.
We didn't have income taxes before. That fucking guy's...
My understanding is that the tariff is lopsided to benefit other countries as opposed to ours. The suggestion is just to bring it up to make it equal.
That's why you have free trade agreements.
Right.
But it doesn't mean that even within the free trade agreement, there are not tariffs. If there's one thing you should take away from this extended conversation is that you are always paying the tariff.
You know what? I'm not educated in that. Fair enough.
And that's the magic word. Educated. Once that happens, no matter what glowing and patriotic speeches Donald Trump gives, the people listening have information that they've gained that allows them to compare what he's saying to what they've learned and determine for themselves if he's bullshitting them or not. It's why his line about poorly educated.
But they don't. They don't want to hear it.
It is so telling.
We won the evangelicals. We won with young. We won with old. We won with highly educated. We won with poorly educated. I love.
No, you fucking didn't, dude. No, you didn't.
The poorly educated.
He never won with highly educated people. He was lying, which is why he made sure to give a special shout out to the poorly educated. But real quick, back to JD Vance's attack on the people that help educate Americans. Because I get the feeling that one of the reasons MAGA is so hell-bent on making anyone that calls these modern-day Nazis is because if you know what Nazis did regarding education, you'd see that they're walking us down that same path. Another way in which the Nazis aimed to indoctrinate the younger population was through reforming the education system. They aimed to de-intellectualize education. They did not want education to provoke people to ask questions or think for themselves. They believed this approach would instill obedience and belief in the Nazi worldview, creating the ideal future generation. And guess what department MAGA is coming for next?
Old woman Linda McMahon is going to be our future Secretary of Education, which we're going to be giving back to the states. Let the state run education. I said to Linda, Linda, I'm making you the Secretary of Education, but if you do a great job, you will put yourself out of a job because you're going to be sending it back to the states, and she's fantastic.
Linda McMahon is a billionaire and has zero interest in using taxpayer money that she and the rest of Trump's billionaire cabinet are eyeing for their own bank accounts at the expense of regular Americans. And all those fools that keep giving standing ovations to policies that directly screw them and their children over have no idea what eliminating the department will get rid of.
That's the thing. They're all standing there. Yay, yay. It's like, can they not figure it out? I mean, Snow, you have cancer. What do you think about him ending cancer research? Like, there's other people with cancer. I can't comprehend. I'm like in shock.
The education department is actually eliminated. How exactly would that affect school systems across the
Jermaine struggled for years with dental issues before finally finding Nuvia. Listen to what he wanted most after his smile makeover.
across the country?
I think it's really important for people to understand that most school funding comes from the state and local level, and that we will still have public education if the department.
It's not bullshit. He ended cancer research. It's true. Wow, that's like a real pessimistic way of looking at it, but I mean, not everybody thinks that way. Some people do want cancer research.
For the first major manufactured political crisis of the second Trump era is well underway, even before Donald Trump has been sworn in. It is a crisis that has led to Pentagon officials issuing warnings like this.
Without an appropriation or a continuing resolution, our troops will miss their end of month paycheck during the holiday season. Military reservists drilling after December 20 will not receive pay for those drills, and federal civilians that are required to work during a shutdown will not be paid. Civilian employees whose work is paid for from lapsed appropriations will be furloughed for the duration of the lapse, which appears to coincide with the Christmas and New Year's holidays.
Elon Musk wearing the Grinch costume well, no pay for the 2.1 million troops over the holidays. How exactly did we get here? As we reported during this hour yesterday, the government is barreling toward a possible shutdown. It's after Elon Musk.
I don't even know why Elon Musk has anything to do with anything. he really shouldn't. I just.
What's wrong with these burger buns? They taste perfectly delicious, but due to a production mishap, their bottoms are slightly curved instead of flat. Traditional grocery stores wouldn't sell these in perfect.
So one of the things that happened in the first few days of Trump's time in office is he basically hit us with a fire hose of horrible policies. It was a tsunami of horrible policies that we got hit.
Well, how? I mean, you went to a doctor, right, for your cancer? Like, I don't understand why, if that's how you feel. That doesn't really make sense.
With. And look, when you do that, it becomes very difficult for the media and for just everyday people to really follow along, to really know the depths of the depravity.
Vetting by who? Who's going to vet them? I mean,
and the destruction that just got brought upon us. And, you know, look, I largely blame the Democrats for not having any organized response to this. I largely blame the media for not being aggressive in covering this. And it really feels kind of lonely out here.
Yeah, I agree with this guy. I really think people should have, and they still should, be outraged. I mean, outraged.
Here, actually going through his executive orders one by one and telling you what's going on. Because this is not something that many are doing, right? Well, I got another one for you here. And this really, really sort of sums up what the first couple days were like, okay? So look at this. This is from NPR. National Institutes of Health cancel scientific meetings after Trump directives. Now, as you're about to see here,
Yeah, psychology is real. What does that have to do with anything?
this included freezing funding for cancer research, which included current ongoing clinical trials where people were getting care. People were getting treatment for cancer. Simply put, Trump froze people getting cancer treatments. That's what he did. Here we go. Scientific researchers around the country are concerned after the National Institutes of Health canceled meetings this week with very little explanation. The move comes after federal health officials were told to halt public communication until they could be reviewed by a Trump appointee. Now, by the way, I should also point out, avian flu is spreading very quickly around the country.
I don't understand what that means. Psychology is also real. Okay, so who said that psychology wasn't real?
Through different animal populations, there have been some instances in some places where humans have contracted it. There's also, what was it, a tuberculosis outbreak? I want to say it was in Kansas. You got all these important things going on, and Trump goes, no, you're not allowed to do any communication internally and with the public to the health agencies. Guys, this is exactly what it looks like, which is like, hey, if there's an outbreak that happens, we want to be able to hide it. That's what he's saying. The NIH is the largest public funder of biomedical research.
Okay, I really don't understand why any of those responses have to do with us not being able to be informed about these things. Or cancer research, or diabetes research, or Alzheimer's research. I don't really understand what any of those responses have to do with that.
Research in the world. What happened? I thought, we're told, oh, big pharma is so important and they do the research and development. No, they don't. No, they don't. It's government money that goes to universities that funds the research and development, and then big pharma steals the rights to those things and price gouges us. That's what it is. It invests more than $40 billion in research every year. The agency gathers together scientists at academic institutions around the country into what are called study sections to help them figure out what research is the most important to fund. Dr. Crystal Starbird, a cancer structural biologist and professor at UNC Chapel Hill, said her study section was scheduled to meet next week. On Wednesday, she received notice of its cancellation through email. Quote, it was pretty vague. It said that it's canceled.
You don't want to know if there's like a recall on something because it's, you know, got E. coli or something. You don't want to know. Like, you don't want any health updates from it.
That they can't afford any further explanation at the time, and it thanked us for our service at the NIH. She explains that these aren't the kinds of meetings that can easily be rescheduled. There are a lot of moving parts involving different institutions, all operating on different timetables. A delay, especially an indefinite delay, like this one, could have negative impacts on important cancer research. It's possible this is just a temporary pause on meetings to allow the new Trump team to get their bearings. And indeed,
yeah, but how come no other president's team had to do anything like that? That's ignorant. I mean, it is. It's ignorant.
The freeze on public communications for all the Department of Health and Human Services, NIH is part of HHS, has an end date of February 1st. I guess I can understand that potentially, but I don't understand the lack of communication. I also don't think the people who just made that decision fully understand what that may mean in terms of implications for really important and critical research. And NIH did not respond to NPR's questions about the scope and reasons for the cancellation. So by the way, people on the right have been firing back. We're like, hold on, a freeze on communications is common when you switch from one administration to another administration. But it's the length of the freeze here is very uncommon. They froze it all the way until February 1st. And it started, what, January 21st? So this is a long time to freeze this. Now, what are the real world implications? Well, let's take a look. A friend of mine has skin cancer and was about to start a clinical trial at MD Anderson after his other treatments did not work. Trump's decision to temporarily halt funding for medical research also applies to clinical trials. His treatment is now canceled. When cancer treatment trials for patients are now canceled because of Trump White House muzzling on all science, who suffers in the end? Is this really making
I don't understand that. That's not even like a... So what are you saying? Everything isn't real? I don't know what you're saying.
America great? Why isn't anybody talking about this? Why? Again, this is what drives me crazy. There's 1,000 things that desperately need our attention, need us to talk about it, hammer away on it, make it front page news, and like none of it's happening. It looks to me like the resistance is beat down. They've given up.
Yeah, where is the resistance?
You've got the full capitulators like Fetterman and the semi-capitulators like the members of the Doge caucus in the Democratic Party. We're not doing this. We can't do this. You got to stand up. You got to fight. You got to speak up. You're just going to let shit like this slide? I don't know if I saw a single Democrat brought up Trump signing an executive order that raises drug prices. I don't know if
Yeah. 901. It's like ridiculous, man. And I'm starting to think, Andrew, that like we must be the stupid one because I'm just in shock. I'm in shock, and others are desensitized to the actual disgustingness. It's just like crazy.
I saw a single Democrat speak up about Trump's executive order that allows among the cabinet. I don't see it. I don't see it. Again, it's like when I stumble across one of these stories, I'm like, wait, that can't be right because this would be everywhere if it was real. No, it's real and just nobody's talking about it. How many people are not getting cancer treatment that they desperately need because Trump decided to crack down and freeze funding for all of our health institutions?
And then you got people sitting there going, Well, blah, 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 blah. In the meantime, somebody's loved one is sitting there freaking out, and every day matters.
4 fucking years. He needs to unfreeze this immediately. Immediately. And remember, who are they trying to get to come in to control our health institutions? The guy who believes in junk science. The guy who would rather you have raw milk than pasteurized milk. Fucking RFK Jr. The anti-vax.
Yeah, but raw milk is also going through that freaking avian bird flu thing. But nobody knows exactly how far it's gone because no communication.
Frank is who they want overseeing all the science in this country. We're cooking. We're cooking. Are we fully cooked? That's for you to decide, but we are certainly cooking. There's no doubt about it. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop.
Yes.
Free Tax USA, where federal filing is always free with no games or pricing gimmicks. Because choosing your tax software shouldn't be a guessing game. Companies may claim their federal tax.
All right, y'all. So the MAGA bandwagon effect is still in full swing. It drives me crazy, but day in and day out, more and more are hopping on it. So we just talked before about the comedian sphere who've all gone full MAGA because they're pathetic little weasels and they are not independent free thinkers. They're not anti-establishment. They are wave riders. They are narrative humpers. Well, now you also have the Bill Maher sphere doing the same thing, right? They are doing the same thing. They're going, where's culture at? Where's society? What direction is the wind blowing? I'm going that way. I'm going that way. You guys like me, right? You guys like me, right? You guys like me, right? It's so sad. It's so weak. This is what weak men do, right? This is what weak men do. It is, right? And I used to like Maher. I used to love you about to see Stephen A. Smith. I'm endlessly entertained by Stephen A. Smith. I always enjoy his commentary. But man, this is getting worse and worse on a daily basis with just how much they're humiliating themselves. And they're bending over and spreading their cheeks and saying, hey, MAGA, come get some. So here we go. Let's start and then I'll react.
Here's the deal. The man was impeached twice. He was convicted on 34 felony counts. And the American people still said, he's closer to normal than what we see. Exactly. That's what they say. He's closer to normal. Why? Because something that pertains, when you talk about the transgender community, for example, when you're talking about the issues that pertain to less than 1% of the population, the Democratic Party came across as if that was a priority more so than the other issues. And so he comes into office. Now you're talking about childbirth citizenship or what have you. He knows that's not going to pass the muster.
Kamala Harris did not mention trans people or trans issues. She just didn't. She didn't mention it. Not once. They had to drag out a video from like fucking 2019 to try to hit her with that. And Stephen A. makes it seem like, oh, these Democrats, they won't shut up about trans issues. That's why Trump won. Just totally swallowing hook, line, and sinker the right-wing narrative, the fake, made-up right-wing narrative.
For example, when you're talking about the issues that pertain to less than 1% of the population, the Democratic Party came across as if that was a priority more so than the other issues.
How could they come across like it was a priority when they didn't fucking mention it? Guys, this is what happens when you...
No, they didn't come out like that was the only priority. That's just craziness. That is just, I mean, what?
So we're supposed to start the podcast. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Welcome to Asshole Island. Patriots, Gaytriots, and Theytriots.
Asshole Island.
I'm doing one more cacaw because Trump's America. We need all the cacaws we can get. Triple your cacaw. Triple your cacaw because we're in triple the dog shit. There's no question about it. And I just want our listeners to know it doesn't matter who's in charge of this country. We still are citizens of Asshole Island. And we will not
What a shame, huh?
relent, and we will rebel. And we are not going to pre-surrender to this bullshit. No, we're not. Absolutely. What have you had it with? Okay, what I've had it with is the person that I have become because of my French Bulldog. I have become everything I hate in people on the internet, in real time. Yesterday, I went to the paint store, talking to my neighbor because he's my builder. He has Frenchies. We're talking about our Frenchies. I start telling, and I was just like, you know what? You don't care. I'm going to go stand over here and wait for the paint. I mean, I was just hanging my head in shame that I had become a yak mouth defending a French Bulldog to somebody that I don't even fucking know or and I just melt away. So I am sorry.
Thank you. I forgive you.
Thank you. Yeah. I wonder what they would say. You know, here's when somebody says that, like, oh, I don't let my dog on the sofa, or I don't let my.
Is you're spot on. We are a problem recognition podcast. That's what we traffic in. We traffic in identifying problems and grievances. As to the solutions, we're way over our skis on
Social referee. You have to go to the back of the line.
Yep.
Uber rate.
When baby Jessica fell down the well. Pumps is so
dating matchup thing.
It's been over a year.
Okay. Let me.
Why did I start using these for incontinence issues, incontinence problems, leaks and stains? And
one would think with all of the problems facing the United States, gun violence, women's rights, civil rights, etc., that the new administration would be tackling these things. No, they're absolutely not. They're worried about their agents looking telegenic on camera. Fascists that are telegenic. Play the clip.
Telegenic.
Here at CNN this morning is that many of these officials conducting these raids have been told to basically dress for the cameras, right? So here's the reporting. Multiple federal agents assisting U.S. immigration officials with raids directed by the Trump administration have been told to ensure their clothing clearly depicts their respective agency in case they're filmed by members of the media, sources tell CNN. And while it's common safety practice for agents conducting arrests to wear insignia clearly identifying themselves as law enforcement, even agents on the perimeter of operations conducted across the nation have been specifically instructed by their leadership to wear raid jackets to generate possible media attention, sources said. So how
Yeah, I do want to live, and I don't want to feel like my life's over. But I'm terrified for me. I'm terrified for everyone. Because I don't know about you, but I don't know any billionaires. You know why? Because they don't care about knowing us. And that's what I feel like, that they would pay somebody to do their cancer battle research or Alzheimer's or diabetes or whatever. But we can't do that.
do you understand how this is different from what had previously been going on under the Biden administration?
All right. So, I mean, perhaps the clearest cut case as to.
So I think, remember there was that story when January 6th happened, that Trump was in the dining room and somebody leaked that he was like, this is great, this is great. I just wish they looked better. They look kind of trashy. So
Well, yeah, but if the world's destroyed, what's that going to matter?
the optics are very, very important to him. Not civil rights, not human rights, not the rule of law, but the optics of all of this. And I think that this administration is going to be one that is built on all false premises. I think he's going to inflate his support by using his new tech bros to game the algorithm with a bunch of bots. I think he's going to be. You know, he always says, everybody says this, everybody knows this, and everybody knows only I can do this. What are your thoughts?
I completely agree with you. One thing you said to me right before the inauguration, which rings so true, was
It's not going to change in healthy ways now. This isn't healthy.
all of these raids and the rounding up of immigrants were going to be a splashy TV show.
They're doing all that on the anniversary of the liberation of the concentration camps. Just like they threw people into those trains.
Meet to the base, and that proves to be true, not only in what's actually happening, but in actually what they're doing. Dress up so when you dehumanize someone and take them out in handcuffs, you look the part. And I hear
you, Snow, but People are petrified.
Even equated that to the January 6th when he was like, thought his supporters were trashy. It's so amazing. Like, we have a Secretary of Defense that is the former weekend host of Fox News, and he looks good on TV, and that's why Trump wanted him. He's wholly unqualified. Other than that. So this is a TV show that is going to be nothing more than, look how pretty we are. Look what we're doing with absolutely no substance. I completely agree with your point.
And let's not forget that he had such a teeny tiny inauguration crowd because he knew that this crowd was probably going to be less than his first time around. So he moved it inside and blamed it on the weather and that he cared about people's safety because he knew the optics going into the second term, if he had an anemic crowd size, that was going to be problematic for him. So now let's shift into, he's all about the MAGA loyalty. Everybody's got to be loyal.
I mean, Snow, you're a smart person. You must have done, when you were in school, studied about the Holocaust, studied about fascism, and you must know that this constant threat of taking away, certain news or journalist jobs or this and that it's not okay. You know what I mean? Like,
To MAGA. I've got to read to you this tweet. Kylie, pop it up. It says, those seeking jobs have been told they will have to prove their enthusiasm to enact Trump's agenda and have been asked.
Now, come on. Like, when have you ever heard that from a president? The fucking ego. That's, I mean,
when their moment of, quote, MAGA revelation occurred. So, I mean, I'm curious. And just follow me here, viewer. The MAGA revelation, was that when the president, that was former president, now he is president, attempted in an alpha male way to give a microphone a blowjob? Was that your MAGA revelation? I mean, are they serious?
Well, I wouldn't have voted for it, first of all. And second of all, even if it ends up that I can't do anything about it, it won't be for lack of trying. Do you believe that if they put a book in front of Trump that he can really read? Do you really think he can read? Honestly, do you think he can read? Does it matter if he can read? Not they. I said him. I didn't say they. I said him.
This is such cult language. It is insane.
Everything they do is cult-like. And it's so interesting to me. Never in my life have I heard on any level, and I'm private sector, but legal jobs. So as an attorney, you don't pledge to, I pledge to be loyal to my client. I will do the best for my client within the bounds of the law. This is, we don't give a shit if you're qualified. We don't give a shit if you uphold the Constitution. We don't care whether you're morally duplicitous. In fact, we like it. And we want you to tell us when you came on board for MAGA. And that to me is so dangerous.
Well, I think they want blind obedience. That's all Trump cares about. But it's important to note that every person in the administration, every American citizen could be like, oh my God, I'm MAGA. Donald Trump is amazing. He has great abs. He has a great tan. He has amazing hair. He's hot, etc. It still would.
Yeah, but he doesn't have any common sense either.
Not fix him. This is a person that is mentally ill and broken beyond the pale. But what is so fascinating is I get a crazy person in solitude. You can understand a mentally ill person by themselves. What amazes me are how obsequious all of his followers are. Kylie, put up the next tweet.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I've
Common sense isn't all that common. He doesn't have moral ethics.
forwarded this card.
He grabs people by the pussy.
Okay, you ready? All right, $118.
Florida Republican Representative Anna Paulina Lena is filing legislation this week to add Trump's face to Mount Rushmore. Lena,
come on, man. For what?
says, what are we waiting on? Donald Trump's face should be on Mount Rushmore. We've got the votes. Trump's going to sign it. Let's get it done to memorialize what this man's achieved for this country. I mean, what planet are they living on? And you know what? They'll probably do it because this is going to be the smoke and mirrors administration. He put his name on those checks, those COVID checks, because he
never saw that before. Usually it's the Treasury that
knows branding. There are certain things that he's good at, and he knows branding. He will make sure. I'm surprised the Gulf of America isn't the Gulf of Trump. He's going to start renaming stuff. I guarantee you, hide and watch, bookmark this. I guarantee you his face will be on one of the bills, one of the money. I guarantee you.
Gross.
It is coming. Wow, I hadn't even thought about that. You know, when this whole MAGA movement started, I was like, do these people believe this bunch of horseshit? Do they know that he's just a liar and just trying to curry favor? This woman is so unhinged. I'm like, so you want to put him with Lincoln, George Washington, Trump? What has he done? What has he done? Just
what has he fucking
give me just a short list. It is so gross.
Seriously.
And do you think she believes this? Because I used to think they were just trying to curry favor. They just wanted the spotlight on them. That, oh, I pledge my allegiance to Trump. Or do you think she genuinely thinks that on the Mount Rushmore of presidents, Trump has done such an amazing job, he should be up there? I'll tell you what I think.
34 fucking felonies.
I think that we have a lot of default settings as human beings, especially people that are raised in this country. We have a certain way that we were programmed to think. And to find enlightenment takes, you have to exercise your brain intellectually. And these people are intellectually lazy. They have probably been indoctrinated by really insane religions from a very young age. They're damaged, they're broken, their inner child is in really horrible shape. And Trump gives them permission at some point to be intellectually lazy and just to cave to all of their Neanderthal type things, like being racist and being white supremacist and favoring profit over human beings. And he gives them this easy way to do it. And then, they call liberal sheep and all of this. They're the ones that are like you see one group do it more and more and more. And now it's just like this huge.
It is. It's them that are the sheeps, not liberals.
Cool. Okay, next up, I'd like to leave you all with just the breathtaking stupidity of Lara Trump.
How no one wants to take any blame for anything out in California. Instead, they're blaming climate change. I would really love for someone out there to explain to me how climate change is the reason that the reservoirs were dry, that there's no water.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Ugh.
And the fire hydrants.
I mean, it's just unbelievable that she says that and that nobody at Fox says, oh God, she sounds really stupid. But to their audience, they think they have been so brainwashed to believe that climate change isn't real. And what's so insane is the oil and gas industry has known since the 70s, since
So fucking sad.
the decade that you and I were born, that it contaminates and eats at the ozone and is causing climate change. These people don't understand the difference between climate and weather. She doesn't understand that droughts exacerbated the floods, the high winds exacerbated the floods, and that climate change leads to droughts, hurricanes, weather extremes, tornadoes. She doesn't understand these things that our children immediately understand and know. And it's just put on Fox News. And what's so amazing is you have all of these people that sit around and watch Fox News that genuinely are not going to benefit from this presidency. It's very clear that this is not just the 1%. This is the 0.01% presidency. And all of these people sit around and watch it. And it's like they're getting them, it's like they're sitting there smoking cigarettes, bashing the tobacco companies. And this actually did happen in the 80s and 70s. People did this. They smoked cigarettes. And they put out this campaign, cigarettes aren't bad for you, this is a myth, blah, blah. Climate change is, you don't have a choice, or you just live on the earth. You're going to be impacted by it. And it's amazing because right now, for the oil and gas industry, right now, it doesn't benefit them financially. So they have brainwashed and manipulated.
Drill, baby, drill. Like fucking unreal.
All of the people currently who are going to leave their children a horrible, horrible climate in which to live. Well, and they also tell them that wind energy is bad and all the crap that he sells on that. But what amazes me about Lara Trump, I don't think for a minute she doesn't believe that, because I don't think she's very bright. So her saying that doesn't surprise me at all. But I mean, she puts her all into it. I mean, she feels it. She is just so.
And bars is what I saw in that family.
Worried. And I just want to say, you're running around just singing in a terrible voice. You have absolutely no knowledge whatsoever to do with weather, meteorology. You have no business being on there, but she's on there selling it. And because she's a pretty face, like you said, people are like, oh, climate change isn't real. It's not real. They have been the psychological soil.
It's very real.
Has been set for that for a very, very long time. And they get these slogans, drill, baby, drill. And again, It takes me back to my other point. It just puts people in this Neanderthal, lazy, intellectual way. Oh, yeah, because climate change, as Al Gore called it, was an inconvenient truth. We're all going to be inconvenienced to try to fix it. So Trumpism allows people to be intellectually lazy and not find enlightenment and not get smarter, and doesn't facilitate conversations where people make a country better, like what our founders did. They sat around and said, how can we make this better? They were intellectuals. None of that, all of that dies with MAGA. So when you tell the average Fox News viewer sitting out in the suburbs or rural America sitting there watching that, they're like, yeah, fuck yeah, and she's hot too. It's just,
That's true. That is exactly true.
It's just this caveman bullshit. Yeah, it's depressing when you think that 49% of America buys into this shit. They sure do. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Another kitchen find that just makes sense.
Toss out that old mandolin that you have that probably cut your fingers or sliced your nose.
Listening to my colleagues, the Democrats on the other side of the aisle, complain and whine and defend illegal aliens that break the law the minute they cross our border is pathetic. The American people are so sick and tired of it. They cannot believe what our country has gone through. It is enough. It is absolutely enough. But they will go on and on to defend anyone that is not American because of their America Last policy.
No. Because we're all petrified about the cost of things, while the cost of this whole deportation thing is costing us. And in the meantime, we're fucking struggling. And this bitch, Marjorie Taylor here, just sits there being fucking rude.
Policies. The bill blatantly violates due process. I mean, these are not these are literally being allegations and charges, not actual convictions. Y'all act like if somebody's undocumented, they can't be deported. They can. As a former immigration attorney, I know that for a fact. You're making this up so you can literally allow people to be profiled and discriminated against. Blame them for the cost of eggs? Is that what we're doing here? We're blaming them because you guys can't get corporate greed on a side that is a disease that is killing our economy? People can't afford housing? You think it's because of our immigrant neighbors?
People can't afford housing.
What's up, everybody? Major Retired Richard Ojeda here, and Marge, the train wreck green, is back on her soapbox, shouting nonsense like it's gospel, and this time she's using the tragic murder of Laken Riley as her latest prop. It's despicable, it's manipulative, and it's everything you'd expect from someone so invested in spewing nothing but hate.
You talk about tax dollars used. Our tax dollars should be used defending Americans. And you want to talk about spending a lot of money? Spending a lot of money should happen for American causes, American purposes, and American security.
We didn't even have to worry about security till these people started threatening other countries. And what the fuck?
Laken Riley is a young woman who should be living her American dream, and she had the right to do it. But people that come across our border illegally are not Americans, and they do not have rights here. And that is exactly why anytime they break a law, anytime they cross into our country, they should be rounded up and shipped out as fast as possible. And if we need to build more prisons, then we'll do it.
Laken Riley's death was an absolute tragedy. A young nursing student life was cut short in a way no family should ever have to endure. But what does Marge do with this heartbreaking story? She turns it into a political weapon, using her name to justify a xenophobic, unconstitutional piece of legislation that has nothing to do with justice and everything to do with fear-mongering. This is the Laken Riley Act, a bill that does nothing to honor the victim, but everything to erode due process and divide communities. Rashida Tlaib sees it for what it is, and she's not holding back.
So shameful that the first bill of the new Congress will put millions of our neighbors that work so hard, that build up our communities. It is also going to increase militarization of our neighborhoods. As somebody that grew up in Southwest Detroit, where you'll find 20 different ethnicities, people from all over the world came together, and you should see how beautifully diverse it is, but how they built up communities and neighborhoods. They're an integral part of our neighborhood. And one of the things that I have been seeing over and over again on social media already, Mr. Chair, is literally militarization of Border Patrol, officials everywhere, just people scared and petrified because that's what's exactly happening, because this promotes racial profiling.
She's absolutely right. This bill doesn't just target undocumented immigrants. It targets entire communities. It creates
Just like they did to the Jews.
creates a culture of fear where neighbors turn on neighbors, where families are ripped apart, where diversity is treated as a threat. Rashida called it out for what it is. This promotes racial profiling. It blatantly violates due process, and that's exactly what this bill does. It gives law enforcement free rein to target people based on their skin color, their accent, or their last name. It's not about justice. It's about power. It's about creating a system where Marge and her buddies get to decide who belongs and who doesn't. And let me tell you, that's not America. That's not the country that we are all supposed to be. And Rashida didn't stop there. She called out the hypocrisy at the heart of this bill.
If you cared truly about fixing our immigration system, you'd go fix it so that U.S. citizens married to undocumented spouses can actually adjust their status, where we have mixed statuses, because for 30 years, we've ignored and vilified immigrants. Enough is enough. It was separate families. It would lead again to continued discrimination. It's shameful that my colleagues are giving into racist fear-mongering at the first opportunity to pass legislation to scapegoat our immigrant neighbors and fuel hate in our communities. I know what's going to happen. It won't just be undocumented. It'll be people like my mother who will get stopped
We're all here from somewhere else.
and profiled. She had to carry her U.S. passport around? Are we asking people now to have documentation? That's what you want to
Gentlewoman's
turn our
time has
neighborhoods into, is militarization?
I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds. Gentlelady's
I
recognized.
just ask all of you to truly understand what this will do to our communities. I urge our colleagues to please vote no on this divisive bill. And it's so important to understand what you're going to turn our communities and our neighborhoods into. We can't allow that to continue to happen.
Once launched,
It's terrible what they're doing.
this dental appliance received an explosive response and quickly became popular.
With that, I yield.
This bill isn't about fixing the system. It's about weaponizing it. It's about creating a system where an accusation is enough to ruin someone's life. No evidence, no trial, just suspicion. Is that the kind of country that we want to live in? Because that's where this bill is taking us. And Marge's so-called Christian values that she loves to wrap herself up in, you know, the Bible when it suits her. Yeah, let me tell you, there's nothing Christian about this bill. Jesus didn't say love thy neighbor unless they're undocumented. He didn't say blessed are the snitches, but that's what Marge is preaching. She's turned faith into a weapon, using it to justify cruelty and discrimination. It's disgusting, and it's a betrayal of everything true faith stands for. What Marge had to say was idiotic. Democrats on the other side of the aisle complain and whine and defend illegal aliens that break the law the minute they cross the border. She paints a picture of Democrats bending over backwards, defending criminals, and it's an absolute...
Yeah, that's a fucking lie.
lie. But here's the reality she's conveniently leaving out. Crossing the border without documentation isn't even a criminal offense in most cases. It's a civil matter. But nuance doesn't play well with Marge's base. She doesn't want facts. She wants fear. She wants anger. She wants her followers foaming at the mouth with rage over a made...
And that is what they do. They even justify stopping cancer research.
up problem. And then there's her next gem. The American people are so sick and tired of it. Well, she's right about one thing. We're sick and tired, but not of asylum seekers. We're sick of her lies. We're sick of her divisive, hateful rhetoric that scapegoats vulnerable communities while letting the real culprits off the hook. Housing prices, immigrants. Inflation, immigrants. The price of eggs, immigrants. That's the narrative Marge is selling. But let me tell you who's really to blame. Corporate greed, stagnant wages, and the billionaire donors Marge and her party are so eager to please. And then she has the audacity to talk about spending. Spending a lot of money should happen for American causes, American purposes, and American security. Really, Marge? Every time Democrats propose spending money on healthcare, affordable housing, or education, things that actually help Americans, it's your party that screams socialism and then votes the bill down. Your party just eliminated a $35 insulin cap, leaving millions of Americans struggling to afford life-saving medicine.
Wow. Wow.
Talking about cutting Social Security, slashing funding for cancer research, and gutting education programs. And now you want to lecture us about spending money on American causes? Spare us. This isn't about spending wisely. It's about weaponizing budgets to punish the people that you don't like. And then we have the bill itself. Jamie Raskin summed it up perfectly. The Laken-Riley Act shifts the law from detaining and deporting people convicted of serious crimes to detaining and deporting people based on mere accusations. Let that sink in. No trial, no conviction, just an accusation. That's all it takes. You don't need evidence. You don't need proof. Someone just has to point a finger and that's it. Your life is turned upside down. That's not justice. That's authoritarianism. That's how dictatorships operate. This bill...
Yes, it is.
erodes due process and replaces it with fear, suspicion, and paranoia. And it's not just undocumented immigrants who are at risk. Today, it's them. Tomorrow, it's journalists, activists, political opponents, anyone who dares to speak out against people like March to Trainwreck Green. This is how it starts, folks. They create a system where your rights can be taken away with a whisper, where suspicion is all it takes to destroy a life. And if you think it stops there, you haven't been paying attention. This bill isn't about protecting Americans. It's about dividing us. It's about creating,
Just like you said, Nat, about dividing.
an us versus them narrative that keeps Marge's base angry, afraid, and distracted. And it's working. Look at people like Lauren Boebert, who turned a bathroom trip into a full-blown witch hunt because she thought she saw a transgender person. That's the kind of paranoia this rhetoric creates. It's the same paranoia that led to January the 6th. It's the same paranoia that keeps Marge's base undereducated and angry. And now they want to dismantle the Department of Education because they don't want people to think critically. They want people who follow orders, not people who ask questions. This bill is un-American. It flies in the face of everything we stand for. Justice, fairness, compassion. Rashida Tlaib said it best. Enough is enough. It will separate families and lead to continued discrimination. This bill
Republicans in the U.S. Senate are starting to sound the alarm bells, quietly, but they're sounding them, about the fact that Donald Trump, in his first week in office, clearly broke the law. As I'm sure everyone is aware by now, on Friday evening, Donald Trump engaged in what's being called the Midnight Massacre, where he fired at least 15 inspectors general.
And he's not allowed to do that, and yet they let him.
From various government agencies. These inspectors general are the people who basically are the enforcement, right? They're the ones who look for waste, fraud, abuse, and rule breaking. And whenever somebody in the agency is doing something illegal, unethical, wrong, wasteful, whatever it is, they're the ones who come up with the reports and will sometimes use those reports, send them to the DOJ to get prosecutions if necessary. Trump fired them, and that alone is an illegal act. There was a law passed shortly after Donald Trump's first term ended, and it was pretty much in response to Donald Trump firing a bunch of inspectors general when he first took office back in 2017. But the law says that before you fire these people, you have to give Congress a 30-day notice.
But he didn't. And
so, in other words, you can't just walk up to these people and say, you're fired. You have to go to Congress and say, listen, I'm going to fire this person. Here's your 30-day notice, 30 days from this moment. They're out of here. That's the legal way to do it under this law. Trump obviously did not do that. So Republicans, a little bit concerned about the fact that the guy wasn't even in office a full week before he decided to just start breaking the law.
you gonna do anything about it or what?
The Republicans include Lisa Murkowski, of course, Susan Collins, of course, and Chuck Grassley. But there was another one who admitted clearly on national television on Sunday that Donald Trump technically broke the law, but he added he really doesn't care. And that, of course, was Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. Graham appeared on Meet the Press this past Sunday, where he was asked by host Kristen Welker, what do you say to those who believe that President Trump is going to replace these watchdogs with loyalists? And Graham said, I'm not overly worried about that. When you win an election, you need people in your administration that reflect your views. And then Welker said, the law says he's supposed to give them 30 days notice. He didn't do that. Do you think he violated the law? And Lindsey Graham then said, well, technically, yeah, but he has the authority to do it.
No, he fucking doesn't.
Not losing a whole lot of sleep that he wants to change the personnel out. I just want to make sure that he gets off to a good start. I think he has. I'm very supportive of what he wants to do with America. So technically, yeah, Lindsey Graham's like, he broke the law, but he's allowed to break the law.
No, he fucking isn't.
Like, that's what he's saying. He's like, well, technically, yeah, but he has the authority to do it. No, No, he actually does not. It's not a law that's in place for me. It's a law that's literally just for that guy holding that position.
Fucking real.
Right? Nobody else is going to be firing inspectors general. That's literally a law for one person. And Lindsey Graham's like, yeah, but the one person the law is about actually has the authority to break that law, right?
No, he fucking doesn't. They need to fucking do something, man.
And borrowing Lindsey Graham's response, well, technically, yeah. Because if you fire the inspectors general, who's going to be left out there to put the report together about how you broke the law? Not the loyalists that you're going to be replacing these people with.
That's
no.
incredible. Unfucking real.
Oh, so not only that, you also have the Supreme Court ruling that basically told us anything the president does as an official act as president is not prosecutable. So even though Trump clearly broke the law, which Lindsey Graham admits, those other three Republicans, Collins, Murkowski, Grassley, admitted, he's untouchable because of that Supreme Court ruling. He did do this as an official act of the president. And because of that, even if we wanted to, we couldn't prosecute him. So
yes, we could. This is bullshit.
Lindsey Graham is correct. He does have the authority to do it. Even though the law says he doesn't have the authority to do it, the other law says he does. So that's the kind of stupid world we're living in right now, folks. Trump is allowed to break the law. And by God, he's already taken advantage of it. And that's just an appetizer compared to the main course that we will be served for the next.
People need to fucking do something. This is bullshit. Everybody else abides by the laws except that motherfucker. Fucking gross, man.
This is the perfect eyeliner for hooded eyes. It's sold out within weeks. Meet the gel liner. Effortless, bold.
I'm Courtney and I left MAGA.
Hey everybody, Rich coming to you here with Leaving MAGA at leavingmaga.org with our latest Midas Touch Network video. Got a brand new testimonial for you today. Really courageous lady who left MAGA. Her name is Courtney Ray. I want to bring her in here.
Hi.
Hey Courtney.
How's it going?
Hey, welcome. Welcome so much. Thank you for being here with us. I just want to say
something to do with Michigan.
Hey, first, welcome to the Midas Touch Network community. I know you've done a couple videos elsewhere, but this one here, this one's going to be the most viewed. So no pressure. Okay, no pressure on you here. But you've been telling your story, and I want you to talk a little bit about your upbringing and how you feel like that may have prepared you in some way for why you gravitated to the MAGA movement in the community.
Yeah, that's a good question. So
I'm assuming her parents were Republicans.
I grew up in a pretty a suburban Michigan town, and it was fairly affluent, and I grew up in a religious type of family-ish. So it's interesting because my mom was raised like Greek Orthodox, my dad was raised Catholic, but he wasn't practicing. But I did go to a Catholic school, a high school. And although I was fortunate, the high school that I went to was pretty progressive for a Catholic school, but I was very ingrained from early on into religion and into, how can I say, like, there was a lot of internal misogyny that I was exposed to early on in my life, to no fault of my parents. I think it's a big generational thing where my parents are boomers, and they had, no offense to anybody out there, but they had a very rigid stance of, women get their approval from men, right? And your word.
I don't know what fucking generation. I mean, like.
Venus as and this was never an overt lesson that they taught me ever. So I want to make that clear. They never sat me down and said that. It was just.
She's definitely younger than. I mean, maybe if your parents were like in the 40s or something, but I think that kind of like
how it was reinforced, how they moved, how they spoke. I always gravitated to doing well with male teachers. I wanted their approval, and I'd get positive reinforcement for that. And when I went to college, I was hired by a very prominent family that as a nanny. And I also worked at a lot of the bars that they worked at or they owned. And they became my surrogate parents almost. And they were
Why would you need surrogate parents? Weren't your parents good? I mean,
very Republican. To back up real quick, my parents never told me how they voted. They never told me their affiliation at all. They alluded to it. There was a lot of talk about immigration and frustration in that arena, especially considering the area that I live in has very high Muslim population as well.
there's a lot of Muslims in Michigan, huh?
As Chaldean population. And there was times that my parents would say things that were very ignorant around that, feeling like they were becoming the minority, etc. So then when I graduated, moved off, and I became this nanny to this family. They were wonderful. And that was right before the Obama-McCain election. And I had never voted before. I was like 19 years old. And I remember them asking me, hey, who are you voting for? And I said, I don't know. I know nothing about politics. I don't care. And they said, well, do you want to learn? Because it's kind of important. And they sat me down and they sort of taught me everything they knew about politics. And they were very Republican. I will say there is a difference. I feel like the McCain Republican and the Trump Republican, because they're not even Republican. They're MAGA. But that was my toe into the realm of being Republican.
Exactly. That's what, I keep trying to say is that this is no longer about Republican Democrat. Trump he thinks he's his own entity.
And I vividly remember them telling me that when you're young, you have a big heart, so you're liberal. And when you're older, you have a big brain, and so you're conservative. And I remember saying, well, can't I be both? And they said no. And ever since then, I had this superiority complex because all of my friends, all of my peers were so excited about Obama. They were so excited to vote for him. They were excited when they won. And there was this collective effervescence of victory. And I was not a part of that. And weirdly, that made me feel special. I felt different. I remember criticizing Michelle Obama, saying things like, oh, she plays the race card too much. I don't think.
So, did this lady not vote? And then I don't even understand.
I ever even heard her say a speech. I was just regurgitating things that my employers would say because I felt like I was in this elite community of people who were richer than me, smarter than me, more successful than me, and that I was part of that. So by aligning with their values and their beliefs, and again, getting their approval, I was part of that.
That's what I think a lot of young voters are like now. They're just really following, what the masses are doing. It doesn't seem like they're making up their own minds or doing their own research. They're just following the crowd or
club, if you will.
Thank you for sharing that. So here's what I'm hearing, and I'm going to read something for a moment as part of your testimonial, which everyone can find at our site at leavingmaga.org. Religion, organized religion, feeling like maybe you had some inside track or some specific knowledge or information. I think these are all, it makes sense why to hear that from the communal aspect, because all of us need that community existence, that it essentially set you up well for the entree into MAGA. So I want to read something here. And this is, again, testimonial that people can find at our site, leavingmaga.org. It really goes into detail about Courtney's story here. So think of it as something complementary to our conversation here. So you wrote,
Steph, you don't cough anymore. Oh my God, I don't. And I haven't changed anything except for the CMOS.
Trump was the perfect candidate for me. I thought he was this incredible person, everything I admired. I loved how he spoke. I loved his whole spiel about draining the swamp. He was so masterful at painting a picture of a corrupt government, of a system in which everything was going wrong, and he was the one who was going to fix it. Trump created the feeling that you were part of something bigger, something that nobody else saw. I love feeling like he was going to save us all. I was MAGA all the way. That's something that you could have applied to my life. You know, like my own attraction to MAGA and why I found it so enticing. So once you get into that community, tell me.
I don't understand. That's like, I feel like that's uninformed voting. Like if you're not doing your research and, you know, what does somebody stand on? Like what's their views? I don't know. Like,
What life is like for you at that point for the next several years.
So when he announced his candidacy, and I was in a partnership with somebody that was very much about, he loved Donald Trump. Because again, at this point, I was Republican and none of my peers were Republican except for them.
right. But see, nobody liked Donald Trump. Like ever. He was never some beloved public figure. This is just psycho craziness, in my opinion.
The men that I dated, and I mainly online dated, and it put in there if you were Republican or Democrat. So I would attract these people and I would get feedback like, oh wow, it's so nice and refreshing to see like a Republican girl and blah blah blah. So when he got his candidacy and he started talking about Hillary Clinton and how corrupt she was and how could we possibly have a criminal running, I can't even say.
I guess this woman know. I mean, she must know because now she knows, I guess.
With a straight face anymore because it's so ironic. Running our government, running our country. Oh, but the emails. When I tell you that I didn't even know what the emails even meant. I remember telling somebody about Benghazi. I said, well, what about Benghazi? How could you ignore that? Thankfully, they didn't ask me to elaborate on that because I didn't even know what that really meant.
That's the type of people who are informed voters have to vote with.
I never even considered digging in to these things that I was talking about or the reasons. It was that he was so charismatic and the things that he said, but what he was so brilliant of was painting a picture that everyone else was so evil and corrupt and he was the only.
Well, you just must be stupid then. You must be quick to judge people or something. I don't know, because I don't find him charismatic at all.
Person that could save us. And I didn't even consider digging into any of that. And I would regurgitate things that people I respected would say. And I loved the whole QAnon stuff. Like when that started happening, that was very seductive to me. And then it got too much for me, but we can get into that in a little bit. But yeah. It was just that it was just feeling like I was in the know and that everyone else.
No. You were allowing yourself to be lazy.
Else was not. And it feels like you're in
yourself. You didn't know what you were talking about, but you felt like you were in the know.
Movie a little bit. It feels romantic in a way. Like it makes life more interesting, I think. It makes.
See, these are young people that are just. I can't.
Things more important. when you feel like you're a part of something a little bit bigger, if that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. And thank you for your candor in that. Right before we came on, we were talking about the Truman Show. And, and I don't know, I guess for me, there are some parallels about feeling again like you've got some inside track to some information.
Yeah.
Like what? Stupidity?
And you mentioned also in our testimonial, again, your testimonial that everyone could find at our site, leavingmaga.org. Talk to us about what you remember about when your doubts started to commence, because it had to do with conspiracy theories at the time. That's right. That started to get you on a pathway of questioning your support and wondering if being in the MAGA community reflected who it turned out you actually were. So talk to us a little bit about what you remember about when everything started to shift for you and around when that was.
Do you know what eating cabbage can do to your heart? Cabbage is a cruciferous vegetable that resembles lettuce and can.
Yeah. So about conspiracy theories, for context, if I had known who like Joe Rogan was, for example, back then, 2016, 17, I probably would have been all about that, because it's like I had this veil on and I was seeing everything through.
Do you want to know who Joe Rogan is to me? He's the guy from fucking News Radio with Andy Dick and Phil Hartman. He was in a sitcom. I don't take my political advice from him.
A conspiracy theory lens. And I believed, and I still believe to an extent, that the government and the leadership are corrupt in a lot of different ways. And I don't think that is exclusive just to Republican or Democrat. I think that there is bad apples in every single basket, not just the two of those. And I think that's a much bigger issue regarding like oligarchs and capitalism and that rabbit hole. But I was siphoning that into the wrong bucket. I was so focused on the Democrats being bad. I fell into this rabbit hole of, and I'm so used to talking on like TikTok lives, I'm like censoring what I say because I don't know if there's things that I can't say or not.
Of just listening to what you're told and not doing your own research.
But like the whole like trafficking and the Jeffrey Epstein connections with the Clintons and Hillary, all of that. And I really.
They fucking didn't have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. That's all fucking Trump and his cronies. I mean, come on.
Really got into. It's hard. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to explain it concisely. I just really believed at that time that there were some really bad stuff going on with the Hollywood elites and the New World Order. And then I was talking to my aunt, who is very MAGA, about the New World Order. And this is somebody I respect greatly. And she was explaining things to me and talking to me about Pizzagate. And I don't know if you know what that is or remember that, but it was essentially a pizzeria. I believe it was in DC. And evidently they were running a human trafficking ring out of there. And in the basement, they were drinking children's blood and they were doing all kinds of wild stuff. And that was the first moment I thought, wait a minute, this doesn't sound right. And I remember going home and researching the Holocaust because I remembered learning about Germany and the mustache man saying the same exact stuff. And I'm like, what?
Mustache.
What is going on here? And that was the first thing that kind of got it was me being educated on history, honestly. It was the first time I was like, wait a second, this sounds familiar to me. And then I kind of went deeper and she started sending me articles about Wayfair and children being smuggled or trafficking with the company of Wayfair. Like they would name big cabinets, like children's names. And it was this whole, and I just remember being like, this is not okay. This is not true. And that was sort of the point in time where my blinders started coming off. And I thought, and these are the people I'm aligning with, and they believe it. And they believe it with their whole heart. And
And
there's
that's all it takes is a little educating yourself.
there's something weird about this.
So how long was that process though? Because for
yeah.
me, I always talk about how when I started to have a little bit of suspicion about the honesty of the movement, what I did is I diversified my news and information sources. And once I did that, I started realizing that a lot of what I believed was just inaccurate. It was verifiably false and wrong. But it took me an entire year to come to this final decision of leaving because I was going to walk away from a community, from a second family. And then you realize your grave mistake and you think all of what I believe, not one or two beliefs, but years of beliefs that accumulated. I thought it's not that I thought I knew it. I came to there was this epiphany gradually and then suddenly all at once. Is that?
You know what? You could have just looked stuff up and educated yourself. Because people who do educate themselves about whom they're going to vote for and what subjects they're passionate about have to vote with people like that. Very frustrating.
Was that your experience when you finally around what time was it in your life in terms of period of time that you remember thinking, okay, officially I'm leaving, I'm out?
Well, I know exactly when that was. January 6th was the official, like I can't align myself with this, but it started prior to that. I think COVID was a really unique time period for me because I was in quarantine and my boyfriend who I lived with at the time was apathetic politically. He was the first person I had ever dated. And again, going back to the whole like men for approval thing, like I always dated men that my whole identity was before then who I dated. And this person, God bless him, he's not a very good person, but I love him in the fact that he was apathetic. And he gave me the space during COVID to make my own decisions without being infiltrated by other people. We were in quarantine.
What the hell is wrong with this?
We had the news on all the time because of COVID. So I loved Trump still, but after I had voted for him, he kind of just became in my periphery. I didn't pay much attention to him until COVID happened.
That's what I mean. These fuckers just want to follow the lead, but not know. I'm just like, what
happened? And then he's on my screen all the time. And I am talking to my family members, most of which were MAGA. And so here I am getting bogus and crazy conspiracy theories. And then I'm seeing the guy that they follow on TV telling people to inject disinfectant in themselves. And I'm watching how he's mocking people for wearing masks. One of the most profound moments was talking to my partner at the time, his parents, who are MAGA. And they were saying, oh, did you see Biden's rally? He has nobody. No one is at his rallies at all. And Trump, he has thousands of people. And I remember saying, Miss Ma'am, his mom's name, it's a pandemic. Biden is doing the right thing. He's encouraging people to not be around each other. And
I'm sure the lady didn't take kindly to that.
Trump is encouraging people to make his rally numbers huge. Like, who gives a crap about American health and safety right here? That and that was, as I remember, as I was speaking, I'm like, wait a minute, am I a Biden supporter right now? It was this weird moment for me. And I never liked Biden, but that was the first moment I was like, wait a second, I might be on the other side of history at this point.
Well, it does, for those who are watching this, I think sometimes there's a maybe a misconception that everyone wants it to be the case where someone thinks, okay, I'm mistaken, I'm wrong, that's it, I'm leaving. But and I don't mean to make this sound like a competition, but anyone who is really in the community doesn't just get up and leave on the spot, even if they're starting to feel.
That's a cult, man. The way they're talking is like it's a cult. They're not voting on, you know, a person's beliefs and their stances on certain topics. These fuckers are just like off the chain.
Feel like I'm not sure this represents and reflects who I am. And you know, you may have seen, and for those out there who didn't see it, again, they can find it at our site, leavingmaga.org. I had a video testimonial that aired night one at the DNC. And it was this vignette, very brief, but in there I talked about how the way that he mismanaged COVID was really one of the primary
he mismanaged a lot of things. That's why he had to file bankruptcy so many times. The guy's a fucking idiot.
catalyst for me to eventually put me on my road to Damascus moment with the scales falling from my eyes and eventually leaving. And I hear that in your story, right? I'm hearing that in what you're saying. And speaking of that, something I want to ask you here as a wrap up, and I want you to really address, in particular, those who would see this who are still in the community, but maybe they're having their own doubts. Why do you feel it's important for you to publicly tell your story like this?
I think you should publicly apologize. So,
Have you ever seen the movie Meet the Croods?
I need to see it because I haven't.
It's a kids movie, but the Cliff Note version is that it's about cave people, and there's a family, and the dad is wanting to protect the family. There was a big cataclysmic event. They are safe in their cave. They've got food and water, all of that. Every now and then they can leave the cave, but they have to come straight out because outside the cave is dangerous. And this is family. This is all you need. And of course, the rebellious daughter goes outside of the cave and sees, well, it is kind of scary out there, but it's also really beautiful. And the whole movie is about them coming out of the cave. And in my opinion, MAGA is that cave. And people in it like to remind you that you're safe there.
Do this 7 minutes a day until February 1st. We start today. In a week, you'll feel better. In 2 weeks,
and that everyone feels the same way that you do. And we are all in this cave together, and look, it's great, it's cozy, it's comfy, we have everything that we need, and out there are bad people and it's scary. But I want people to realize that it is okay to look beyond what you know to be true. The coolest thing that I ever did when I was leaving MAGA was being consistently proved wrong about my beliefs, because that means that I was getting smarter and I was gaining knowledge.
yeah. I mean, that would be nice if some of these people gain knowledge, because to have to sit and like debate with someone about some fucker like that is just robbing us all of our civil liberties and everything, like everything, our safety, our everything. And people who you know are intelligent and they're debating you on things that you're just your mouth is hanging open. Like, are you fucking kidding me right now? And so badly you want to say, you get the fuck out of here. But you're at the same time, you're like, I can't understand. I can't understand that this is a person who I know to be intelligent, and yet they're debating something that really is coming off really fucking cruel. Like the cruelty. Like the understanding from them that it's normal to want to hang the vice president in front of everyone. And no matter how much, when speaking about January 6th, you say, yeah, but I mean, do you understand if they'd have got him, they were gonna kill him. And to have no response. They don't respond back. They just come out with something like blah 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 blah. And you're just, it becomes where I can't comprehend the stupidity. And I'm starting to feel like people really should be tested of their, you know, political thought process. Um, before they can vote. Because I don't want to be voting, you know, alongside people who really don't even know what the fuck they're voting for, or why they're voting for somebody. Oh, well, everybody else is voting for this person, and if I don't vote for them, then people yell at me, and this, that, and the other thing, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, but the point is, you know, being able to vote. And now this guy is coming along trying to take away even our right to vote. And these people are handing it to him on a silver platter. Well, you know, voting ain't all it's cracked up to be anyway. And they think that, you know, that's fucking normal. Like, they think they look like patriots, and we think they look like fucking poor losers. Disrespectful, shitting and pissing on the Capitol building, poor losers. We don't have respect for them because they had no respect for us. People justifying, well, you know, cancer, you know, they really ain't trying to come up with no cure anyway. Like, what the fuck are you talking about right now? I'm sitting there and I'm still polite, but I'm sitting there going, are you fucking kidding me right now?
And culture. And that spiral, you can go down those rabbit holes all day long too. And the biggest thing is just be discerning. And it is okay to be wrong. It is okay to have new experiences, and it's okay to leave your dang cave and go. You can go back if you really want to. It's always going to be there, but like, check it out.
I think when I founded our organization, Leaving MAGA, one of the, amongst many, one of the goals we had was to destigmatize changing one's mind.
Yes.
Because societally, there's not a lot of incentive to do it.
Great point.
You're ostracized, you're judged, and especially, just like you've been so astutely pointing out today, that there are real pressures in staying in a community.
This simple hops ritual once a day helped free my wife from sugar spike. This changes everything we know about blood sugar spike.
Welcome to iHip News. Pumps, what you got?
Well, our illustrious State Superintendent of Public Schools, Ryan Walters, which I just want to remind the viewer and listener that Oklahoma is in the bottom 5 in education.
It's 49th or 50th, depending
is it
on
40?
which poll.
Okay, so last or second to the last.
Right.
Our dipshit, crazier than a shithouse rat, State Superintendent of Public.
Today, I would like to discuss how everybody is constantly lying. There are lying liars everywhere, all the time, and the intellectual dishonesty is on full display when Brian Williams, the former NBC anchor, was on Seth Meyers, and here is his election autopsy, and this is the most actually dishonest statement I've ever heard in my life. Play the clip.
It is tough love time for the Democratic Party. I think it needs to be stripped down and rebuilt. I think that means a change in leadership. I want to know who thought it was a good idea that Joe Biden stand for another 4 years at 80 years of age.
Fucking Trump is what, 78, 79?
And 37% popularity. So then that saddled the party with a British-like short campaign season for them. I think it's insulting when members of the working class, which the Democratic Party has lost entirely in our lifetimes, to insist the economy is doing great.
Come on. Oh, fucking fuckturd. First of all, a 12-pack of Bounty is not $40. A 12-pack of Bounty is not $40.
12-pack of Bounty is $40. Rich folks don't feel that. Poor folks already switched to Sparkle during the COVID, during the lockdown. And I think telling them that the NASDAQ is gangbusters is further insulting. It's insulting. I think the biggest unforced error of the Biden administration by far was the border. To tell people it's not a problem is insulting.
Shut the fuck up. This guy's an idiot.
Insulting for the working class to see incoming migrants getting welcome bags.
The only thing that he said that has merit is Biden choosing to run again. After that, it is incredibly intellectually dishonest because the Republicans only care about the border when it's an election season and they're running against the Democrats. They trot out caravans, they drum it.
Yeah, they lie. They go, oh, caravans of people are coming and blah, blah, blah.
It up. During the 4 years that Trump held power, nobody ever complained about the border. It never came up. And there were the exact same set of issues then as there were now, because guess what? He ran on fixing the border. He didn't fix it. He said he was going to build a wall. Mexico was going to pay for it.
Yeah, and then that fucking guy who had the GoFundMe for it, that veteran that ripped everybody off. Unreal.
The Democrats didn't hold his feet to the fire on that and say, look, we have a different philosophy, but this is what he told you. Furthermore, he says it's insulting to tell people that the economy is in a good position. Nobody lies to the American public more than the Republicans do regarding the economy. The
True. Facts.
Republicans only care about the very top percent. This is a group of people who are overtly religious and talk about all of their religiosity and their moral values. And they have constructed this white, buff, capitalist Jesus that only cares about the very top. And they have convinced people over and over and over again.
I can't get over some of the people who vote for these people who are fucking billionaires. They have nothing in common with them. And those billionaires don't give two fucks about them. Oh, yeah?
Despite the data showing something different, that wealth trickles down.
Right.
Now we have lots of time from when that was proposed and where we are now that it doesn't trickle down. And in fact, it causes a shrinkage of the middle class and puts more people with consolidating wealth at the top and then a lot more.
Yep. And they're getting wealthier as we speak.
People in poverty below. That is what is insulting. That is what is insulting. Brian Williams is lying to them and telling them we will fix the economy when they all know. Trump at Mar-a-Lago speaks to all these billionaires and says there's a lot of rich people in this room and I'm going to give you all a lot of tax breaks.
True. And then people who he has no concern for sit there and argue with people in the same boat as them. It's insane.
They all know, wink, wink, ha, ha, use religion, scare them with immigrants. That is what the problem is. We never call out the Republican Party for how they lie and co-opt people's faith, people in these rural towns where they have no culture at all. And the only exposure or a sense of community that they get are in these churches. And so and the church is a very fear-based thing. If you're not good enough, or if you beat off, or if you do this or that, and you slap and tickle with your secretary, you're going to burn in hell forever. So they're already very hardwired to be scared all the time. And the Republican Party uses that fear and uses their religion to turn them against voting for their
Yes, they do.
own benefit. That is the most insulting thing about it. And until the Democrats start properly articulating that to Americans in a very simple way, not a very long, drawn out, nuanced way, but a very simple way, we are going to continue to see this complete shift where you have college educated, social justice people on one side, and then you have tens of millions of people that vote against their economic interests and vote for people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos.
It's insane. They are definitely voting against their own economic interest. It's insane.
And Donald Trump to not pay taxes, to have the economy rigged for them. Donald Trump even said, I don't like overtime. He said that on the campaign trail, and they still vote for him. So the Democrats have a massive, massive uphill battle, but they're going to have to start clawing and show some fuck you politics, because what Brian Williams just said is the biggest part of the problem. And I'm so glad he's not the anchor of NBC News anymore, because that was a jet stream of bullshit.
It's so interesting, the point that you make, and it happened not just in the middle class, but with women voting against your own self-interest. And I look at the middle class and I think, or the working class, and think, do they not realize that the billionaires are getting richer, that the income disparity has ballooned under?
I can't imagine that they're that desperate to belong to, I don't know, that group.
Republican policies, and they're just being lied to. Is it going to take the complete collapse of working class? And then you think, my gosh, Kamala Harris was advocating for an increase in the minimum wage, small business loan help, incentives to buy homes. The Republicans did none of that, and people still voted against them. Taking away a woman's right to her reproductive freedom. Now we're going to be talking IVF and contraception, yet these people vote against it. So I guess what I'm interested in the Democratic Party doing is learning why voting against your own self-interest has become such an epidemic in politics.
It's fucking whack. It's crazy.
And how do we take the message back from the lying Republicans?
I have started my holiday shopping, and I take
It's
gift
so
giving very
weird
seriously. I want the receiver.
I've never seen
Oftentimes I can fall asleep, but then I wake up in the middle of the night and I cannot access to their cyber cell. This is the biggest sale. Some haterade on.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this card.
a bunch of people
Okay, you ready?
voting against the
$118.
Fox News, rinse and repeat, and they're never able to get ahead. And well, number one, they're angry. They're mad. They're mad that they can't get ahead. You know, they get up in the morning, have a bowl of cereal, go to work their ass off, come home, watch Wheel of Fortune, get some haterade on Fox News, rinse and repeat, and they're never able to get ahead. And the right-wing narrative offers a place for them to put their rage. You can blame the immigrants, you can blame the rainbow mafia, you can blame trans people, all these people coming from the border, boo, scary, scary stuff. And so they offer them a place to put their blame. Kamala Harris, as you mentioned, she offered all these solutions. People don't want to hear that. So what the Democrats...
People do want to hear that, though. As we heard, that guy put together all the government figures and said, this is what we found out. This many votes were buried. She would have won, but he was crooked and got better at being crooked.
Democratic Party needs to do is offer them the real place to put their blame and start blasting on blast 24/7, 365, how morally fucked up MAGA is. Completely morally
Sure. Let's do it.
fucked up. And if you want to know how fucked up they are, you can look no further than our state of Oklahoma that has a Republican super majority. And I want to read for you and our viewer the tweet from, this was tweeted out yesterday by the current sitting governor of Oklahoma. His name is Kevin Stitt. Somebody went to the Tulsa City Council meeting, which is the second largest city in the state of Oklahoma, and spoke about Greek mythology to make a point that once you allow religion in to government, you allow all religion in. The sitting governor for the state of Oklahoma, currently in office, tweeted this yesterday. Satan is trying to establish a foothold, but Oklahoma is going to be a shining city on the hill. What the hell are we doing here? What the fuck is going on? Satan? Are you, this is the problem. This is it. I Googled to see if I could find a news story before we started filming this to see if somebody was calling him out for saying that Satan is trying to do work in Oklahoma. Hello? I mean, is this thing on? What the fuck is going on? And so you have all of these people in rural Oklahoma and their only exposure to culture is their church. And they're like, oh yeah, I've heard of that guy, Satan. This is Satan at work here. It's all bullshit. It's all this magical thinking bullshit. And this guy, Kevin Stitt, all he does is talk about what a big Christian he is. But he only ever talks about business and business for the top earners. He doesn't do.
In the meantime, we got a bunch of people who pissed and shit all over the Capitol, and they call them patriots.
Anything about Oklahoma being ranked 49th or 50th in education. He doesn't do jack shit that Oklahoma is ranked 46 for child welfare. We are the bottom 10 in poverty, and he doesn't do shit about helping poor people. All he does is want to help big fat cat oil guys, while at the same time talk about how Jesus he is, and then tweet that he's against Satan. Are you kidding me? No wonder these people are so fucking mad all the time. And what I have to tell the people in rural Oklahoma and rural America is this is all packaged up fear to scare the shit out of you so that the top people.
I mean, seriously, I've been doing the last couple of times political live streams. The fucking interaction is really disappointing because we may as well just say we're all dead in the water because, I mean, it's really fucking gross. It's really gross.
Can earn everything that they want to off of your back. Do you think Kevin Stitt, this guy, do you think he gives a shit about poor people? No, he trots out Jesus the way somebody wears earrings. He puts them on when they look good with his outfit and he takes them off when they don't. He does nothing to help the poor, nothing to help children, nothing to help women. Did I mention that Oklahoma's 50th, the 50th best place for women to?
All we see in this community is people with no fucking compassion for anyone. Very few. Then if that person comes out and they figure out, oh, this person doesn't like Trump though, then it's even fewer. Because for some reason they think if they vote for a billionaire, maybe they'll become one. I don't know. If they justify cutting every program and every right that we have and breaking laws and shitting and pissing places. But I'm the bad guy. because I don't think that's okay. And I guess I'll just be that person. I'm fine with that. I mean, brainwashed, then I don't know. Then somebody needs to point out that, hey, these people are in a cult and they shouldn't be voting. And this guy running this cult is, these people are drinking the Kool-Aid and their compassion level is so fucking low. It just, I can't comprehend people calling people who shit and pissed in the Capitol building patriots. I can't even comprehend it.
To live, which is dead last. And this asshole, when he's not talking about Satan or Jesus, runs around lying to everybody saying Oklahoma is a top 10 state. And this is happening all over the United States. Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to talk about blue cities. Let's talk about blue cities. Let's talk about how much better they are economically and how there's an effort to try to make people's lives better. What are you doing in rural Georgia, Marjorie? What the hell's going on there? Well, I'll tell you what's going on in rural Oklahoma is we have a dipshit governor who's talking about Satan as if that's a real character.
And then he bought all those fucking Bibles that fucking straight from the bowels of hell fucking did.
Come on. It's ridiculous. And the poverty, the Republican hatred of poverty, these people that are voting against their own.
That is so fucking true right there. That is so true right there. I don't know. I think they're still thinking that Republican, if they've been Republican their whole life, they're still thinking that they're voting Republican. They're not. Trump is neither Republican or Democrat. He thinks this is his world and we're all just a squirrel trying to get a nut.
Interests, they don't realize that they are the ones that the Republicans hate. They don't want to help them. They want to take from them. And I'm real anxious to see how Trump's tax on tips goes, because that was his big campaign. No tax on tips. That's never going to happen. People are going to continue to get poorer. People are going to continue to see the income disparity. And in terms of religion and government,
that was never supposed to be combined.
I think it is the demise of democracy. You cannot govern the United States of America like it's a church, because you are talking crazy shit that has no solutions, no real solutions for people. And I agree with you. We have got to get religion out of government.
This should have been above the fold.
Right.
Sitting governor of Oklahoma talks about
when these people keep going on like, and I think it was God that made me do this or all these people are like devilish.
Satan as though that's a real character. I mean, it's just, if somebody wants to believe that in their own private life, that there's a devil, swing for the fences. I don't give a shit. But we really need to have smart, rational, pragmatic leaders that do not traffic in magical thinking or these.
I agree with her, but it'd be real nice to see, the ones that we think are smart thinking, pragmatic leaders like Hillary and Obama and Bush and Bill and people come out and fucking stand up for the American people. They're just leaving us in the fucking lurch.
Dark characters that are, I mean, come on. I mean, I read that and I thought, are we really here? It's almost 2025. And he says Satan is trying to get a foothold in Oklahoma. I'll tell you, I mean, I don't believe in any of that shit, but the single person who's done the most damage to Oklahoma, Kevin Stitt, is you. done nothing to improve the state. Yes, you've helped oil and gas companies. Yes, you've helped billionaires. Yes, you've helped millionaires. And you always want to say, come to Oklahoma. Nobody wants to come here and set up a big corporation here when Roe, it's a total abortion ban. Yeah, come here. Your daughters will get raped and we're going to charge them with the crime and not.
Another kitchen find that just makes sense.
Toss out that old mandolin that you have that probably cut your fingers or sliced your knuckles because
Denmark is now preparing for a possible military conflict with the United States. Denmark is taking Donald Trump's threats very seriously.
You fucking believe this motherfucker is bringing us to war with Denmark? What the fuck? What? What does that mean? Who?
And they're focused on protecting against an invasion of Greenland by the United States of America. They're pouring billions of dollars into military defense systems in Greenland to protect against an invasion.
Well, it's daytime now.
Invasion by the United States. Also, the Prime Minister of Denmark is meeting with the European Union to also work with them on a military collaboration to prevent an American invasion and to guard against.
That is just
Pete Hegseth was, of course, confirmed as the Secretary of Defense.
pretty good.
President Donald Trump arrived at his Trump National Golf Resort in Doral Saturday, set to host GOP leaders for a conference. This man hopes this message.
Pete Hegseth was, of course, confirmed as the Secretary of Defense late last week, and it took Republican Vice President J.D. Vance to come in and break the tie because 3 Republicans did defect, and Mitch McConnell, believe it or not, was one of them. But after this, barely scraping by the skin of teeth type thing for Hegseth to get.
You were here just like an hour ago, weren't you?
Confirmed, officials at the Trump White House realized that Hegseth is probably not going to be the most difficult person to get into the White House. Oh, he was difficult, don't get me wrong. He shouldn't have gotten the position. It's horrifying that he did, but we still got Gabbard coming up. And the White House is, of course, most concerned about her, Democratic and Republican. A quick question here. What do you think advise means? Advise and consent. Denmark is now preparing for a possible military conflict with the
Fucking not, man. So weird to me.
United States. Denmark is taking Donald Trump's threats very seriously, and they're focused on protecting against an invasion of Greenland by the United States of America. They're pouring billions of dollars.
That's so shameful. What do you mean your prezzies? Wicked windy out. Yeah, that's what they're saying. That's insane.
$1,500 a month if you also take care of a friend or relative at home? No way, right? Most people don't.
One guy who lied to the FBI, but there's nothing else. That's just a ruse. That's just
Get all the swamp out,
how's he going to do that?
drain them.
I want him to clean house. Get rid of the FBI for one thing.
They're a bunch of crooks.
The news isn't going to tell us the truth. They're just not going to, but it'll.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. That Greenland is preparing. Oh no, he loves war.
Come out. I'm hoping for John Durham and some other.
John Durham, though, didn't come up with anything in his prosecution.
Well, that's what the news tells you.
So you think that John Durham secretly has indictments and charges that he's bringing? So why would he come up with report?
Now you catch.
So when John Durham says that there's no indictments other than that one guy who lied to the FBI, but there's nothing else, that's just a ruse? That's just...
It's just a deflection.
What's the worst thing that Joe Biden's doing?
Being in the White House. Being awake.
Being awake? Oh, okay.
Cogs in the wheel are running the show. I don't.
Who are those cogs? Who's telling them what to do?
Kamala's one of them. Yeah, would have to be. Yeah, and Nancy.
My kid goes to Kings Mountain High School, and they've got what they call furries, where they got girls that dress up like cats.
There are t-shirts over there that actually spell out. Does that go too far?
No, it's called freedom of speech. Say what you want. If you don't like it, just turn away. Walk away. That's all you got to do.
What about the sanctity of the flag? There's a flag over there that's got a bunch of, looks like AR-15s where the stars and stripes normally are. I mean, some people would say, look, that's not very, patriotic to decorate a flag that way.
I think, like I say, it's...
I will be the first to admit that I have, over the years been very harsh when talking about Donald Trump's MAGA fanatics. I have referred to them as a cult. I have
That's up to you, Snow.
said that they are crazy. I have said that they are stupid. And thanks to a new survey, I don't ever have to apologize for any of those things, and I never will, because a new survey has in fact confirmed that Donald Trump's followers, his supporters, his cult, are in fact both crazy and stupid. Here is what this new survey from YouGov has found about how many of Trump's supporters believe the insane conspiracy theories that he has been pushing. And for the record, we're not just talking about the recent conspiracy about the migrants eating the cats and dogs. Oh no, that's just one of many that Donald Trump has been pushing for a long time now. And it turns out millions of his own supporters believe every word that comes out of that man's mouth. Let me read you this. The poll is from YouGov. This information is from Washington Post, who analyzed the survey. A majority, 52% of Trump supporters, say they believe the claim about Haitian migrants abducting and eating pet dogs and cats, excluding those who are not sure. Twice as many say it's at least probably true as say it's at least probably false. And of course, there is no evidence to back up this claim. In fact, the woman who originated the claim admitted she heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who heard it from another.
What if we told you that you could get your hands on 16,000 woodworking projects with already done-for-you plans that include step-by-step?
And then the woman she had heard it from admitted, hey, I'm not the most reliable source here. I don't know. So it's all bunk. It's all garbage. It's all trash. And they're terrorizing an entire city because of this lie. And 52% of Donald Trump supporters believe it. That's the craziest part.
He literally used it in the presidential debate.
There is no evidence. It has been widely debunked. The real information has now come out. And these idiots still say, oh, no. They're eating the cats and dogs. I know it. I heard from somebody who heard from another person who said that their friend had seen somebody that may have been eating a dog. That's what we're dealing with. These people who can be presented with reality. You tell them, here is reality. Over here is fake. Which one do you choose? They choose fake every time. There is no rationalizing with these people. There is no polite discourse to be had with people that choose to reject reality. And I'll get more to that later on, but here we go. 43% of Trump supporters say they believe that in some states it is legal to kill a baby after birth.
Oh, God. It is not legal to kill a baby after birth.
28% of Trump supporters say they believe that public schools are providing students with sex change operations. 28% think buy the teachers supplies. Those same public schools have surgeons on staff performing those sexual reassignment surgeries. Like, just, hey, who we got today? Yeah, little Timmy, come on in. We've got a makeshift operating theater in the cafeteria. 28% believe that. I don't know how to deal with that level of crazy. 81% of Trump supporters say they believe Venezuela is deliberately sending people from prisons and mental institutions to the United States. %. And it gets worse, folks, because it's not just about the conspiracy theories, right? It's about his policy conspiracies, too. 77% say they believe the United States has given more aid to Ukraine than all of Europe combined, which is false. 70% say they believe millions of undocumented immigrants are arriving every month, false. And 70% say they believe inflation is at its highest rate ever. Not true today or at any point in recent years, the Washington Post points out. The numbers on those counts aren't terribly surprising in context, given the many false things Trump supporters have convinced themselves of in recent years. For example, the Republicans have told pollsters that Trump didn't try to overturn the 2020 election, that Trump didn't have classified documents at Mar-a-Lago, and that Trump's offices were wiretapped during the 2016 election. And of course, there is the 2020 stolen election claim that as many as 2/3 of Republicans believe. It's nothing but conspiracy theories. It's nothing but this alternate reality bullcrap. And they all believe it. As I said, there is no reason to sit down with these people and have conversations. If you think it's just because they don't have the facts, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong, and you are kidding yourself. The facts are readily available. And yeah, people are lazy. They don't want to do the research, unless, of course, they think they know more than doctors about vaccines. Then they totally did their own research. But they choose to not believe it, just like the vaccine people. They see the truth, and they choose not to believe it. You can't rationalize with people like that.
Why did I start using these for incontinence issues, incontinence problems, leaks and stains, and
Welcome to iHip News. Pumps, what you got?
Well, I wanted to bring up the Imaginary Committee, DOGE, today. And because of the United Healthcare assassination, we have had a lot of discussions about healthcare. And something that I found very interesting is this is what Vivek Ramaswamy said about Elon Musk before.
Now they got rid of that guy.
Or they were together as the co-chairs of DOGE.
I think Tesla is increasingly beholden to China. I have no reason to get Elon. Don't jump like a circus monkey when Xi Jinping calls in the hour of need.
Elon Musk has, I think, demonstrated his willingness to change these political tunes based on the favors that he gets to be able to do business in China.
I think some of his recent comments about Taiwan that suggest as much.
My favorite animal. I'd have to share it through email, but I'm trying to think what my favorite animal is. I like all kinds of animals.
Where he says that Taiwan should become a special administrative region of China, annexed to China. Well, guess what? He got a nice attaboy on the back, a little pat on the back when his Shanghai factory and regulator in China gave him a nice little tax break within days after him having made that comment about Taiwan.
So that is our co-chair of the.
But now they've gotten rid of that guy who was saying that stuff.
Imaginary Committee, DOGE. And so now, as with everybody in the Trump orbit, you don't like somebody, you say bad things about him, and then you are just bestie friends. So now, yesterday, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy went to Congress and they were lobbying about their cuts to the budget because they're getting rid of anything that needs cuts. And so after they
fired that guy, though. I wonder why.
He met with Republican leaders. John Thune, who is the incoming Speaker of the House, Majority Leader of the House, he said they were soon to announce plans to cut Social Security. And so then it ran on Fox News, which I was surprised about.
They shouldn't be able to cut Social Security. That's not their money.
That they're letting everybody know what the plan is. Kylie, show what they were playing on Fox News.
Nothing is sacrosanct. Nothing. They're going to put everything on the table.
That's what they told lawmakers. Everything is on the table, and that includes Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
And
so I'm like,
with that kid
you're going to cut here? Okay.
Like, why the fuck is he bringing a kid to these things? I mean, like, seriously?
Explain this to me like I'm 5. Republicans call Social Security an entitlement. My basic understanding of the premise is that money is taken from your paycheck throughout the course of your working life. And then based on that, you receive compensation based on what you put in. Is that right?
Yes.
So why?
Yes, but it turns out we're only getting 50% of what we turned it.
Isn't an entitlement because you've put the money into the fund.
It's the same reason they call abortion murder. It's all from the same playbook. And I'm 0% surprised that Republicans are going to go after Social Security, because I was 0% surprised that they overturned Roe. They have shown us for decades who they are. They have been chomping at the bit to go after Social Security, and they finally.
It's disgusting. It's not their money.
We have the most heartless administration that will allow them to do it. They have 5 billionaires in the cabinet. They finally can say, yes, we're all in for profits. Let's dick over everybody else because they're all drinking the Kool-Aid, the base. It won't matter what we do. Our leader can shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and nobody will give a shit. So it's always been this type of branding to demonize the poor and demonize working class people. And they have messaged it to where they have people.
It's true.
That will vote against their own self-interest. Millions of people that voted for him are on Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, etc. And they voted against their interest because the Republicans have been messaging this for decades. The demonization.
They should have brought that up. They should have done something, but they let things go and they keep letting things go and keep letting things go.
Of the poor has been one of their most successful messaging machines, aside from the abortion issue.
The irony to me is that we have all these billionaires in the cabinet. We've got the Dozers. You know, Elon Musk is the single richest person in the world. We know Elon Musk made a lot of his money from government subsidies, but for them to sit in judgment and call Social Security an entitlement. And
it's not an entitlement. It's, we paid for it, even though it was like, you know, involuntarily they're taking it, but we were fine with the, you know, with the whole, oh, but that's your money and it'll be there, blah, blah, blah. Now they just keep fucking with it.
People that live paycheck to paycheck on Social Security that barely get by, that they are saying you don't need the money that you put in. I find it to be so disgusting and so cruel. I just find the whole thing cruel that they do not care about what's going on in somebody's life that's not a billionaire. It's not shocking to me that that's what they're doing, but I just find it abhorrent, the whole thing top to
bottom. It really is. And I don't know why people voted against their own best interests.
Bottom. And so the other things that were mentioned in the things they were going to cut were veterans health care, which I feel like veterans are always on the chopping block for the Republicans. They're pro-military, yay, 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 military, military. And yet when servicemen come home and need care, they don't give a shit. I mean, that's just like a common theme that I've noticed in my lifetime. And then we have the National Institute for Health, that's on the chopping block, which is like research, you know.
It's all been chopped.
Alzheimer's research, that kind of thing. And then Pell Grants, so lower income people can go to college. That's on the chopping block, among others. And then Head Start. I mean, it comes back to they want the public to be dumb. Because when you're dumb, you cannot critically think and realize that who you're voting for is actually not doing anything for you. And it really, I mean, I was really sad when I heard all this. I really was.
This brilliant trick will keep your home pest-free forever, no matter what kind of critter you're dealing with. It quickly keeps rodents.
As a copy on their desk, the clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the rules of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform for the 119th Congress is offered by Mr. Garcia of California.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we are obviously all aware as a committee that...
Hi, Pink Owl. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
That the President of the United States should serve the American people, never their own financial interests. Yet we're facing some of the most serious conflicts of interests going into this administration in the history of our country. Now,
Elon Musk, definitely conflict of interest.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk, who are at least appearing to essentially be co-presidents in this next few years, are plotting to remake our government and our very social safety net. And they could get, of course, we know, richer in the process. Now, this amendment will make sure that we don't advance any legislation from this committee that enriches Donald Trump or his businesses.
What? They do.
And unfortunately, as we know, because of the work of this committee and House Democrats, this legislation could not be more important because we know and we saw Donald Trump trying to enrich himself and his family in his first term. Now, we know the committee Democrats show that Donald Trump received payments from over 20 countries during his first term. 20 countries. Donald Trump's network of businesses made it
That's fucking bullshit, man.
possible for anyone in the world to funnel money to him through his businesses. Now, these countries, of course, included China, Saudi Arabia, and many others. Now, we actually have, because of this committee, receipts and documents that prove that he received at least $7.8 million directly from foreign governments. And by the way, that number is much larger, but of course, we don't have all the documents and receipts.
That's like fucking payoffs. That's like illegal bullshit.
Because this committee's majority blocked us from getting all of them. We also know that 8 ambassadors stayed at President Trump's DC hotel at the time while serving in the office of the Trump administration in clear violation of the Constitution. The committee also found that Elliot Brody, a Republican fundraiser and lobbyist, spent $15,000 at Trump's DC hotel while actually lobbying the Trump administration.
That is insane. That motherfucker, man. It's disgusting.
Member of the Appropriations Committee.
Good morning. I want to say thank you to you, Chairman Smith, and to Ranking Member Neal for hosting this hearing today as we prepare for one of the most important tasks ahead of this Congress, negotiating a tax bill that responds to the cost of living crisis in this country. But first, if I may, I want to pay tribute to a dear friend, Bill Harris, who recently passed away and fought for decades for the expanded child tax credit. He recognized and he understood its ability to address the economic security of middle-class families, working families, and vulnerable families. Today, families live paycheck to paycheck in the United States. Their wages have not kept up with costs. The economy is not working for them. And it is children who suffer the most, whose futures are dimmed by the policies that we choose in the present. While families struggle, corporations are richer than ever. Their price gouging has driven prices even higher. Dish Network, FedEx, Salesforce, T-Mobile, these corporations and dozens of others paid no federal income tax from 2018 to 2020 under
What the fuck? What the fuck?
the Trump tax law. 95 companies in the Fortune 500 and the S&P 500 paid less than 10% tax rate, up from 58 in the pre-Tax Cuts and Jobs Act era. Yet, the 2024 tax rate for a married couple making just over $23,000 is 12%. How do we address this deeply unjust system? The answer is to pass My American Family Act, which would restore the largest middle-class tax cut in a generation, and which
They won't. Fucking guy.
Do you know what eating cucumber can do to your heart? Cucumber is actually a type of fruit, not a vegetable, known for its high water content.
Once the Republican-controlled Congress kind of gets itself squared away a little bit, I guess is the best way to say it, their number one priority is going to be to extend the 2017 corporate and wealthy tax cut that they enacted. That tax cut, of course, expires this year, and so they have made it clear for the last several months that is priority number one, making damn sure that those corporations and the wealthy elite
This is just nauseating.
get their money. And there are some Republicans in the House that, of course, have expressed a little bit of skepticism about it. Oh, don't get me wrong. They want that tax cut because they also get it. They want it for their donors. They want it for corporations. They want the tax cut. They really, really do. They're just worried about how to pay for it because, you know, it added $10 trillion to the deficit the first time, and it'll do the same, if not more, when they extend it. So you do have some Republicans saying, wait, we actually have to be able to pay for it. And the proposals that they have come up with to pay for this tax cut for the wealthy elite would absolutely decimate the working class, the middle class, the underclass. Everybody that is not a part of that top 5% of income earners would get screwed over tremendously, with the lowest income people getting screwed the most with the plans that they have to pay for the tax cuts for the rich. Plan number one, Donald Trump's tariffs, right? Oh, those tariffs are going to bring in so much money. That's going to pay for a huge chunk of the tax cuts. But that's a stupid plan, because Donald Trump's tariffs, according to economists, are going.
They gotta figure out a way to take him from office. He can't be there anymore. He's just
to cause economic contraction, which of course means as prices go up, maybe 10, maybe 25%, depending on where the goods come from based on Trump's proposals, people are going to buy less. So when they buy less, that creates less economic activity, but more importantly, that means fewer tariffs get paid. So you can't pay for these with the tariffs because it's going to cause spending to contract, which of course will then have ripple effects all throughout the economy, leading to layoffs, leading to unemployment, which would then lead to even less spending, and so on and so forth, in a cycle that eventually ends with an economic depression. Again, according to economists, the people who do this for a living, that's what they've warned us about. Okay, so the tariffs don't work. So plan number one already sucks. They're going to try it anyway, but it sucks. And from there, unfortunately, the plans get worse. The top two items on the Republican agenda, and of course the Department of Government Efficiency, the things they're looking to cut: Medicaid and the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, formerly known as food stamps. That would, of course, save tens of billions of dollars per year, sure, but you're doing it at the expense of poor people. Literally taking away food and healthcare from poor people so that wealthy people can put a few more dollars in their pocket every year.
and a lot of people who are on those programs voted for him.
That is the plan. Take from the poor and give to the rich. It's like these people never in their lives opened a Bible, read a fairy tale, saw a freaking Disney movie. Like, really? We're going to go Robin Hood in reverse here? Has that ever, by the way, worked out well for any society, taking from the poor and giving to the rich? The answer is no. That leads to severe backlash. And of course, that would also negatively impact Trump voters far more than any other group of voters. So the very people that put these idiots in place are the ones who will suffer the most, at least in the beginning. The rest of us will eventually kind of catch up, but it's going to hit them hardest first.
Terrible.
Another proposal they have that also screws over average everyday people is repealing environmental protections, which they estimate could save how much?
Why would you fucking not want to protect the environment?
$100 billion over the next 10 years. That's a lot of money. $700 billion. And it's money that's spent protecting us from corporate toxins, protecting us from corporations who dump their cancer-causing chemicals into our water supply, protecting us from the pollution they spew into the atmosphere, keeping our lungs clean, keeping our hearts beating. And they want to do away with it. Because, you know, if you get cancer, that's fine as long as wealthy people get more money in their pockets.
Fucking disgusting.
Because the wealthy aren't going to be affected by that. They don't live near the factories. They don't get their water from those aquifers that have been poisoned. No, they'll be just fine.
The Silverado ZR2, and the strength, and the Silverado HD, and the smarts.
They could kill us. People would die from these decisions just so the wealthy elite can have more money. Do you understand that, folks? They want to take away healthcare and food from poor people. They want to poison us with corporate toxins just so people like Trump and Musk and all of these other CEOs, Wall Street bankers, can have more money each year. So they don't have to pay more in taxes. They are sacrificing our lives to give people who don't even need it more money. If that does not piss you off, then I don't think at this point anything will. Did you know that you might be missing out?
That's insane. Really disgusting.
Donald Trump hasn't even been president of the United States for a full week, and by every possible measure, he has already failed every test that he has been given, right? We've got bird flu, the egg prices are going out of control. He went to Davos, Switzerland, and made a total ass of the entire country on the global stage. So it's been a crap show, to put it mildly. Nevertheless, 3 days into Trump's administration,
For shame.
on Thursday, Republican Representative Andy Ogles put forth a constitutional amendment in Congress that would allow Donald Trump to serve a third term in office. Now, don't get your hopes up, because his amendment to the Constitution would not allow all presidents who serve 2 terms to seek a third term. No, no, no. His amendment says that only if somebody served 2 non-consecutive terms would they be allowed to run for a third. So, unfortunately, obviously, that means Barack Obama could not run again, Bill Clinton could not run again, George W. Bush could not run again. Not that that's unfortunate, but only Donald Trump would be allowed to run again, because he is the only living former / current president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. And of course, he's only the 2nd person in history to ever do it. So,
as if we need that.
Ogles crafted this amendment specifically to benefit Donald Trump. 3 days into the administration, says, you know what? I'm sold. Let's do another 4 years after the next 4 years. Here's what Ogles said in announcing his idiotic amendment that has 0% chance of passing, because you got to get 2/3 of the House to agree on it, before you can even go forward with it. And that's not going to happen. So it's not going to become law, but that's kind of the point. Here's what he said. It is imperative that we provide President Trump with every resource necessary to correct the disastrous course set by the Biden administration.
Jesus Christ. People are out of their mind.
He has proven himself in 3 days. In 3 days.
I'm a huge hot wing fan. I don't eat them anymore, unfortunately. I have nothing against animal.
As Trump continues to engage his own imperialistic fever dreams, he was just dealt a bucket of cold water by a Greenlandic politician and member of the Danish parliament, Aaja Chemnitz, who authored a joint statement with Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski. In recent weeks, as President Trump has suggested the U.S. should purchase Greenland from the Kingdom of Denmark, attention has rapidly turned to what the future may hold. The appeal of Greenland is easy to understand. It's strategically located for defense, shipping.
It's not for sale.
And more. It is also a storehouse for all sorts of minerals, the building blocks of society that will determine who leads and controls the industries of the future. Of course, the businessman turned president would be interested, but Greenland is not for sale. The question has been asked and firmly answered by the government of Greenland, Nalaker Soysud. As legislators representing Greenland in Denmark and the United States, we see a better path forward. The U.S., like Denmark, should recognize that the future will be defined by partnership, not ownership. To ensure our alliance reaches its full potential, Americans must view Greenland as an ally, not an asset. Open for business, but not for sale. From our work on Arctic parliamentarians, we are certain that U.S. ambitions for national security can be achieved without altering Greenland's autonomy. We see that in Pituffik Space Base. Dialogue and cooperation can strengthen our ties. Diplomacy can pave a way for a relationship and alliance that fulfills our mutual interests. We can also affirm that Greenland welcomes increased cooperation with the U.S. on defense, mineral development, trade, and our common values of freedom and democracy. The U.S. should embrace that, and it should be paired with a larger acceptance of the Arctic as a region of shared responsibility whose opportunities cannot be seized and whose challenges cannot be overcome by any one nation on its own. Future across the Arctic. And so not only was Trump rebuffed by a representative for Greenland, but a senator from his own party who co-authored the statement, basically quashing his territorial ambitions. Will that be enough to dissuade him from whatever insane imperialistic delusions that he has? Probably not, but it certainly makes it more difficult than it was before. In fact, this isn't even the first time that Chemnitz has spoken out. Here she is during a recent interview on CNN.
You heard President-elect Trump today refuse to rule out the use of military force for the U.S. to acquire Greenland. Do you take that threat seriously?
No, actually, I don't. And
That's just crazy. This guy just come in and fucking. Ah.
As part of Donald Trump's flurry of executive orders in his first week, he not only did away, obviously, with any kind of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion in the federal government, but he also established what is being called a snitch line for people across the country to call in and say that, hey, my company that I work for, this business that I work for, they've got DEI, you know, they're
fucking guy.
To be with you, I'm Katie Tur. Welcome to the F around and find out presidency. No, seriously, that is how Donald Trump is billing it, posting this AI generated image
I believe he posted that picture of himself like that. What the fuck is with this guy?
of himself as a gangster in a fedora with FAFO on the sign next to him. F around and find out. So what does that mean? For those of you who are not terminally online, it essentially means President Trump is telling the world and lawmakers here at home, try me. Colombia got it over the weekend when the president announced a 25% tariff and visa restrictions on Bogota when leaders there refused a U.S. military plane full of
I've just never seen a president act like this.
deported immigrants. Colombian President Gustavo Petro quickly backed down, notching a win for Donald Trump. So is that how this is going to go? Trump makes a decree, an official or a country scoffs, Trump levies a giant tariff or a travel ban, and then they just back down? Will that work with China? What about Mexico or Canada?
Guy's making the whole world hate us.
And if it doesn't, what happens then? How much actual economic pain could come from these policies? And is President Trump willing to inflict it? Joining us now, NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans, chief White House correspondent for the New York Times, and MSNBC political analyst Peter Baker, and the president of the Council on Foreign Relations, Michael Froman. He served as the U.S. trade representative in the Obama administration. Christine, I'm going to start with you on this. It was a quick back and forth between Colombia and President Trump over the weekend, and
guy.
You know, it worked in Donald Trump's favor. Is this what we should expect for Mexico and Canada going forward? The Wall Street Journal is reporting that he's already talking about a 25% tariff on those two countries.
Yeah, he has called himself tariff man. He is not all bark. He is all bite, and he will impose tariffs on these countries. And a lot of people think it's going to happen, at least for Canada and Mexico, come Saturday, that this is going to happen quickly. He doesn't even have his trade team in place yet. I mean, confirmed, the Commerce Secretary and his U.S. trade representative. And so
Today, huge crowds gather around the country. Americans can now claim their latest benefit. This is a new program approved by the...
If there wasn't enough arrogance, unearned and otherwise, in the Donald Trump administration, there certainly is now with J.D. Vance as vice president. Speaking of unearned arrogance, all you have to do to be like J.D. Vance is to sell your soul to the devil, is to act one way and proclaim certain things about Donald Trump's policies and character, and then just flip on a dime and go with him. Join him in his fascism. JD Vance is the one who labeled Donald Trump America's Hitler. And now he's the
did? What the fuck?
vice chairman, the vice president of the America's Hitler. Fantastic. He appeared yesterday on with Margaret Brennan, and two different comments that I want to bring to your attention. And this is what's going to be the deal with Donald Trump trotting out JD Vance, is to use him as a shield or a distraction from what is going on. Because JD Vance is artful in the way he communicates. He's not artful if you pay attention. He's not artful if you are keen to the tricks of not answering the question and diverting attention from what was actually asked. But we're going to be here to hold his feet to the fire and highlight what the answer was to the question that was asked and what the answer was not in an answer to a question that was asked, if that is any makes any sense whatsoever. For this first one is on the executive order. Margaret Brennan is asking directly, what have you done to bring down prices? All of these executive orders reversing this and taking away ethics constraints of people in the executive branch. What has that done to bring down grocery prices? Your executive order on mass deportation, how is that helping the American family? All of the Trump voters who whined and complained and sniveled about the price of eggs or the price of gas, which are all on their ways down. Oh, what did you do? And I want you to pay attention to his answer. And then we're going to move on to his justification for the Broligarch attended inauguration ceremony, where Donald Trump's supporters spent money that they could have been spending on eggs to fly here to Washington, D.C., and instead got literally left out in the cold while Donald Trump was in the rotunda at the Capitol in a private inaugural ceremony. But first, executive orders bringing in egg prices down.
You campaigned on lowering prices for consumers. We've seen all of these executive orders. Which one lowers prices?
We have done a lot, and there have been a number of executive orders that have caused already jobs to start coming back into our country, which is a core part of lowering prices. More capital investment, more job creation in our economy is one of the things that's going to drive down prices for all consumers, but also raise wages so that people can afford to buy the things that they need. If you look at
what jobs did he create?
Grocery prices
slate
aren't going to
of
come
executive orders. No, Margaret, prices are going to come down, but it's going to take a little bit of time, right? The president has been president for all of 5 days. I think that in those 5 days, he's accomplished more than Joe Biden did in 4 years. It's been an incredible.
God, come on, motherfucker.
Breakneck pace of activity. We're going to work with Congress. We're, of course, going to have more executive orders, and we're going to try the way that you lower prices is that you encourage more capital investment into our country. And you ask specifically, what executive order is going to help lower prices? All of the stuff that we've done on energy, to explore more energy reserves, to develop more energy resources in the United States of America.
Oh, bullshit, buddy. Come on, man.
One of the main drivers of increased prices under the Biden administration is that we had a massive increase in energy prices. Donald Trump has already taken multiple executive actions that are going to lower energy prices. And I do believe that means consumers are going to see lower prices at the pump and at the grocery store, but it's going to take a little bit of time. Rome wasn't
lying.
Built in a day.
Yeah.
And while we've done a whole lot, we can't undo all of the damage of Joe Biden's presidency.
Well, there are a lot of
4
things
days.
that contributed to higher energy prices, and there was record oil and gas production.
Yes, Joe Biden did
But the price
many,
of
many
eggs,
terrible
the
things
things that
to
people
lead to an
see-
increase in prices. I agree, Margaret.
No, but all the things you experience at the grocery store are what people touch and feel. That's what you were talking about, bacon on the campaign trail.
Of course, of course.
Those things, when do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives?
Well, but Margaret, how does bacon get to the grocery store? It comes on trucks that are fueled by diesel fuel. If the diesel is way too expensive, the bacon's going to become more expensive. How do we grow the bacon? Our farmers need energy to produce it. So if we
Grow the bacon? You don't grow bacon. How do you grow the bacon?
lower energy prices, we are going to see lower prices for consumers, and that is what we're trying to fight for.
Well, the flurry of executive orders, most of them weren't about the economy.
Which executive order brings down prices? We have done a lot. Which one? It should be an easy question if you've done so much, JD Vance. If you've done a lot, you could just pick one of the many that have brought down prices, right? And then, of course, so grocery prices aren't going to come down. No, Margaret, prices are going to come down, but it's going to take a little bit of time. It's contrary directly to what Donald Trump has promised for months and months and months. That on day one, in 24 hours, the conflict in the Middle East would be over. In 24 hours, the conflict in Ukraine would be over. In 24 hours, grocery prices would start to come down. I guess it's just a room full of crickets now because that's not happening. Donald Trump lied, duped people who shouldn't have been dupable. Everyone should know the character of Donald Trump by now. But apparently, there's a pretty wide swath of America that doesn't pay attention or is desperate to give power to a fascist and allow him to extricate himself from consequences of the legal problems that he created for himself when, one, he attempted to overthrow the United States government, and two, when he absconded with highly sensitive national security secrets. But the eggs, they screamed. And instead of being this populist man of the people, Donald Trump instead surrounded himself with tech oligarchs, worth nearly $1 trillion, with just like 3 or 4 of them sitting there in the inaugural ceremony in the rotunda of the United States Capitol, while his supporters were left out in the cold. And when she asked about this, she says, well, I tell you what, I won't repeat the question. Maybe I will at the end, but watch this and notice what the question was and how the answer did not answer the question.
Stop letting them increase your rates. I used to let them raise my car insurance every year until I found this huge loophole.
I'm being told we're out of time, but I want to quickly ask you, the richest men in the world were at that Capitol on Inauguration Day, heads of Amazon, Google, Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook. In August, you told us Google and Facebook are too big. We ought to take the Teddy Roosevelt approach, break them up. Don't let them control what people are allowed to say. They've now donated to the Trump inauguration. Are you still going to break up big tech?
So you know who else was at the inauguration was my mom, and a lot of people who just supported the president and fought every single day to get his election. And
they gave $1 million speech to the inauguration.
Well, there were a lot of people who didn't give $1 million to the inauguration.
They got pretty good seating.
Who were on that stage, Margaret. They didn't have as good a seating as my mom and a lot of other people who were there to support us. But look, we believe fundamentally that big tech does have too much power, and there are 2 ways they can go about this. They can either respect Americans' constitutional rights, they can stop engaging in censorship, and if they don't, you can be absolutely sure that Donald Trump's leadership is not going to look too kindly on them.
So they're still on notice.
They're very much on notice.
Unreal. Fucking unreal. People are off the chain. You get over how windy it is out there.
If you want to be a part of the Republican Party, you have to fully embrace hypocrisy. You have to say that you back the blue while supporting January 6th cop-beating insurrectionists who are getting freed, have a pardon. You have to say that you have Christian values, but also at the same time attack a bishop for imploring the president to recognize the humanity in all of us and be forgiving in his life. And of course, you have to say that you love free speech and hate censorship, but have to support Donald Trump attacking news outlets. And that is exactly what he just did, saying that MSNBC should be off the air and going after Rachel Maddow because she was calling him out for his pardons of January 6th insurrectionists. And we are going to get into this meltdown from Trump. But before we do,
that's some bullshit. Him fucking constantly saying people should, be gone after if they go. Just crazy.
if I could quickly ask you to leave a like on this video, and if you haven't already and you enjoy our channel, to hit that subscribe button. It goes a long way, and it really means the world to me. Now, before we get into what Rachel Maddow said has Donald Trump so upset at MSNBC, I want to play a clip from his speech just today talking about censorship. A little bit of hypocrisy from Trump here.
Have you heard about the salt trick that's making men stay hard for hours in bed? Dude, listen up. What I'm about to tell you might sound bizarre.
And it's a strong, sovereign nation. In addition, I'm pleased to report that America is also a free nation once again. On day one, I signed an executive order to stop all government censorship. No longer will our government label the speech of our own citizens as misinformation or disinformation, which are the favorite words of censors and those who wish to
Yeah, unless it's about him, then, you know.
stop the free exchange of ideas and
Signed an executive order declaring there would be no more government censorship, free speech for all, everyone. Unless you have something mean to say about Donald Trump, then shut your mouth and we're suing you. We're coming after you. Yeah, I guess that tracks. And now, before we get into what Donald Trump said about MSNBC, this meltdown that he had on Truth Social, I first want to play, we conceivably spurred this all on, a call out from Rachel Maddow right here.
Everybody with a January 6th conviction, everybody got a pardon or commutation. There was no case-by-case consideration, Senator. And on top of all of that, now tonight, there has been an extraordinary rebuke of these pardons from the court system. And again, we're going to talk about this more a little bit later on, but I just want you to listen to this. I'm not sure this is widely circulated today. I do not think you will have heard about this. But this is from Judge Beryl Howell of the Federal District Court in Washington, D.C. Just listen to this. I'm just quoting directly here. The United States government moves to dismiss with prejudice the 9-count superseding indictment against defendants Nicholas DiCarlo and Nicholas Oakes. The two defendants in this case, one of whom founded the Hawaii chapter of the Proud Boys and served as a senior leader of the group, both admitted under oath their criminal conduct at the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. Both men admitted throwing smoke bombs at law enforcement while on the grounds of the Capitol. Both men admitted to breaching the Capitol building and defacing the Capitol building and stealing a...
That is crazy.
Equipment from law enforcement officers responding to protect the building and its lawful occupants from the rioters. The current posture of this case is that even after the defendant's admission of egregious criminal conduct, both outside and inside the U.S. Capitol building, and the government expending significant time and resources in identifying defendants, investigating their criminal conduct, and filing 3 separate indictments against these defendants, the government now seeks to dismiss the pending indictment against these defendants. Judge Howell then explains that while the court, under law, doesn't have much of a choice to continue a criminal case if the government decides to drop it, she's sort of compelled to drop it if they wanted to drop it. She says the law does, quote, vest some discretion in the court in terms of how to handle the details of this unusual situation. And check this out. This is astonishing. Quote, to ensure that the government's request for dismissal of criminal charges sufficiently protects the public, the government may be required to submit a statement of reasons and underlying factual basis, which must be substantial, to justify the dismissal of an indictment. Here, the government's cursory motion provides no factual basis for dismissal. The only reason provided for this instruction is the assertion that this action, quote, ends a grave national injustice that has been perpetrated upon the American people over the last 4 years and begins a process of national reconciliation. That was in Trump's order that all of these cases should be dropped. Ends a grave national injustice. Judge Howell continues, quote, no national injustice occurred here, just as no outcome determinative election fraud occurred in the 2020 presidential
But still, they let him go with it.
election. No process of national reconciliation can begin when, I'm quoting the judge here directly, when poor losers whose preferred candidate loses an election are glorified for disrupting a constitutionally mandated proceeding in Congress and doing so with impunity. That merely raises the dangerous specter of future lawless conduct by other poor losers and undermines the rule of law. She says, quote, having presided over scores of criminal cases charging defendants for their criminal conduct outside and inside the U.S. Capitol building.
Terrible.
The basic ability to reason and have common sense believes that, considering what Donald Trump posted last night as a response to this on Truth Social. Trump wrote, MSDNC is even worse than CNN. They shouldn't even have a right to broadcast, only in America. I don't know what's more Trump about this. Him saying that they shouldn't have a right to broadcast or decrying only in America. I feel like any time in history, and I'm now thinking back about the famous Reagan speech when he's talking about, you can move to France, but you can never become a Frenchman. You can move to the UK, but you can never become English. Only in America can you come from around the world and become an American. Whenever a president says only in America, it's only in America you can succeed in this way. Only in America you can build this business. Only in America can a family go from here to there in one generation. Donald Trump, only in America do you have free speech. What a shame.
Fucking guy.
Only in America can you criticize the president. Let's get rid of that. That's Donald Trump in a nutshell. And it's embarrassing that this is our president. Oh, man. It is. It really is. And it's the reason Rachel Maddow had a lot more to say about him that I want to get into the rest of in this clip.
This is one of 3 rulings by a federal judge today, absolutely rebuking Donald Trump and his new Justice Department for trying to make these January 6 cases disappear, to try to make it like January 6 didn't happen. The decision to spring these guys from prison and to stop the ongoing trials of people convicted or charged with physically attacking police officers, this is a debacle. I mean, morally, it's obviously a debacle. Strategic.
Well, probably would have more backing behind it if the cops didn't support Trump. I mean, it's pretty ridiculous. He's a douchebag, in my opinion.
Attention retirees, if you're willing to be at your computer from 9 a.m. to 10:45 a.m. on most weeks.
We discussed before many of his lies, so just take all this with a grain of salt. And also, he's talking about abolishing FEMA in a different segment. Recently, we talked about the implications of that. What would happen if we got rid of FEMA? And actually, in many cases, again, as we always bring up, it would end up hurting red states more than blue states. But that's not actually true. But
I appreciate you guys for hanging out, and united we stand, divided we fall. Have a great day.